Chapter 1, A Mark for the Dragon. The dragon was smiling, serenely sipping his coffee and reading the evening news. He knew I was annoyed by his silence and ostentatious calm, and the more excited I got, the wider the scaly man's smile grew. Handsome, my ass? I couldn't help but recognize that, no matter how angry I got. Perfect features of a predatory, masculine face, a strong chin, inviting lips, and green eyes, strikingly bright and sparkling like gems. Add to this long, tarry hair, swarthy, sun-kissed skin, and a strong, trained body, and you could paint a picture. It was not forbidden to look, but the standard beauty, alas, did not compensate for the presence of an unbearable character and a razor-sharp tongue. No, I'm not a timid person either, and I won't go for a word in my pocket, but against Gabriel Callisto's background my behavior could be considered exemplary. It's a pity my crowned uncle doesn't think so. So what if I ran away from my own engagement 3 times? By the way, I did it with the best of intentions. I didn't want to spoil the lives of good princes. In any case, that's no reason to have a dragon general attached to me as a babysitter and escort. However, my uncle called it an honorary escort. That's what he wrote in a message to my father. He was worried that the roads were unsafe, and he didn't want to risk his favorite niece, so Gabrielle Callisto would personally take me to the debutante ball. Needless to say, for a general, such an assignment was akin to a personal insult. A hero of the empire was assigned to follow some snot-nosed girl, even if she was a very highborn. Your Grace, more coffee. The dragon asked me curtly, as if he sensed I was boiling over and about to throw the embroidery frame at him. Why don't you let me make you some tea? I smiled as politely as possible. But judging by the way the general's eyebrows arched, it didn't come out well. Thank you, but I don't drink with poison, Gabriel replied after some thought. Don't worry, I'm not in the habit of ruining good drinks, I parried, even for you with sleeping pills at most. Our dislike was sharp, fierce, and mutual. But the dragon hid his emotions beneath an impenetrable ice mask, and only empathic magic allowed me to smell the storm boiling in his chest. But my stamina stayed at home, and my calmness got lost on the road and didn't make it to the capital. I was dragged to the mating season by force like a thoroughbred mare. Alas, that wasn't the only problem. Are you that eager to get rid of me? The general tilted his head thoughtfully to the side. And aren't you eager to get rid of me? I threw a counter-question and returned to my embroidery, a noble and exclusively feminine occupation. But that's only at first glance. I was embroidering a pirate's mark, the one that sends to enemies as a warning. It was soothing. I looked at the dragon, then at the cloth, and embroidered. Only I replaced the black and ominous ravens of doom with 2 bright pink flamingos, made the skull emerald, and pierced it not with sabers but with spokes. After all, I am a lady. Anariel, you were the first to declare war on me, and now you're angry that I didn't give up without a fight and dared to be stronger. Don't you think that's silly? The dragon said calmly, and I gritted my teeth angrily. Big deal. All I did was flip a lizard, sneak out of the inn we stopped at on the way, and then steal his adjutant's horse. I'd have gotten it all back in the morning. I had to get to the shrine of the 4 elements at any cost and perform the initiation rite. I had no time left, and if I didn't figure out how to do it, I'd lose my magic for good at midnight tonight. I wanted to get some air, she hissed, wielding the needle furiously. At night, in a forest swarming with wild spirits. The dragon said venomously. I bit my tongue painfully, but what I wasn't afraid of were the spirits. They were the essence of my force and my closest companions. I couldn't talk about it, and I understood why the general thought I was a shallow and capricious witch. Without knowing the truth, it's easy to draw the wrong conclusions. I wasn't going to go into the woods, but you wouldn't believe me, would you? I sighed. Would you believe someone who tried to deceive you 7 times? Parried the general. It was a logical question, and I had nothing to say, so I humbly continued my handiwork, figuring out how to trick him for the 8th time. Maybe I'd be lucky enough to escape today. In Dalmark, only commoners could practice shamanism. For aristocrats, this branch of magic was strictly forbidden, and using the gift could result in the loss of a title or even imprisonment. But in my case, forbidden magic was intertwined with a terrible family secret, and I was supposed to seal the gift immediately upon waking and forget about it. It would be better for everyone, but shamanism was a part of me. I couldn't live without it, continuing to study its techniques in secret from everyone. Despite the prohibitions, my magic is of great use. When an unprecedented drought came to our region, it was my power that saved the crops and helped to avoid famine, as it happened in neighboring duchies. My parents knew the truth and helped me keep my secret from everyone for years, but tomorrow I turn 18, and if I don't initiate the gift and get the blessing of the elemental spirits by midnight, I'll lose everything. How am I supposed to initiate if I can only do so in the sacred grove, and I'm being followed by a vicious dragon? What are you embroidering? Gabriel's voice made me wince, and I nearly pricked my finger. A gift, she replied dryly. Wow, the dragon smiled disarmingly, and I thought it was my portrait. Why would I do that? You're poking him so furiously with a needle. The world doesn't revolve around you. I cut her off as I tightened the last stitch. You were almost right about that, though. A gift for you. The general's eyebrows arched in surprise again, and I pulled the handkerchief decorated with the pink mark from the embroidery frame and proudly handed it to him. The embroidery was originally intended as a prank, to relieve some of the tension I'd been feeling, and I couldn't think of anything cleverer. I wasn't going to give anything away, but the dragon's stretched face was worth the hard work. You don't like my present? I pouted my lips capriciously. On the contrary, Gabriel laughed suddenly and picked up the handkerchief, folded it neatly so that the green skull was clearly visible, then tucked it into the breast pocket of his uniform. It's perfect for the guard, he said, rising from his chair and taking my hand, kissing the tips of my fingers gallantly. My skin was covered in goosebumps in an instant. It was very strange, and I could barely keep from pulling my hand away. Thank you for the wonderful souvenir, they added cheekily, not even thinking of letting me go. I'm surprised you didn't curse it. I decided not to waste the force on you, I hissed, sliding my gaze over his serene face. Isn't that sick? I was hoping to get him emotional. I thought he'd get angry like any decent dragon and walk away, leaving me to the guards. But it seemed that when manners and decorum were handed out, the dragon was in line for insolence. It's a pity, Gabriel sighed. I'll wear it proudly as a talisman anyway. But let me ask you, how do you know so much about pirate symbols? At first I was confused, but I heard the rustle of skirts and the sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway. I pulled my hand free and glanced defiantly at the door. Seconds later, my nanny walked into the room. A true thunderwoman in every sense of the word. 2 meters of pure fury and power, muscles of steel and shoulders that any dragon or werewolf could envy. Mora could playfully tie a poker in a knot, and she didn't even try to hide her strength, nor her violent past. Ah, yes, the general stretched out thoughtfully. How could I have forgotten? Mora spent 10 years on a merchant ship. Thanks to her, I know a lot about maritime. I smiled, this time genuinely. At the sight of the nanny, my soul blossomed like a snowdrop in spring. Mora was a pure-blooded Sornian, and in addition to her stature, she was distinguished from the local women by her red hair and shiny bronze skin covered with intricate white tattoos. They made her an elemental spellcaster, and the sapphire and scarlet sparkle seal on her left wrist indicated that her main specialty was storm and lightning magic. Mora secretly taught me forbidden magic along with the spirits of the kin, and helped me hide my secret when the drought came. My parents told everyone she'd performed the ritual and saved the harvest. There was no law against keeping a shaman servant, so the legend was convincing. The neighbors believed it, and then tried to buy my nanny and her son, but Mora's a tough cookie, and she'd do anything for me. It's a pity that even her strength isn't enough to twist the general, and I'm not planning anything wrong. I should tie him up for an hour and lock him up somewhere while I go to the grove. The sun has set. The holy night begins in Ituwar, Mora announced solemnly. The high priest signaled to turn on the defenses. She gritted her teeth angrily at the last phrase. The shamaness considered the new faith unnatural, and her soul was eager to go to the carnival. Her conscience wouldn't let her leave me alone with the general. The Night of the Four Elements, or Night of the Shining Lights, took place once a year on the first day of the last month of spring, and was considered one of the 4 great druidic feasts. It symbolized the birth of the great sun and the beginning of the bright, lively season lasting until the night of autumn spirits. According to legend, today was the day when the god of death returned to his underground realm, giving way to the fire goddess. So the boundary between the world of the living and the dead was blurred, and the spirits received unprecedented power. This night was considered crucial and fateful, not in vain ancient magicians said, if something impossible is destined to happen, it will happen in Eltein the Night of Shining Lights. Maybe I'll finally get lucky. Don't worry, I activated the protective dome an hour ago. The general's voice brought you back to reality. The spirits won't bother you. I gritted my teeth. I wish I hadn't been bothered by a green-eyed dragon. I could deal with the spirits somehow. Mora, why aren't you at the party? Gabriel asked in surprise. This night is sacred to the shamans. Aren't you afraid the spirits will be offended and turn their backs on you? My place is by the lady's side, Nanny replied dryly, and I have already made a generous offering to the elements. The gates of the spirits were opened 3 days before Carnival, and during this time shamans, druids, and other magician-starvers lit ritual candles, fumigated houses with incense, recited prayers, and performed good deeds. It was forbidden to pay off spirits with gold, so mages took gifts to orphanages, gave things to orphans and the needy, and gave food to the poor. Those who had the gift of a healer were free to receive people on these days, and potion makers gave customers small vials of revitalizing potions or migraine tincture. I considered it the brightest and purest time of the year, but alas, not everyone shared my opinion. Aren't you afraid the spirits will curse you if you don't join the festivities? I looked at the general defiantly. I'm in no danger after talking to you, the dragon parried. As far as I know, most soldiers worship spirits, she continued the offensive. You mean most Southerners? Gabriel grinned, but his eyes darkened dangerously. The long-standing conflict between North and South has resurfaced at such an unfortunate time. I only said what I wanted to say, I replied as gently as I could. This war is my personal tragedy, and there is no time or desire to cross swords over it. Then learn to speak in such a way that your words cannot be interpreted in two ways. The dragon's voice sounded dry and detached. He didn't believe it, and it hit me hard. Yes, I wanted to run away, but not to insult and punch him in the gut. The civil war in Dalmark broke out 150 years ago and lasted almost a year. In that time, the empire had split in two, and the reverberations of those battles still plagued many lives. In those terrible times, Laurentia de Lautre, my great-grandmother and the younger sister of the then emperor, fell madly in love with Arya Vare, a powerful shaman spellcaster who favored the independence of the Southerners and led their army in the war with the northern principalities. How exactly and under what circumstances Laurentia met Arya no one knew, but her mother said that their feelings flared up like wildfire despite the fact that her great-grandmother's brother commanded the northern army and was the main enemy of General Vare. Laurentia was even going to run away with Array, but fate itself was against this union. Soon the general was killed by a traitor, and the South, left without a leader, was defeated, and the emperor divided the rebel lands among his associates. Laurentia was pregnant at the time, and in order to keep the child, she hastily married the Marquis de Levier. Her brother, unaware of her sister's pregnancy, gave the couple the duchy that had previously belonged to Array as a wedding gift. When my great-grandfather's stray magic awoke in me, the land recognized the rightful heiress and helped me control the gift. Only, if anyone found out I was Arya's great-granddaughter, it would be an indelible stigma on the family. I'd rather the Southerners continue to think of us as cursed invaders. Yes, I do not recognize the new religion and honor the great spirits, but like Mora, I have already brought my gifts. Gabriel softened his tone when he noticed my slump, though his response was akin to a challenge. General Callisto openly rejected the new faith. My uncle had voiced his displeasure at that fact on more than one occasion, but he didn't risk open conflict. Gabriel was the only thing keeping the Southerners from rebelling again. I'm sorry for depriving you of the opportunity to celebrate Eltein and visit Ituver, I added without a backward thought, but the dragon once again interpreted things his way. Your Grace, I have no intention of attending the carnival tonight, especially not in secret and in your company, Gabriel retorted. You will not leave the mansion until morning. This is an order from the Emperor, so curb your curiosity and— He didn't have time to finish. The communication artifact beeped, and judging by the general's gloomy expression, the message was from my dearest uncle. I apologize. Gabriel pulled out his communicator and barely read the message, jowls flaring on his face. It looks like I'm going to have to leave you for a while. Oh, great flame, to whom should I offer gifts for this opportunity? My men will stay with you. The dragon rose from his chair with a jerk. And Anariel, please don't do anything foolish, he added with pressure. If you say so, I replied politely, my mind already calculating the plan and the distance to the sacred grove. If you don't mind, I'm going up to my room. I want to look at the new dresses and pick out a dress for the first ball. The general squinted warily but did not object. Come on up. Just don't forget that it's useless to jump out the window when you're trying on outfits. Gabriel said, reminding me of my first failed escape. There are guards downstairs. I'll have guards at the door to your room, too. Well, if it makes you feel better, she shrugged serenely. The regular guards didn't scare me. They didn't have Gabriel's monstrous instincts and his ability to pick up a trail in an instant. Besides, tonight was a special night, sacred to all shamans. And if my power at midnight risked evaporating, the power of Mora and her son was gaining momentum. I instantly had an idea of how to use their special skills to escape. Skills that only I knew about. Chapter 2, The Lady Goes on the Offensive. I rose from my chair, bowed to the general, and slipped out of the living room. I'd been deliberately bothering Gabriel until then. I hoped he'd lose his nerve and run away like the others. No way, the sky would fall before a dragon would disobey an order. I was incredibly lucky that my uncle summoned it himself. I tried not to think about the reasons for my sudden happiness. I realized that something extraordinary had happened, but they would deal with it without me. I had to go to the carnival. The initiation could only take place during the 3 nights of the year when the spirit gate was open. For this purpose, all shamans who had reached the age of 17 came to the sacred grove or to one of the surviving shrines of the 4 elements to pass through the blessed flame. Only then did the gift come into full force, or, if the shaman failed to perform the ritual, began to fade. Last year I was unable to do so because of a serious illness, and afterward I miraculously retained my abilities. The earth itself and the spirits of the Vera clan stood in my defense, allowing me to make it to the new Eltein. Tonight is my last chance to pass through the flames. If I don't make it, nothing can help me after midnight. Mora, has Madame F's blue dress arrived yet? I asked, feeling the general's gaze on her back. Despite the rush, Gabriel decided to personally walk me to my bedroom. Yes, ma'am, the nanny said in a bass voice. And the shoes from Mr. Dürr and the corset from Lady Cellier? I had absolutely no interest in the outfits. I knew perfectly well that no Dalmark dressmaker would risk overdue an order from the Emperor's niece. But a show of silence might have aroused suspicion, so I had to chirp. General, have you decided to participate in the fitting? I asked with the sweetest smile as we approached the room. I'm afraid you won't have my style and size, the dragon grinned, casting a powerful signaling net over the doors and window. 2 escape plans fell apart at once, but there was a third, the riskiest. Enjoy your fitting, your ladyship. Gabriel wished me carefully as he let me into the magical prison. And to you, an unforgettable Eltein, she exclaimed with feeling, and shuddered involuntarily as the scarlet lightning flashed outside the window. The spirits had come to the world of the living. From now until dawn, the city belonged to them and the old gods. Anariel, are you blessing me now or cursing me? The general asked cautiously. Sort it out yourselves. I shouted and whirled into the room. Gabriel's presence was getting harder and harder to bear. I was annoyed by his serene calm and my own anger. The dragon wasn't the first escort I'd ever had, so why was I reacting so violently to him? Mora, fetch the purple dress with gold embroidery. I exclaimed, deliberately loudly, and then mentally ordered. Contact Terry, have him fly up to the roof and check if the chimney is open or if the netting is on top. Nanny and her son were also animagi, but if I could shapeshift into any reptile, from a small lizard to a crocodile, they turned into birds. As you command, my lady, Mora answered both questions at once. Her gaze glazed over for a moment because of the telepathic weaves, and I was hit with a wave of memories. I bought Mora and her son Terry at the slave market when I was 7 years old. Walking around town, I ran away from another nanny, stupid and prim. She pissed me off more than Gabriel, so I ran away from her and went where I'd originally planned to go, to the artisan's quarter. I wanted to buy magic books under the guise of a messenger girl. I even bought a simple cloak for such an occasion and hid it together with my wallet in the storage ring. But she never had time to use this wealth. Fate brought me to the slave square. I squeezed through the crowd and saw a silk-clad bastard whip a bound man lying on the ground, and a woman in a magic handcuffs was struggling in a cage. The crowd laughed and placed bets on how long the guy would hold out to keep from screaming in pain, but he endured, clenching his teeth. Many years have passed, but I vividly remember that I almost went crazy from his emotions. And I'll never forget that woman's piercing rage and desperation. I don't know what came over me, but I picked up a stone from the sidewalk and threw it at the man with the whip. He managed to dodge, but I cut his eyebrow. A shout went up in the square, and the guards who came running were stunned. They recognized the emblem on my cloak and didn't dare touch the daughter of Duke d'Arcana, the head of the Fire Mage Corps. I took advantage of the confusion of the townspeople to step up to the slave trader and ask how much the woman in the cage and the boy were worth. I didn't have the money I needed, but I had jewelry. For Mora and Terry, I gave him earrings with rare yellow diamonds. I found out later that I had overpaid, but my parents, surprisingly, didn't scold me and let me keep the slaves as free servants. We've been inseparable ever since. Terry says the chimney's open, Mora said, but there are guards around the house and a signal network tuned to your aura. Even if you get out through the chimney, the general's men will spot you as soon as you're down there. I won't end up there, I grinned, summoning Dar. Ask Terry to come down to join us. I'll need his mockingbird talent. In addition to his ability to turn into a bird, Mora's son had the rare talent of mimicking any voice. He was so good at it that he could easily make it look like there were several people in the room. I had no doubt that Gabriel's guardsmen would be cruising past the door regularly, listening and checking to see if I was okay, so I was counting on Terry's help and the support of the spirits. As soon as I drew the desired runes in the air, a dozen golden fireflies flashed in front of me. Happy Eltein and Eternal Dance welcomed them. I'm sorry to call on you on such a night, but I hope you won't refuse to participate in a little prank. The spirits blinked merrily, amusement they adored. I need to fool General Callisto's men, she whispered conspiratorially, pointing to the dresses lying on the bed. The plan was simple. I was going to change into a lizard and fly to the grove with Mora. The spirits would be busy dragging my dresses and shoes past the windows, and Terry would be talking to himself. Gabriel can't be fooled by such things, but ordinary soldiers don't have the nerve to scan my room or break in. Besides, no one except my parents, Mora, and Terry knows I'm a shaman and can summon spirits, despite the elaborate defenses over the mansion. A barely audible noise came from the chimney, and a moment later a soot-covered sparrow fluttered out. Terry, you're just in time, she rejoiced. Listen to my plan, she added, quickly telling me what she had planned. Barely finished, the perfume glowed enthusiastically and darted toward the dresses, and two lights simultaneously darted toward the shoes. Mara, turn into a bird, I commanded before transforming into a lizard. So small that even a crow could carry it in its paws. The turn took less than 5 seconds. As soon as I closed my eyes and visualized the desired appearance and the activating rune, my body began to shrink rapidly. I had perfected this skill over the years, and I was able to shapeshift instantly. I was able to flip instantly with my clothes intact, which was especially convenient. "Car," came the unnaturally loud voice of the nanny above me, and I involuntarily pressed myself to the floor. The lizard's hearing is very sensitive and acute. "Mara, contact Terry, let's go." I mentally commanded and immediately signaled the spirits. The fireflies rattled their shoes diligently, and the dress and gloves soared upward. One of the spirits enlivened my hat and handkerchiefs, making them into my head and hair. The scarecrow looked scary up close, but the outline was just right. The guards will be watching the shadow play from the street through the closed curtains, so it should work. "Where are my shoes from Mrs. Levian? These are awfully tight." Terry exclaimed in my voice. "I'll get them, ma'am," he added, pretending to be Mora. It came out great, and combined with the clatter of heels and the silhouette flickering at the window, it was indistinguishable from the real me. "Mora, let's go." After making sure everything was going right, I contacted the nanny again. She reacted instantly. She spread her wings, and after a few trial circles around the room, she swooped down, picking me up gently with her paws. "Ma'am, are you okay? Are you comfortable?" Clarified. "Order, set course for the sacred grove." I ordered and immediately squeezed my eyes shut to keep the soot and dust out of my eyes. I tried not to breathe as we climbed out of the chimney. I was glad that the spirits at the carnival changed the appearance of the guests to their liking. I didn't have to worry that I'd be covered in soot when I turned back. Iduver's illusion would hide more than that. "Car." Mora flew out of the chimney and quickly changed her flight path, gliding along the roof so as not to attract attention. Then she darted toward the sacred grove, which was in the center of the city. But to be precise, it was the capital city that was centered around the Iduver neighborhood. The city used to be the site of an ancient forest, the greatest place of power on the mainland. But during the First Spirit War, monsters broke through the druids' defenses and set the forest ablaze with the breath of the abyss. The enchanted flames spread with monstrous speed, destroying the entire abode in a couple hours. Only a tiny area was saved, which later became the sacred quarter of Ituver. After banishing the monsters behind the dome, the dragons hired dwarves and elven craftsmen to build a huge city of snow-white marble on the ashes of the former sanctuary. Beautiful and dazzling in its perfection, the city of eternal heaven, rising from the ashes on the bones of fallen heroes, an eternal monument to the fallen defenders of the sacred grove. It was a pity that after the destruction of the great forest, mages began to forget about those who had protected them from monsters for thousands of years, infusing with their power the dome that separated the light reflection of our world from the dark one. Creepy and gloomy, inhabited only by bloodthirsty monsters and souls that had not rested. A sudden sting in my tail, my intuition signaled at full power. Looking closer, I saw the general's guardsmen below. I couldn't see Gabriel himself, but his men had cordoned off the street and the Queen of Spades, a hotel known throughout the empire. "Mora, let's get the hell out of here." I mentally howled, remembering the dragon's damned sense of smell. That's what you get for spotting me on the fly as a lizard. Good thing he didn't know about my animagus talents. I'd managed to change back into a human the last time. Gabriel caught me in my usual form as I rode toward the ancient shrine on his aide-de-camp's horse. "Ituver." Mora's booming voice broke into my thoughts, and we were descending rapidly. I didn't even have time to look around. However, it was not too convenient to admire the beauty, dangling from the claws of the crow, so I was not upset. The main thing was that we got there quickly and successfully. I wonder what happened at the Queen of Spades, since the general himself had been urgently summoned there. Could it be another Escaran sabotage? Twilight dragons can be expected to do anything. "Mistress, prepare yourselves," Mora announced. As I dropped to the ground, Nanny unclawed her claws, letting me go, and landed on my own. I immediately summoned the gift, transforming back, and I was surrounded by flashing spirits as I took on human form. Sacred Grove welcomed guests and pondered what look to give me for the carnival. Just a moment, and the magic spun a string of fireflies, flashing all shades of gold and scarlet, and the merry laughter of elemental spirits spilled into the alleyway with the chime of silver bells. Iduver welcomed me into her arms, allowing me to hide from the world for one night under an alien guise and sneak into the sanctuary, bypassing all inhibitions. I didn't know what the spirits would turn me into. And to tell you the truth, I didn't care. What did it matter what form I took when I entered the circle of fire? Today is the night of great equality, when any peasant can take the guise of an emperor or a general, and a king can become a farmer or a jester. The spirits changed their faces at will. It is impossible to predict or influence their choices, nor is it possible to commit a crime while in disguise. The ghosts of Iduver have been zealously watching, and on this night the sacred grove is the safest place in the empire. There is nothing and no one to fear here. The beautiful fireflies were suddenly too close, touching my skin in the warm spring breeze and weaving enchanted nets around me. The spirits had made up their minds, and I had to accept their choice and thank them mentally. Flash, the world dissolved into a golden glow, and then my body began to change rapidly. The sensation was insanely pleasant. I had never felt so light. All the problems and worries suddenly became unimportant. My heart was filled to the brim with sparkling, intoxicating happiness, and my magical reserves were burning with excess power. It seemed like nothing was impossible for me now. "The spirits of the four elements accept you, child," heard a solemn voice, deep and vibrating, as if woven from the rolling of summer thunderstorms and the crackling of a huge fire. "You may enter the sacred grove." Another flash. The fireflies scattered with scarlet sparks, settling to the ground in a swirl of smoldering embers. I turned around in confusion, looking for Mora. But when I saw what the spirits had turned my fearsome nanny into, I could hardly contain my laughter. "A mouse?" I moaned, choking on my laughter. A few steps away from me stood a charming creature in a soft pink dress with lace ruffles and bows. The vole's golden fur shimmered and glistened in the dim light of the magical lights, its tiny nose twitched amusedly, and its perfectly round ears beckoned. I wanted to touch them very much. "A good sign," the shamaness said proudly. "A true child of the fields and eternal companion of the goddess Reaper." I nodded frantically, barely holding back a smile and the urge to pet Nanny. She looked so cute. She was about the height of a child of 11, which made her charming. "And you're lucky," the mouse added, looking me over. By the way, I lowered my gaze, examining my arms and the too revealing dress. I guess the spirits have made me a true Southern girl, a very sultry Southern girl, a size 4 if not bigger. I'd always prided myself on my slim figure, but I couldn't boast such luscious proportions, and now I felt unusual. I was more excited about the dress, though. The fabric was very thin, and it clung to my figure like a second skin, tantalizingly contouring every curve. It also exposed my shoulders, and at the slightest movement, it slid down to reveal my bust. And what was my luck? I cautiously clarified, mentally thanking the spirits that at least I wasn't a donkey or a goat in a ball gown. They could do that. Rich beauty, generous, explained the nanny, gesturing to my form. You look like a statue of the mother goddess. That's good luck, Chapter 3, a night of shining lights. We could use some luck today. I couldn't guess by illusory appearance, but Mora's words cheered me up, and I took the mouse under my arm and headed for the exit of the alley, joining the cheering crowd. The festivities were in full swing, and the magicians didn't even notice the couple sneaking out from around the corner. We instantly disappeared among the other guests of Ituver, plunging headlong into the fun atmosphere of the carnival. The humming of drums and the rattle of castanets, the wailing of guitar strings and gentle tunes of the flute, music dizzying head and stirred the blood, flowing through the body intoxicating excitement. Forgetting everything, I grabbed the mouse's other foot, and we danced happily, savoring every moment of the night and shooting sparks from the sidewalk with our heels. There's still time before midnight. Nothing will happen if I respect the spirits with a few dances. A step, a turn, a clap of hands, and before I knew it, my faithful mouse had been replaced by a big man with donkey ears. He didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. While we were dancing, he was flirting with me, looking at my bust and offering to marry me for good luck. Thank the mother goddess, the spirits had no reaction to his words. I refused with a clear conscience, throwing the impudent man off to another lady at the first opportunity. I rushed off to find Mora, as dancing wasn't as much fun without her. Besides, Nanny was a little short now, and I was seriously worried about her getting trampled in the crowd. Luckily, my mouse was quickly found not far from the druid tent. When she noticed me, she waved her paw and asked the priest standing near the barrel of the ritual drink to fill another mug with wine. I didn't want to drink. The atmosphere of the feast was already dizzying, but refusal to eat could offend the spirits of the grove, and I didn't want to do that. Mistress, Mora squeaked softly, handing me a mug. While you danced, I scouted the situation and figured out how to get to the sacred fire. What do you mean, sneak in? I got suspicious. Isn't everyone allowed in? Normally, yes, but there are too many people tonight. So only those who want to get married for good luck will be allowed in the stone circle until midnight, Mora explained, and I almost groaned with frustration and anger. Oh, come on. She swore and took a sip of the sacred wine. It was only a sip, but my lips burned with a tart sweetness, and a burning wave ran through my body. But after a second, it became clear that the drink had nothing to do with the latter effect. A tall, muscular dragon stood on the bridge, about 10 meters away from us. Even from here, I could feel its crazy aura, which even spirit magic couldn't hide. He was the one who kept a greedy, appraising gaze on me. At other times, I would have been embarrassed or angry, but my hearing caught on Mora's words. You should find a mate too, ma'am. That way you can honor the spirits and get to the sacred flame without a line. A couple, you say. I repeated thoughtfully, taking another sip of wine for courage. I liked the dragon more and more every second. Cheeky? Well, which one of them is humble? Take the general, he's been a real pain in my ass. And this way, at least I'll cut the luck of his kin as moral compensation. And his appearance speaks volumes. Stately, with broad shoulders, a powerful chest, and a predatory face. As Mora would say, a good sign. It means the spirits will give me their protection, and the gift will be more powerful after the ritual. And the man's hair is beautiful green, the color of life and fertility. I wanted to joke that spring was so warm this year that even dragons bloomed. But having once again estimated the span of the handsome man's shoulders, I decided not to joke even mentally. I heard the general near Ituver had captured an Ascarian spy. A man's outraged voice sounded nearby, and I was instantly alert. Those bastards, on a holy night to plot evil deeds, to have their spirits turned into dung heaps and scattered over the fields. I choked on a nervous laugh. The colorful wish had impressed me, but the news that the general had already dealt with his urgent case had rattled me. Mora and I had taken excellent precautions when we ran away, but Gabriel would break into my bedroom and check it out for himself. If he doesn't find me, he'll activate a magical search, and I'm not sure Ituver's magic will stop him from finding a fugitive. Yes, the spirits not only changed appearance, but made it so that the mages couldn't recognize each other unless they transformed at the same time, as Mora and I did. But their spells didn't work on complex search spells. But the other dragon's magic was quite capable of protecting me. The aura of the man standing on the bridge was incredibly powerful. If we managed to perform the ritual, even the couple's mock tattoos will temporarily change my aura, and I'll be out of reach of Gabriel's weaves before dawn. I fixed my dress and looked at the man with the green hair again. I had to hurry because a dragon like that wouldn't stay alone for long. Mistress. Hold my mug, I interrupted the shaman and headed resolutely toward the bridge. Where are you going? It came from down the street. Marriage? I said it like it was a no-brainer. Whether it was the 2 sips of wine or the fear of losing her magic, she went into the dragon's assault like a battle. When she saw another rival with her side vision, she sped up, flew up to the bridge, and blasted away. I want you for good luck. The dragon's eyes flashed with fire, and I belatedly realized the meaning of what he'd said. I didn't have time to fix it. The man stepped toward me, and a hot whisper burned my ear. I'm ready to give you good luck all night, beautiful. A broad palm rested on my waist, blocking my escape routes. Fearless man. Knowing that on this night anyone could be hiding under the guise of a sultry southern woman, I wouldn't risk going that far. Then marry me? I added, almost drowning in his bottomless emerald eyes. They reminded me too much of the others, even more piercing and green. The urge to get married, even as a joke, had suddenly vanished. But it was too late to retreat. I need to get to the sacred flame at all costs. Why don't we dance first, beautiful? Grinned the man. I am a decent girl, all dances only after the wedding. I said, and for the second time today I bit my tongue when I saw the man's eyes darken. It was very provocative. It seems that after the wedding I will have to jump not only through the fire, but also from the bridge into the river to swim away from the heated and already set to continue the dragon. Above us, something suddenly flashed, showering us with golden sparks. When we looked up, we saw spirits circling nearby. They had blessed our mock alliance, which meant we couldn't give up. The lady's wish is the law. The dragon's voice was a raspy, exhilarating whisper, and before I knew it, I was being pulled toward the stone circle. The spirits followed, so the priests let us through without a line, and as soon as we were in the heart of the sacred grove, our skin was covered with goosebumps of excitement and anticipation. The sacred flame was surrounded by 8 ancient boulders, memory stones, on which the names of the patron supreme spirits were carved. It burned only 3 nights a year, bursting forth from the bowels of the earth before the beginning of Eltein, and protecting the gates of the spirits from the foulness of the dark reflection, and bestowing blessings upon all who came to honor the old gods. Before I could look around, a priest in emerald ceremonial robes stepped into the center of the circle and began reciting a prayer to the mother goddess. My heart leapt with a strange, exhilarating anticipation. The proximity of the dragon was adding fuel to the fire, and I wished 100 times that I'd paired up with a nice grandfather. At least he'd have a better chance of getting away. A stranger's alarm flashed nearby, unfamiliar but shrill and tinkling like a spring drop. I turned and saw a handsome southerner of pirate appearance and a gorgeous beauty with long mermaid hair. It was half blue, and it had a pearlescent sheen to it. A good couple, harmonious. The stray pirate found his sea, even if for one night. But the sea was panicking, and the girl's emotions were getting brighter and stronger by the second. I wanted to calm her down. It's just a joke, I winked at her. We're just having fun, so never mind. When will we ever get a chance like this again? A look of doubt flashed across the beauty's face, but she nodded, and a moment later the priest called the first couple, that is us. My heart was beating like crazy again, but I mentally repeated what I had told the stranger a second ago. It was just a joke, and my only chance to keep my magic. A step, another, and another. When we reached the sacred flame, it glowed molten amber, hypnotizing us with its shimmers, and the priest's voice poured out like a river. He recited blessings in a long-forgotten language, and magic as old as the world swirled around us in pulsating streams. Suddenly, the druid's song was interrupted. He asked us to hold out our hands, and then he tied my left hand to the dragon's right hand with a scarlet silk ribbon. What was happening seemed right, and it was scary as hell. But as soon as we stepped into the raging magical flames, the ribbons on our arms burned to the ground, and all worries evaporated in an instant. A wave of awakening magic washed over me. I was dizzy with a mixture of joy and intoxicating exhilaration. It worked, in the name of the Great Mother. Now kiss to seal your marriage before the spirits of the grove, the priest exclaimed, and I blushed to the tips of my ears. Chapter 4, Escape from the Dragon. What kiss? We're in a joke marriage. Luck to me, thank you dragon for participating. All fair and I didn't have time to voice my conclusions. A hot palm came down on my waist, holding me gently but firmly, and the man's other hand cupped my chin, forcing me to lift my head. W8, I squeaked. Yeah, a decent girl and all the dancing kissing only after the wedding. The dragon laughed hoarsely. But we're already married, beautiful, he added, scorching my lips with his hot breath. I wanted to be indignant, but suddenly my head was spinning. His proximity, the fathomless green of his eyes and his enchanting voice. From his stormy aura and his scent, as if woven from the smell of steppe grasses and light citrus chords. Everything about him was subtly reminiscent of Gabriel. But now it didn't make me angry, but rather excited, reminding me of my little victory. I'm here at the Spirit Carnival, even though General Callisto himself was watching me. I managed to escape and cheat fate, initiated the gift, and the dragon's lips were close, lingering a millimeter from mine, knocking all the air out of my lungs. It wasn't a kiss yet, just his promise, but it was the one that stirred, popping in my head like elven champagne. I've never kissed anyone. I don't care if it's just an illusion, the stray magic of a carnival and the madness of one night. I don't care that I don't even know who this man is or what he really looks like. There is only this moment, the magic between us, and one magical kiss. A quiet exhalation, silent agreement, and a timid flutter of half-closed eyelids. The dragon got it right, accepting my surrender and touching my lips in a gentle kiss. Sensual, tantalizing, and light as the touch of a moth's wings. The stranger took his time, savoring every moment and letting me get used to him. And I didn't notice how I let myself be drawn into a hot dance of lips and tongues, missing the moment when the kiss from innocent to scalding hot. The fingers of one hand tangled in the dragon's hair, and the other slid brazenly up his chest, tracing the steel muscles in a masterful way. It's crazy, but he'll never know who I am, and I'll never feel so wanted and loved again. Just a little more, just one more moment. A few heartbeats and I'll run away, blending in with the other guests of Ituware. In the morning, my uncle will formally announce the man he has chosen to marry me, and a new life will begin for me. Hey, someone else's ringing laughter shattered the fairy tale into shards, bringing us back to reality and making us remember that we were still standing in the middle of the sacred circle. Gentlemen are good, the others also want to get married and kiss. Laughed again, the spectacular red-haired young lady hugging the elf thin and flexible as a willow branch. Shoo. Let's go, beautiful. The dragon's voice sounded confused and hoarse, and the kiss hit him in the head as hard as it did me. Let the others take their share of the luck. Yes, I said, looking around for Mora and frantically figuring out how to get away from her husband for one night before our mock wedding went any further than planned. Only it was harder to do than it seemed at first glance. The dragon wasn't going to let go of his prey, and I was still reeling from the first kiss. My thoughts were confused, my head was spinning, my heart was pounding fast and loud, and I felt as if my wings were spreading behind me. The symptoms were exactly like those described in love stories, and that's too bad. Was it the druid wine that was making me so woozy, or was it something else? I've never had a crush on anyone, so I have nothing to compare it to. It's a shame. I was waiting to be initiated so I could feel the true dragoness. But I got sick and all my plans got sidetracked. I almost lost my shamanic gift when I was 17, and my second hypostasis never woke up. The healers told me that there was nothing wrong with it, that it would awaken in time. I just needed to accumulate enough magic for the first turn, and I was the only one who knew I had enough magic. I needed something else, the sacred flame of Ituver. Without him, I risked losing everything. Both the gift and the chance to become a full dragoness. But that didn't bother the potential suitors at all. My high title and kinship with the emperor made up for my small disadvantage. When my 18th birthday approached, my uncle easily put me up for a bride auction, intending to seal one of the important peace treaties with my marriage. I knew I couldn't refuse. It was my duty to the empire. But just thinking about it made my chest ache, and the fake tattoos on my arms suddenly itched. I looked down at my wrist in surprise. What the hell is that? Allergic to holy paint. I've never heard of such a thing, but with my luck, anything is possible. The ribbons the druid had tied before the ritual were enchanted and soaked in the sap of the grove's oldest tree. It was now spreading in purple patterns across my skin, braiding my arm from elbow to wrist like a mark of truth. But real tattoos are always unique and are characterized by a completely genuine pattern. It is never repeated because each couple has its own mark, one for two. If you join hands, then inside should appear runes with the blessing of the gods, the coat of arms of the husband, and the seal of his clan. Or simply the mark of the dragon clan and a name, if it is a commoner. In any case, the parted tattoo was unreadable, while mine had recognizable symbols with wishes from the spirits. In the morning, they would disappear without a trace, without even having to wash it off. But what to do now, and why does my arm itch so much? The itching was getting worse by the second. I wanted to wash off the sacred paint immediately, but if I did, I would anger the spirits and lose not only the good fortune I'd been given, but my own. Where are we going? I asked as the dragon turned again, taking me into the thickest part of Ituver. To the lake of the true ones, the man winked. I want to show you something special. I felt an unpleasant tingle in my chest. Unlike me, he'd obviously been here before, and this wasn't the first good luck ritual he'd had in his life. But I don't intend to be a one-night stand. Kiss and stop, nothing special is going to happen. The tattoo itched again, as if it disagreed with my thoughts. But as soon as the dragon held me tighter against him, the itching stopped instantly. The spirits seemed to be having fun, suggesting that one night a year was a good time. Maybe I would have taken their advice and stayed longer if it hadn't been for two things: an overly insolent husband and another evil dragon that could get me in a lot of trouble. I doubt that once Gabrielle's mission is done, she'll decide to stop by the carnival and have some fun. No pretty girl can lead him astray and make him forget his orders. The only hope is that he has to report to the emperor, which will take at least an hour. But we'd better hurry. The fictitious husband's aura was protecting me from the general's search weaves, not from interrogation. I'd rather not have to explain anything. A familiar shadow flashed from the side. My faithful mouse followed at our heels, signaling with all her might. It gave me confidence and helped me get my thoughts together. I want to drink wine. I just blurted out the first thing that popped into my head. We had just come away from the tents where they were handing out ritual sweets in barrels with drinks. The dragon would have to go back. Yeah, the emerald eyes flashed with a fiery light. Maybe you just wanted to run away. Yeah, so what? Too bad you can't answer out loud like that. I'm just thirsty, she smiled, wiggling her shoulders coquettishly and noting with pleasure the twitching of the dragon's ankles. Still, his burning desire was flattering. I'd never felt so beautiful, and I savored every glance. But I wasn't about to cross the line. I have a duty to the Empire, and I must fulfill it. I'll be right back, beautiful. The dragon suddenly pulled back, letting me go, but it was quite alarming. He didn't believe me, and he knew I'd run away as soon as he turned his back. So why is he letting me go? Doubts swirled like a flock of crows, but I had no choice. And as soon as the man was gone, I picked up my skirts and dashed away, blending in with the crowd and looking for Mora on the run. The mouse caught up with me instantly, and as soon as we left Ituver, Nanny was back to being a bird and I was a lizard. Everything worked out perfectly. All I had to do was get to the mansion before Gabriel did. Only, even as I flew away from the sacred grove, I kept thinking about the stranger and his sly smile. At the same time, Gabriel Callisto. As soon as I stepped aside, Anariel ran as fast as she could, as if all the creatures of the dark reflection were after her. She was instantly lost in the crowd, along with the strange mouse in the pink dress. The rodent was probably Mora, and no one else would risk escorting that disaster to the spirit carnival. But with such guards and my magical protection, the beauty would be safe. The dragon growled unhappily. He was angry that I'd let my rightful prey go, but it would make the hunt all the more interesting. I had no doubt that the spirits had set me up with Anariel in Ituver. Before I'd gone on the mission, I'd put trackers on her from head to toe. I knew that this miracle would escape, despite all the promises and the carefully planned dress-fitting spectacle. The ban was a challenge for her. Unlike me, the regular guards couldn't go into her room and watch her every move, and my conscience didn't allow me to bind the wayward beauty with magical ropes and lock her up. At first, this childish rebellion made me terribly angry. I didn't understand what the hell was driving her into trouble, but it didn't seem to be a matter of curiosity. Perhaps she herself secretly worshipped spirits and was eager to bring offerings? The elemental didn't touch its own, so that explained a lot. If Anariel knew that the forest was no threat to her, then her behavior was even logical. Though the thought seemed wild and absurd at first. Her uncle was notorious for his stubbornness toward the old gods and had even tried to ban the carnival and cut down all the trees of Ituver. But the destruction of the sacred grove threatened to escalate not only into a new war between North and South, but also to end in a monster invasion. The rune pillars and enchanted trees at the center of the sanctuary were the only things that had so far protected our world from the monsters of the Dark Reflection. The last frontier that the druids and the mages loyal to them have maintained to this day, in spite of persecution and prohibition. Alas, the emperor didn't believe in the magic of the grove, and I had to declare openly that I would personally lead the dragons into battle for the true faith if he didn't give up his mad scheme. Gregory backed down, only it was hard to believe that his favorite niece secretly worshipped the spirits. But today, when my trackers stopped working near Iduver, I had my doubts. I don't think she came here just to support Mora. But why didn't she come out in the open? Why all this nonsense about trying to escape? If Anariel had told the truth, he would have personally taken her to the shrine and waited for her to perform the ritual prayer, receiving the blessing of the spirits and the elements. Did she really think I would turn her into the emperor? Or was it more complicated than that, and did Anariel really have a reason to keep quiet? Why is such a beautiful dragon bored alone? A woman's voice sounded from the side. Perhaps I can. No, I said, not even looking at the muggle girl who was bothering me, and headed for the lake of the true ones. No one will bother me there, and I can think it over again. Cheeky, exclaimed the stranger. She was angered by her refusal, but I didn't care. I was not looking for entertainment, and I had come to the sacred flame to pay my respects to the spirits and to follow Anariel. I knew I could sense her even under the illusion among the thousands of other guests, but I never thought she would come to me and offer to marry me for good luck. I don't think she realized who was in front of her. But of all the men at the carnival, Anariel chose me, and that confirmed the hunch. We are indeed a true couple. I just wish I knew what to do with this happiness. The dragon growled unhappily again. He had already made his choice and was actively signaling, trying to awaken the second hypostasis of Anariel. Alas, it only made the situation worse. Belle heard strange vibrations of magic, but without the dragoness's help, she couldn't determine their nature and couldn't sense the pair, so she was angry not understanding why we were so attracted to each other. I didn't realize what was going on right away, though. Anariel had confused even my dragon, and her stubborn nature was adding fuel to the fire. At first I was sure she was just rebelling against the Emperor's order to come to the debutante ball and taking her frustration out on me. The first day we traveled together, we had a big fight, and as soon as I was out the door, she jumped out the window. She didn't realize I'd set up a net around the tavern, so she hung like a butterfly in a spider's web. Then I got so angry I didn't take it off right away. I decided to teach her a little lesson. The girl was offended and almost cursed me, and then she made 6 more attempts to escape. Each new plan was more elaborate than the last, and if at first her restless temper had been annoying, in time her anger was replaced by excitement. I was curious to see what she would do next and where she was so desperate to go. I wonder how she fooled the guards this time. Because of the hunt for the Esgar spy, I hadn't had time to check my signal nets and didn't know the details yet. At the memory of his work, his mood soured, and as if that weren't enough, the communicator in his pocket suddenly beeped. It was another message from the Emperor. I moved to a secluded spot, activated the defenses, and opened the letter. Gregory wanted the results of the interrogation of the Esgar spies, though I'd warned him they wouldn't be ready until dawn. Gabriel, I can't wait. I need to know how many spies and saboteurs have arrived in the capital and what they plan to do next, the Emperor wrote again, noting that I had read everything but was in no hurry to answer. If the negotiations and Anariel's marriage are ruined because of them. Rage and jealousy swept over me, and I clutched the poor communicator with such force that the screen cracked, shattering into a shimmering crumble. So the Emperor has already decided on a candidate. That's all we need. Originally, it was just about Anariel's appearance at the traditional debutante ball. That's why I took my time. I wanted to discuss it with her calmly, and then, once I had her consent, to make a formal proposal. Now I had to bring my own pair to the ball and personally hand them over to my rival. No, I was not going to part with my treasure. I had to figure out a way to make Anariel happy with this news, and also to avoid a huge scandal and the disruption of the peace talks. My mentalists are working at maximum capacity, he replied, summoning a spare communicator. But the Escaran's memory is protected. If we hurry, we'll just boil his brain and never learn anything. I didn't bother to remind him that I had originally considered this interrogation a waste of time. The saboteurs were pathetic pawns and knew only what was necessary to accomplish the task. The captured dragon was going to plant explosives in the carriage of the Golden Dragon ambassador and disrupt the signing of the Eternal Peace Treaty. When we scan our memories, we will naturally see that this is the work of the rebels and the ruler of the Twilight Dragons had nothing to do with it. Gabriel, we need that treaty, Gregory wrote again. If the gold and diamond change their minds and decide to remain neutral, we will be on the verge of another war with Escar. We'd been at war with the Twilight Dragons for a long time and fiercely, with the occasional flimsy truce, during which they sent a horde of ambassadors and saboteurs to Dalmark. The ruler of Escar, of course, swore that he had nothing to do with the latter and was trying to deal with the rebels himself. But if he really wanted to, he would have dealt with them long ago. I am well aware of the risks and make sure the negotiations are safe, he wrote succinctly. Gregory said nothing and cut the connection. I put the communicator away and closed my eyes for a moment, rubbing the bridge of my nose tiredly. I was assigned to make sure that none of the ambassadors and guests attending the ball were harmed. If the negotiations with the gold and diamonds work out, we can work together to bring down Escar and his allies. But the Twilight knew this and did everything they could to disrupt the signing of the peace treaty. There was plenty of work, danger around every corner. And when, in the midst of the operation, Gregory ordered me to bring his niece to the ball, announcing that I was to keep an eye on all the maidens of honor in addition to her, I was furious. The situation was complicated by the fact that until Anariel the Dragoness woke up, we couldn't seal the truth with magic. The unconfirmed connection was turning into wild, uncontrollable irritation and anger. And if I, thanks to the dragon, had already realized what was going on and was trying to keep my emotions in check, my stubborn wonder was still hissing and mentally cursing her unwilling escort. But Anariel's rage was creative and fiery. The mere memory of her gift brought a smile to her lips. The handkerchief is so pretty. Even the perfume was appreciated and did not change anything, and they dyed my hair emerald color to match my skull. Still, they have a great sense of humor, and they managed to give the signs in such a way that they were imprinted in my subconscious. Before her escape, Anariel demanded a purple dress with gold embroidery from Mora. It was the last thing I heard before I rushed to the Emperor. The phrase was immediately memorable, for the couple's tattoos were exactly that color, purple, sometimes with a violet cast. They flashed gold when the lovers held hands to join the seals, and if the couple needed help or simply called out to their chosen one. The spirits easily read my thoughts and gave me a clue in the form of Anariel's outfit. When I saw the only girl in a purple dress at the carnival, I recognized her as my true self. And then my dragon reacted, confirming my guess. I wonder if Anariel realized what caught her eye about my appearance. I grinned, twisting a strand of emerald hair around my finger, and mentally thanked the spirits for not painting my camisole pink, the color of a flamingo. I'd have attracted attention that way, but it wasn't certain that the beautiful woman would risk proposing marriage to me, even as a joke. The tattoo bristled again. A good sign. The ritual in the sacred grove and the kiss had hastened the awakening of Anariel's second hypostasis, and now the real signs of the couple were blossoming beneath the fictitious marriage seals. With luck, they would be fully manifested by morning, and we could talk before the Emperor formally announced his niece's engagement. The dragon growled again, this time agreeing with my thoughts. Talking to Anariel was necessary, but if I told her everything at once, she'd think it was a stupid joke. The tension between us is too strong to be resolved in two ways. By waiting for the dragoness to awaken and cementing the true bond with magic, or by redirecting the stray emotions in another direction. As I closed my eyes, I fondly remembered Anariel's hazy gaze and her sweet, swollen lips from kissing me. She had gone scandal-free for a long 3 minutes afterward, but on the way to the Lake of the True Ones, she'd made up her mind, taken offense, and fled. I'm sorry we didn't get to talk. I took her to the lake for a reason. In its waters, Iduver's guests were reflected without illusion. Moreover, the sacred water could wash away a mock tattoo and hasten the appearance of the real one. When Anariel saw her, she wouldn't be able to deny the obvious, and I intended to discuss it calmly. I was willing to give her time, and I wanted to get to know her better, but when I saw the desperate resistance in her eyes, I decided to let her go. A frank conversation threatened to turn into a huge scandal. I didn't want every squirrel in Iduwar to know the details of our relationship. I thought we still had plenty of time, but the Emperor has made his adjustments. It's decided. I'll talk to Anariel in the morning, when the fake tattoo comes off and the signs of the couple are visible. In the meantime, I'd better get back to the mansion and pay a visit to my fugitive before she's alarmed by the absence of an escort. Chapter 5, Politics is a Delicate Business, Anariel d'Arcana. The morning dawned unnoticed, bringing a heady mixture of shame and sheer elation to my head. I still couldn't believe I'd escaped the general and initiated the gift. I'm no longer in danger of losing my magic and my second hypostasis, but I kissed a stranger. I even married him. All night I kept repeating, like a spell, that I didn't mean what had happened. My lips were still burning from the memories, and as soon as I closed my eyes, the image of the handsome carnival boy dissolved into an emerald mist and Gabriel took his place. Over my shoulder and straight at the dragon. I'll be safe from such dreams. It's the wine, and the fear of losing magic, she whispered angrily, chasing away another of the general's illusions. It's a fright and you can dream up a lot of things. And I have a late initiation, she added silently, remembering the ancient magical laws. The power of any shaman is in his dreams. It is our backup source of magic and problems. Experienced shamans could easily control the road of dreams and use its power to hone their weaving skills, test new spells, speed up their own regeneration, or predict the future without risk. But young talents often get into trouble there for the first time. The road is unpredictable and can lead an inexperienced shaman too deep so that he will not be able to get out. It can lead an inexperienced shaman too deep so that he can't get out on his own. Mora had taught me to avoid these dangers, but there was another trouble against which there was no defense: vivid dreams. The first days after the initiation, the gift sparkled with magic all around, attracting low-spirits jokers. They loved to invade dreams, casting tricky illusions, or even reviving the shaman's dreams and walking around the neighborhood in their guise. Luckily, I was spared the latter. But the hallucinations, starring Gabriel, I'd had enough of during the night. Some of them were so vivid and real that I couldn't imagine how to look the general in the eye without blushing. The communicator on the nightstand beeped shrilly. I'd forgotten that I was supposed to talk to Gregory in the morning and find out the name of my future husband because of the carnival and the dragon that haunted my dreams. My mood had taken a sharp turn for the worse. I wanted to get married as much as the general wanted to keep order at the debutante ball. But the emperor wasn't going to back down, and the artifact continued to chirp. She swore softly and reached for the nightstand. The silk sleeve of her shirt slid down to her elbow, revealing sparkling purple tattoos. She couldn't believe her eyes for a moment and even pinched herself. Alas, the cursed marks were quite real. The drowsiness was gone. I jumped out of bed and rubbed the shimmering ligature with vigor, but it felt like it was embedded in my skin. Even the water I'd splashed from the carafe didn't help. The tattoo continued to glisten, the shimmer unnerving. Why the hell didn't she disappear? It was a mock marriage. In Iduwar, every year hundreds of couples get married for good luck and all their tattoos disappear at dawn. Always. Bieng, bieng. Bieng, bieng. The communicator continued to blast, bouncing on the nightstand and slowly approaching the edge. Just like me, I'm gonna fall off the edge. Breathe, Anariel, breathe. I whispered, pulling the sleeve up to my fingers and wrapping myself in the blanket like a caterpillar. The main thing now is to answer my uncle before he personally rushes to find out where I've disappeared to and why I'm not answering. Making sure the tattoo was out of sight, she activated her communicator, answering the call. Yeah, I said sleepily. I yawned just in case. You, asleep? The illusion of an uncle that had appeared above the nightstand looked around in bewilderment. After making sure I looked sufficiently wrinkled and sleepy, and the windows were still tightly curtained, Gregory exhaled in relief. Did you think I'd run away again? I grumbled. Don't worry, I remember my duty, and I didn't intend to. I wasn't going to this time, my uncle reminded me venomously. Anariel, don't you dare play up your resentment and force a tear. You're a disaster, and the only person worse than you is Hayden. Gregory's voice flashed with irritation. Apparently, his precious son had had a lot of heat since early morning. Hayden, what did he do this time? I asked, not holding back a smile. I adored this cheerful, restless little thing, although sometimes he crossed the line and deserved a good thrashing. Last week, the aforementioned prankster scared the palace inhabitants with an explosion and accidentally activated all the defense systems. As a result, the guests who had arrived at the Empress's tea party were unable to leave the shelter to which they had been teleported by the security dome for about an hour. The guests were quite frightened and thought the palace was under attack, until Gabriel dragged the main saboteur, Prince Hayden, by the ear. The little rascal was testing a homemade gunpowder explosive in the abandoned garden. The prince got the recipe for dwarven gunpowder from the library, where he had been locked up for 24 hours for educational purposes. This brigand inherited his talent for alchemy from his mother, so he had no trouble making the stuffing. And then the restless creature assembled a few firecrackers from improvised means, and fixing them around an old tree, proceeded to the tests. The whole residence heard the echoes of the pyrotechnic experiments. Then Gregory became furious and threatened to exile the only heir to the farthest province, but the counselor persuaded the emperor to spare the province and the subjects. The prince stayed in the capital and sat quiet as a mouse under a broom for a week, but it seemed to be the maximum of his endurance. Hayden had somehow discovered Tronan's secret corridors and could now move stealthily throughout the castle. Hissed the emperor, "But it won't be for long. Soon he'll be off to cadet college and you'll be off to marriage. Can I go to college too?" I grimaced. "I'll take the harshest and most severe regimen," Anariel uncle bellowed. "I am sick of your idiotic jokes. You both need to grow up and remember your duty to the empire." I paid my debts with more than enough, saving the duchy from a terrible drought and famine. Afterward, I nearly lost my power and lay in bed for nearly 2 weeks with a fever and terrible pains. But what does His Majesty care about the exploits of a despicable shamaness? In his mind, a woman could only serve the empire by marrying favorably and bearing a magically gifted heir. "Tomorrow, you will humbly appear at the country residence with the rest of the debutantes, and behave as the most luminous Lady d'Arcana should." Gregory's tone implied no objection. "I will," she said dryly. "Can I at least know the name of my future spouse?" "Don't worry about that, I have chosen the most worthy." My uncle's answer at once alarmed me. "Your husband will be Luigi Ernani." "The Golden Dragon Emperor?" I shrieked. "He's old enough to be my grandfather." Anariel, steel scales protruded on Gregory's temples. "He's only 30 years older than me. He has both daughters much older than me," I exclaimed in despair. "Luigi is a widower with a long history. But I'm ready to support us if the Twilightians decide to declare war," said my uncle, "and they will." Last night, an Iscarian saboteur tried to plant explosives in the carriage of the Golden Dragon ambassador. If it were not for General Callisto, the negotiations might have broken down, and instead of one enemy, we would have had two. Gregory's words sent chills down Gregory's spine. So that was what Gabriel had been doing yesterday. "Luigi is smart and noble and quiet, and rumor has it his daughters were splinters like Hayden when they were kids," Gregory continued. "If he stood up to them and hasn't nailed them, he'll get along with you." "Well, thank you," I hissed, barely containing my anger. "Do you think I'm that hopeless?" "Anariel, enough. I offered you men of your age and princes a little older than you, but you ran away without even deigning to make an official acquaintance," my uncle reminded me. "You have no one to blame but yourself. Be thankful that after those scandals there were no men left to marry you at all." I bit my cheek to keep from snapping. My uncle's words struck a nerve, but I wasn't going to admit it, nor was I going to admit that I'd only dreamed of awakening my other self and meeting the true one, like any normal dragoness. "It's not fair. Why is it that men can be bachelors until they're 100, but girls have to be sold into marriage at 18? Anariel, no nonsense." Uncle warned. "I have enough problems without you. We are on the brink of a new war, and we must make peace with the gold and diamond dragons at all costs." The image of the Diamond Prince flashed before my eyes, and I shuddered in disgust. I couldn't stand him. "I'd rather be with Luigi." "Anariel, when will you stop acting like a child?" "You'll thank me later," Gregory continued. "The Golden Emperor is the best option for you. He's almost perfect." "Almost wary, yeah, almost. Because Luigi still practices the religion of the spirits." My uncle grimaced as if a jellyfish had been thrown up his neck, but I felt better. How could I have forgotten that? The Emperor may be old enough to be my grandfather, but I can accept a new faith and openly learn shamanism. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Gregory interpreted my silence in his own way. We agreed at the outset that you were not to convert. Though I sincerely hope that in the future you will be able to convert your husband to the right faith. Yeah, right. I'd rather run off to the sacred grove and become a priestess of the Great Mother. I'll do what I can, she gritted her teeth. I'm glad to hear it, and please note that for the time being, news of the upcoming engagement must be kept secret. Why is that? I wondered. Ambassadors from Esgar and 2 Twilight Princes have arrived for the debutante ball, his uncle explained. They will probably try to disrupt the signing of the peace treaty and your wedding. They will provoke you, try to compromise you. Or sent to the other world, she shivered, remembering the failed attempt on the ambassador's life. The Ascarians are not that stupid. Besides, General Callisto will be personally supervising the order, my uncle assured me. You and the other girls are in no danger. The main thing is that you don't get into any trouble and try not to be alone with Twilight. There was a deafening crackle from the communicator, and my uncle's face changed. Hi-den, roared the Emperor. I think someone's about to get hurt. Anariel, I'm sorry, but I need to give a restless dragon a good beating right away. Hissed the uncle. I hope you understand. You must impress Luigi. This is a very important political marriage. I understand, I said wistfully, remembering my new problem. How am I supposed to marry a golden emperor when I'm already married to a nobody? Chapter 6. Look for a husband. After I said goodbye to my uncle, I tried again to get rid of the tattoo. I had hoped that the ink would wash off, but I couldn't get rid of it, even with the help of special potions that dissolved any ink. The attempt to disguise the symbols had failed miserably, too. They shone through the 5 layers of enchanted cream I sometimes used to hide the circles under my eyes. Alas, getting rid of sleep deprivation was much easier than getting rid of an unknown husband. Disaster, she sighed, bitterly examining the hateful patterns. Desperate to hide the tattoos with makeup, I tried to cover them temporarily with clothes, but there was a catch. The dresses I'd brought for day outings and night balls were short-sleeved, and the fancy silk gloves were too thin. I'll be instantly unmasked. A broken marriage to the Golden Emperor would turn into a huge scandal and military conflict. After all, I didn't just refuse him, but also insulted him by marrying someone else on the eve of the official engagement. The worst part was that now I couldn't even run away without repercussions. Until the age of 18, dragonesses had gotten away with a lot of things, writing it all off as a rampage of the awakening hypostasis. That's why the previous failed engagements with princes didn't affect my family, but I'd passed the age of majority at night, and childish pranks were a thing of the past. Happy birthday, me. The doors opened suddenly. I jumped behind the screen, throwing a thick robe around my shoulders, but when I heard Mora's voice, I breathed a sigh of relief. Madam, are you awake already? The nurse was surprised. During the night, I completely forgot about my upcoming conversation with my uncle and asked him to wake me up later. I wanted to sleep after the carnival and the initiation. Naive. Mara, we're in trouble, whispered, casting a canopy of silence over the room. I'm married, she added, jumping out from behind the screen. And I don't know to whom, that dragon from the carnival in the name of the great spirits. Where do I look for him now? Mistress, calm down and show me the tattoo. Mora stepped closer and took my hand and began to scrutinize the patterns. I waited with bated breath, but the chances of the symbols being fake or a side effect of the paint were getting more and more remote by the second. The tattoos are real, Mora said, triple-checking them with magic. This full ituver, she moaned, barely holding back her tears. We have to kill them today? Ma'am, you can't do that. Nanny's eyes widened in horror. These tattoos are your good fortune? My death is in them. Howled. My uncle has chosen a bridegroom for me, Luigi Ernani, not just anyone, but the Emperor of the Golden Dragons. Our marriage is to guarantee a peace treaty, and if it fails... Spirits know the future better than mortals, Mora interrupted. Only true couples used to marry in the sacred grove. Perhaps your tattoos are a sign and a blessing from the gods. If that dragon. I don't have a second hypostasis yet, I can't feel a couple, objected. Your dragoness must wake up after the ritual. The nanny was not going to back down. Nothing happens by chance on the night of Eltein. It is the night of doom and fate. If the impossible is destined to happen, it will happen on the night of shining lights, she whispered thoughtfully. It was hard to believe that the stranger from the carnival was my true identity, but there was logic in Mora's words. If the spirits had brought us together for some reason, we shouldn't anger them and try to destroy the tattoos ourselves. I have to find that dragon, I sighed, staring doomedly at the intricate purple symbols. I'll talk to him and check it out. If we're really a couple, it's a chance to settle the matter with the Golden Emperor without a huge scandal. But if he's not my true one, I'll divorce him immediately. Madam, Mora looked at me with an expressive gaze. You're incredibly beautiful, magically gifted, rich, and related to the Emperor. Do you really think you'll be granted a divorce so easily? Ahem, the babysitter's right. This could be a problem. If my unwilling spouse turns out to have good grip, and judging by the storm aura, he's at least a battle mage in a high position, he'll try to make the most out of this marriage. No, there's no way he can know who I am. Then let's launch Plan B, I exclaimed. Everyone at the carnival was under illusions, and anyone could be hiding under the guise of a southern woman, like you. Me, Mora's face stretched in surprise. If he's my true one, I can smell it even in lizard form. So here's what I propose. When we find out who my husband is, I'll turn around and hide in your pocket. You will only have to approach him and wait for my signal. I explained, if he is my intended, then later I will meet him and confess everything. But if we are not a couple, you go to him and strongly demand a divorce. Mora nodded confusedly. The shaman wasn't impressed with the plan, but I admired her muscular shoulders. The uniform dress didn't hide the nanny's strength and size. No man would dare refuse this woman, no man, simply because he couldn't. But first I need to cover up my tattoos and figure out how to draw you the exact same ones, she continued. Only the spirits of the Vera clan can help you with the first, Mora replied after a moment's thought, and the second is no problem. I will copy the pattern, and before I meet your husband, I will ask my son to draw me one, and you will fill it with your magic. If you sit in my pocket, it will be enough to meet that dragon and guide him. All right, then do it, I exclaimed, holding out my hand again. The nanny immediately began to take magical impressions, and I called the guardians I had inherited from my legendary great-grandfather and began to hastily outline the situation. At first the fireflies puffed up and almost disappeared, thinking my request was insolent, but I soon managed to convince them to help. The spirits relented and covered the tattoo with their magic. Just before they disappeared, they lined up in the number 7. Well, now I have exactly 7 days to find my husband and sort everything out, she sighed, examining her perfectly clean forearm. The guardians had done a great job. But before I could rejoice at my first victory and decide what to do next, there was a knock on the door and I heard the general's voice. Anariel, good morning, it's Gabriel, may I come in? Chapter 6.1. General Callisto. The response was tense silence and a flurry of panicked emotion. No one was in any hurry to open the door. It looked like my fugitive had already seen the tattoos and was frantically hiding them. Well, that's even better. I intended to be the first to show my pair seals and confess everything afterward. I'm not much of a speaker. I'm used to relying on magic and my blade instead of talking. But now everything depended on words, so I rehearsed the speech for almost an hour with the guardian spirit and my dragon. I hope it was not in vain. Anariel, he repeated, gripping the huge bouquet of soft pink peonies more comfortably. I found out that my couple loved them by chance while traveling together, and looking for a gift for her, I decided to choose her favorite flowers. I was afraid that Anariel would find the expensive gift obligatory, and that the family ring, which my family gave to the true ones, would scare her away, and the conversation would end before it even began. But I couldn't come empty-handed. Why, yes, she said at last. Her trembling voice only increased the suspicion, but she quickly pulled herself together and added more confidently. Come in. There were rumbling footsteps and the door opened. General, good morning, Mora said hello, letting me pass. I knew that Anariel was not alone, but I had already prepared an assignment for her nanny bodyguard, but I didn't have time to voice it. As soon as Anariel came out to me, I took a quick glance at the precise shoulders in a froth of flirty lace. The short sleeves emphasized the beauty of her naked arms and seductively set off the velvet of her skin. Luxurious, but, in the name of the great spirits, where's the couple's tattoo? General, Anariel stared at the flowers in confusion. It seems I was the last man in the empire she was expecting a gift from today. I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. I barely managed to hide my bewilderment, and stepping toward Anariel, I handed her a huge bouquet. I touched her fingers absently, but the shimmer on her wrist never appeared. Was I wrong? The dragon roared furiously. He felt the pair in Anariel against all odds, and I agreed with him. Despite the beauty's complex nature, I didn't want another true one, though I couldn't quite explain what it was that had me so hooked. Peonies, Anariel whispered, holding the bouquet gently to her chest. Like you, she said, looking up at me in surprise. It was indeed not easy to find amethyst peonies in the capital, and for the stupidest reason. These flowers were out of fashion, and local florists did not buy them on principle. But Anariel was not interested in the season's customary gifts for ladies. She had stopped the carriage twice during the trip to buy white peonies from the village florists and complained that she couldn't find her favorite pink ones anywhere. I remembered that. At dawn, I personally drove to the Druid greenhouse and bought the most magnificent peonies they had. Thank you, she smiled embarrassedly. She liked the gift, but she still looked lost and upset. It was discouraging, especially when coupled with the tattoos not showing. I took a quick look around. The living room was a mess, but I didn't see anything suspicious, except that Anariel was dressed like she was going out, but she was wearing fuzzy slippers instead of shoes. Most likely she spoke to someone on an illusory connection and received bad news instead of congratulations. Anariel, did something happen? Frowned. What are you talking about? The girl visibly tensed and clutched the bouquet tighter as if trying to hide behind it. You're having a holiday, but you're already upset, he replied bluntly. Oh, you mean that, she exhaled, relieved. You're the first one who remembered it at all. Uncle had forgotten all about the holiday, but not about, she stammered, biting her lip nervously. I understood without words, and the fire of jealousy flared up instantly. It seemed that Gregory had not only decided on Anariel's future spouse, but had also managed to tell his niece his name. Forget it, though. Thank you for the flowers, they're beautiful. She turned abruptly and headed for the back of the room. Mora, take the bouquet and put the vase on my nightstand, she added without turning around, but her voice trembled again. That puzzled me. Anariel had known about the reason for going to the ball from the beginning, and it hadn't saddened her that much until now. But what the hell is really going on here? Anariel, I'm sorry if I did something wrong. I stepped toward her, choosing my words carefully. You were buying peonies during the trip. I thought you liked them. I love these flowers, she whispered. You have nothing to apologize for, it's not about you. If you have a problem, you can't solve them and make the Emperor cancel what he has planned, she added, hiding her face in the flowers. Leave me alone, please. There was an awkward pause. Anariel was weighed down by my presence, and I didn't know how to explain that I wasn't an enemy and would do anything for her. Suddenly, the signal nets scattered around the house vibrated frantically, indicating that someone had used battle magic nearby. A moment later, there was a wild rumble, a dragon's roar, and a woman's shrill shriek from the street. Chapter 7, The Hero of My Nightmares. Anariel. The general reacted instantly, covering the room with additional shields. The air vibrated with his magic, and the tattoo hidden beneath the morass itched. The dragon had probably used some powerful blocking weave, and it was even affecting the illusion of spirits. That's all I needed. What's going on? I clarified, sidling toward the bedroom so the general wouldn't see my hand. I wasn't afraid of the noise outside. Knowing Gabriel's meticulousness, the defenses over the house could withstand a full-fledged siege by the Iscarians, but tattoos that flared up unexpectedly could cause me a lot of trouble. Anariel, don't leave the room, the dragon commanded. There are a few, intruders outside the house, and I'll deal with them and come back. The general's tone was wary, as were the snarling notes that slipped into his voice. Mora, stay close to Anariel, Gabriel added, disappearing down the hallway. As soon as the door closed behind him, I rushed to the window. The noise was still going on, but it was gaining momentum. Gawkers had gathered outside the mansion at lightning speed. That was reassuring. If there was any real danger, the townspeople would have been blown away, but the guards, frozen in confusion, surprised me. Why the ghoul are they standing on the sidelines instead of dispersing the crowd? I couldn't see anything from the window, nor could I understand the reason for the pandemonium. I was about to ask Mora to contact my son for details, but I didn't have time. There was another roar, and this time I could hear the echoes of familiar, hateful magic. Sadie Bones. I wish his tail would fall off and his scales would fall off. The Diamond Prince had been a nuisance for 2 years. He'd been poisoning my life and pitting me against other dragonesses with regularity. The bastard believed that from love to hate was one step, and it was enough to bring the victim to the right condition, and then she would step towards her happiness. But he didn't take into account that this step would be in a fighting form with an attacking weave. "Sadie," she hissed, clutching the bouquet with force. "I hate it. The last time we met at the winter ball, Bones had staked his jealousy on Olivia, the only daughter of Duke Mario Keaton, head of the Trade Guild and one of the richest mages in Dalmark." The young dragoness flashed instantly, responding to the prince's ardent declarations, and by the third day of the ball, no one doubted that when the beautiful girl turned 18, she and Sadie would be married. But no, the diamond bitch proposed to me, and he made it look like Olivia overheard some of the conversation and thought I was trying to steal her fiancé away from her. It ended sadly. Olivia, blinded by jealousy, challenged me to a duel, and I punched the prince in the face, but I swung too hard and clenched my fist like Mora had taught me. I ended up smashing Sadie's lip and knocking out 2 of his front teeth. All the guards came running to the shouting. My uncle was furious, but when he heard the details, he sided with me, as did my parents. The prince had to apologize, and the duel with Olivia took the form of a fencing sparring match on blunted swords. I came out of it victorious, but the residue remained, as did my fierce hatred for Bones. A new roar came from the street, and a flash of alien magic flashed. This time it was unfamiliar, eerie, as if woven of chilling cold and darkness. But it quickly dissipated, and the street was immediately covered with the general's aura. There was a grave silence. "Mistress, Terry reported that Wayne Cora and Sadie Bones got into a fight near our house. Mora contacted her son without my instructions." The news was frankly dumbfounding. I whimpered softly, hiding my face in the bouquet of peonies. Bones was doing his thing. But what bald ghoul was the eldest prince of Eskar here? "Terry said that the general had set up a wiretap protection," Mora continued, "but he overheard an argument between an Eskaran and a diamond. The two wanted to wish you a happy birthday, but they got into a fight at the gate and couldn't decide who should go in first." "Plucked roosters," I hissed. "They fluffed up their tails, shrieking all over the street like wounded peacocks. And then I'll be the guilty party and my uncle will give a beating as usual." "Madam, I'm sure the general will explain everything and report to the emperor that you had nothing to do with it, and didn't even have time to go down to the uninvited guests," Mora assured her. "I hope so," she sighed, taking another look at Gabriel's gift. Eltein was yesterday, but this morning brought more surprises than the legendary Night of Destiny. A call from my uncle, an unknown husband, a visit from Sadie and an escargot, events were twisting into a tight noose, and alas, it threatened to be around my neck. The only pleasant exception was a bouquet from the general. I loved all kinds of peonies, but pink ones are special to me, my great-grandmother's favorite. My mother still kept Laurentia's diary, and when I turned 14, she let me read it. She also gave me the amethyst necklace that Aray had given his sweetheart before he proposed. The jewelry is not only amazingly beautiful, but also unique. The cut in the center stone was magical. It was made on a secret order by the best jeweler of Valranta Mikultseres. When light rays hit the largest amethyst, its facets changed their shape, turning into sparkling petals. This is how Aray immortalized Laurentia's love for pink peonies and made this flower a symbol of their forbidden feelings. I didn't look for them on the way to the capital for nothing. I wanted to lay a bouquet in the temple after the initiation, in memory of the love of my great-grandmother and a legendary general of the South. But ironically, on my birthday, I received the coveted flowers from the hands of the man who had almost robbed me of my magic. "I don't understand him," she whispered, remembering Gabriel's emerald eyes. "Why was he so surprised to see me? Did he think I had run away again? If so, why did he bring the bouquet?" "Who do you mean, mistress?" Mora frowned. "I thought the general was anxious to get rid of me as soon as possible," she explained. "But these flowers. Pink peonies are a symbol of secret love in the South," Nanny said thoughtfully. "They are given when they can't say how they feel openly." "Well, no," shrieked. "I don't think a man like Gabriel knows about flowers and is capable of romantic impulses. He confessed that he had watched me buy peonies, and I was lamenting the fact that there were no pink ones anywhere." Nanny remained silent. She believed in signs and that there were no coincidences. The noise came from the street again, and after giving the flowers to Mora, I clung to the window. I didn't know what had happened, but the crowd was thinning. The townspeople were fleeing as if from a forest fire, and the guards, awake from their slumber, were already busy regulating traffic on the street. so that no one would accidentally get hit by a carriage or hurt in the crush. As the townspeople scattered, the general removed the dome, and a moment later Sadie appeared from around the corner. He looked downcast, but unfortunately he didn't look like a beaten dog. It looked like he and Cora had only growled at each other and frightened the others. Ugh, I grimaced. It was ringing, ringing. They came at dawn and dawn, fought in the street with their tails and left unharmed with a full set of teeth. Not much of a duel, you could have fought harder for the lady. It's a disgrace. I wanted to move away from the window, but suddenly the air vibrated with a monstrous flow of magic. The shields around the house shuddered with a fierce dragon's roar, and half the street was covered by a huge shadow. The general summoned the phantom of his dragon. There was silence, a sepulchral silence, and only the guards with spears trembled at the wall and the townspeople fell to the ground in fear. "That's what I call an argument," she exclaimed delightedly. "It seems that the Escarats have decided to resist." Mora came to the window, "but the general is stronger and more experienced." "Yes," she said thoughtfully, as the other party, vain Cora herself, came around the corner. I'd only seen Senior Prince Escar in portraits, but I recognized him at once. He was stately, well-built, with a perfect military bearing. He was handsome on the outside, but he was repulsive in his self-confidence. His smile made my teeth ache, and I wanted to throw a bucket of cold water on his head to make his face simpler. But now the Twilight Viper was furious, and there was no trace of his usual grin. Vane's stallion galloped past my window, out of sight, but leaving behind a nasty residue and a pall of misgivings. Sadie's a bastard and a scumbag, but the Escarats are more dangerous. A real predator. I don't know why your uncle let him come to the ball, Mora frowned. You should stay away from him. The best way to sabotage the signing of the peace treaty is to compromise you. Looks like I'm in for more than just mating season. It's going to be my debut. The Emperor could not refuse the Ascarians' participation, she sighed. The spring ball has long been considered a symbol of peace between the dragon clans. It would be tantamount to a declaration of war. And what would have changed? Mora snorted. The Shadowlings are pure evil, and it's a costly business to do business with them. They'd slit the throat of any ally for profit. I shivered. I thought back to the Ascarians' sabotage last night and their attempt to kill the Golden Dragon Ambassador. If it hadn't been for Gabriel's intervention, they would have succeeded. Escar does not want peace, but our lands. They have come to disrupt the negotiations, Nanny said angrily. It was a mistake for your uncle to let them in. Gregory thinks it's best to keep enemies in plain sight, I interceded. I don't always understand or approve of his diplomacy either. Sometimes it's excessive, but right now we are not ready for war. The Empire is exhausted from last year's drought and the recent outbreak of sand fever. The Shadow Dome is weakened, which is why monster outbreaks are becoming more frequent. If our ruler had listened to the Druids and allowed the groves to be revived, this problem would have been solved long ago, Mora parried. The same golden dragons have almost no problem with monsters. But your uncle is a fierce opponent of the true faith, and in his ignorance he fails to see the obvious. There's no arguing about it. Because of the War of the Gods that occurred at the dawn of our world's creation, it split into two parts, the light world, inhabited by living mages, and the dark world, also called the lower world. It was inhabited only by monsters born from the blood of the fallen god, and the souls of those who had committed a terrible crime during their lifetime and lost the chance to be reborn. The monsters of the Dark Reflection were incredibly powerful and resilient, creepy creatures that looked like huge skeletons covered in glowing poisonous slime. They knew no pity, obsessed with hatred and eternal hunger. I'd seen them once, but I still remembered the horror, and prayed that the shadow dome separating light reflection from dark reflection would never collapse. My father tried to change Gregory's mind and asked him to return the old temples to strengthen the defense, but my uncle is sure that the spirits are not able to protect the dome, and the Megillite pillars are much more reliable than the sacred trees, she said thoughtfully. The problem with monsters had long been an issue, and our mages were constantly looking for a way to strengthen the dome, but so far everything was in vain. Apart from Meglite and spirit magic, nothing worked. But the ancient groves have perished, and the powers that be have been slow to revive them, believing the power of trees to be mere legend. And we have too little Meglite to make enough enchanted pillars to keep the dome stable. Megillite is a sacred mineral, and I don't mean to diminish its importance. Mora shook her head. But the mines in Dalmark are long gone, and what's found in the wildlands isn't enough to stabilize the dome. But you are right, mistress. We cannot stand against the monsters and Eskar at the same time. The Empire needs strong allies. And I'm a bargaining chip in this bidding, she sighed. But my secret marriage may not be the least of my troubles. Sadie Bones. Either he is sure that the Emperor will choose him to be your consort and has come to celebrate, or he already knows that he is preferred to the Golden Emperor and intends to disrupt the marriage. Mora voiced my thoughts, but I am alarmed that he and Vane came at the same time. Sadie's a scoundrel, but he hates the Ascarians. I don't think he'd collude with them, I suggested, but he's also hot-tempered and easily provoked. I'm guessing Vane is the master puppeteer here. Given that twilight dragons can merge with shadows and become invisible, the prince would have been sitting on the sidelines all morning, waiting for a chance to turn a congratulatory greeting into a scandal. But they both didn't account for Gabriel Callisto's appearance, Mora grinned. I don't argue. During their journey together, the general interfered greatly with our plans and drank a lot of blood. I reminded him, but I was surprised to realize I wasn't angry with him anymore. Our quarrels didn't leave a heavy, nasty residue, like our fights with Sadie. I understood Gabriel's motives, and though his presence made me angry, I was grateful that the dragon had never crossed any boundaries or hurt me seriously. He could just shackle my power and bind me to him with magical bonds for the duration of the trip. It was a humiliating method, but it was reliable. He could have shackled my power and bound me to him for the duration of the journey. We were lucky to have the general around anyway, Mora repeated with pressure. You'd better be close to him at the debutante ball. Gabriel's strength and courage are truly remarkable. Just the summoning of a dragon phantom. The general didn't turn around, but simply removed his shields, showing Vane the power of his dragon and the power of his magical spark. The general didn't turn around, but simply removed his shields, showing Vane the power of his dragon and the power of the magical spark. One shadow of his second form was enough to make the Escark run away with his tail between his legs. So maybe Mora's right. Given the situation, I could use a protector, just as long as he doesn't become my escort again. Okay, I've already realized that I'll have to be very careful, but we need to decide what to do with my unexpected and unknown spouse. I gave up changing the subject. How are we going to look for him? Any ideas? Mora thought for a moment. She knew a lot of rare shamanic weaves, and I hoped there were a couple of searching ones among them. I wondered how to set them up. I had no casts of magic, no hair, not a drop of my so-called husband's blood. Only half a tattoo, which I'd managed to block out. I think I know what to do. Mora suddenly brightened. But I have to go into town for a couple of hours and buy everything I need for the ritual. If it works, we'll try to summon your husband's phantom tonight. Chapter 8. Mirror, 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 show me. At midnight, Anariel's bedroom. A gorgeous silk dress, a rune circle, and a bouquet of emerald ribbon fly agaric. It wasn't how I'd pictured my second meeting with my husband, but what could I do? Will the fly agaric help? I stretched out doubtfully as Mora lit the last candle and prepared to remove the sheet from the mirror. If the ritual goes well, my husband's phantom will soon appear there. The nanny explained that it would be an astral projection of his real form. We won't be able to talk, and he won't see me or even know I did the ritual, so I didn't have to dress up in makeup. But I felt more confident in my favorite purple dress. I thought it symbolic to wear the same color for the summoning as the perfume Iduara had given me the night of the carnival. The ritual requires a witness, Mora explained, someone or something who has seen you and your husband together. And under the bridge where you asked the dragon to marry you, there were only toads and mushrooms. I wasn't sure I'd catch the right toad. Besides, I'd have to kill it. I shook my head and clutched the fly agaric to my chest. I didn't want to clean up the witnesses. It's not the toad's fault, exclaimed. Mushrooms are mushrooms. Now I looked at the fly agaric with respect. If I can find my husband with them, I'll dry them as a souvenir. Madam, calm down, Mora replied. The method is correct, but you must remain icily calm during the ritual, or the consequences could be unpredictable. I know, she exhaled noisily. Nanny didn't hide the fact that it was a huge risk. Phantom summoning is a delicate and complex matter. It's not enough to weave the finest spell lace, but it's important to have the right attitude, or my call will be heard by everyone who was married that night in Iduvar. I'd be too tired to scan all the men with fly swatters and chase the ones who didn't pass the test out of the mirror, and it would take a lot of time. There were so many people in the grove yesterday, I won't be done before the next debutante ball. Get ready, it's time to begin. Mora glanced at her watch. Midnight was just minutes away. I'm ready, she gathered her courage, adjusted her veil, and stepped inside the runic circle. Luckily, the spirits of the kin had mercy on me and allowed me to remove the molds from the marriage tattoo, despite the magical blockage. Otherwise, I would have had to go to desperate measures and summon a higher demon who could find all the men who'd stood on that ill-fated bridge on the night of shining lights, and then check each one with the tattoo. I didn't want to get involved with such dangerous entities, so after conferring, Nanny and I chose the best option available. Mora, take the sheet off the mirror, I commanded, summoning Dar. Deep breaths, heart pounding, focus and focus, no confusion. As soon as the nanny obeyed the order, a milky haze splashed in the enchanted mirror. We had already made the runic signs, turning it into a true artifact. I had to tune in to the phantom of my husband and weave the spell. Shigur Alv Said Alinth, I chanted, infusing the ancient words with magic and remembering the feelings that my kiss with my unexpected husband had awakened in me. I felt the embarrassment rush into my harness, but no sooner had I finished the spell than I heard a deafening volley of fireworks outside. And instead of the memories I needed, my eyes flashed back to the scraps of our journey with the general and the magnificent fireworks display we'd seen when we entered the capital. No, I protested in horror as the mirror flashed, showing me the illusion of the green-haired carnival goer. Thank you for not being a general. Knowing Gabriel's talents, he would have been able to sense the call. But no sooner had I breathed a sigh of relief and tried again than the haze came to life. Waving to me and sending me a gentle air kiss, the illusory imp left the mirror, moved to the window pane, and then walked briskly away. Where? And swung at the phantom with fly agaric mushrooms. Alas, the ghost was more nimble and quickly disappeared into the nearest glass, then slipped along the polished floor into the hallway. Stop! I shouted, rushing after the illusion. The worst has happened. My memories have been invaded by jester spirits, and I must banish these merry pranksters unaided. Mora, watch the corridor, I mentally ordered, jumping out after the illusion, and, if anything, distract the guards. The general, fortunately, had gone off on business, leaving me to my usual guardsmen. They were on duty around the house and on the first floor, so the escaped husband should be caught before anyone saw him. Where are you? She paused and looked closely at the vases and knight's armor. Dreams and shards of memories could only move on reflective surfaces. Mirrors, polished columns and lacquered boards, crystal glasses and smooth metal surfaces, anything was suitable for this purpose. Ghosts could easily jump from one reflection to another. The only thing that mattered was that the distance between the objects was not too great. The floors in the hallway, to my delight, were covered with fluffy carpets, so that the guests would not be disturbed by the sound of other people's footsteps. So the phantom can't escape this way. And there was no point in flying far away, for the ghost's purpose was simply to annoy me and have a good time themselves. They fed off vivid emotions, and if I lost sight of the spirit for long enough, it wouldn't get the coveted boost. Get out, I hissed, clenching the flyswatter. Morok didn't answer. All right then, if that's the case. Eltein Seda Vane, she began to weave a powerful dispel spell. Such arcana were used mainly against creatures of the dark reflection, and if you hit a light spirit with them, you can catch a powerful backlash and be left without the support of the rod. I wasn't going to go to any extreme measures, and now I was bluffing. Luckily, I was bluffing. As soon as I finished the first round of weaving, the ghost jumped out of the knight's armor, but cleverly dodged the fly agaric and disappeared into the general's room. Yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo, I howled like a wounded ghoul. The problem has reached the scale of a catastrophe, but there's no turning back. If I want to keep my shamanic powers a secret, I'll have to take the risk. Mora, if Gabriel comes back, stop him, she commanded, and transforming into a lizard, rushed to the fly agaric on the floor. Heavy, I had to shrink them with magic. It took a lot of force, but it was impossible to exorcise the ghost without the bouquet of mushrooms. It was a good thing that besides the usual lock on the general's bedroom door, there was only a shield against bad intentions. A very powerful and multi-layered shield. If I even thought about hurting the dragon, stealing his things, or rummaging through his closets, the shield would scatter me to the winds. But I wasn't going to harm Gabriel. I was only going to exorcise a certain disorderly spirit from his room. Leaking a lizard under the door, dragged the room and the flyswatter into the room, and then flipped back into human. Show yourself, I exclaimed, grabbing the bouquet that had grown to its normal size like a sword, and when an emerald shadow flashed in the mirror, threw the mushrooms at it with force. This time it's right on target. The ghost froze, paralyzed by the magic, and I rushed to the mirror, hastily drawing an exorcism weave on it. But as soon as I finished the harness, the protection over the house flared, and a winged shadow flashed through the window. Shock and panic tangled into a tight ball, but my body's memory didn't fail me. I turned back into a lizard faster than I blinked. Then I darted under the nearest nightstand, hiding behind a leg and peering out cautiously. I thought about jumping out the door, but that would require crossing the room, and the dragon had already landed on the balcony. I could see the outline of its powerful figure, and I didn't doubt for a second that it was Gabriel. No one else the outer defenses would let through, regardless of intent. A few interminably long seconds and the curtains fluttered open, letting the general inside. I was not mistaken, but instead of cowering deeper, I stared at his wings. They were huge and cast a liquid silver in the dim moonlight, beautiful and enviable. I wish I had one of those. Gabriel suddenly froze, looking around warily, and then snapped his fingers, turning on the light. I wanted to crawl away and cover myself in dust, but my gaze fell on the fly agaric that lay nearby. And to make matters worse, the dragon was looking at them. It's a fiasco. Doomed Sai mentally prepared for surrender and was about to crawl out of the shelter with raised paws, but the general suddenly laughed. Fluttering his wings, he stepped closer. He picked up the bouquet lying on the floor, carefully arranged the ribbon, and headed for the door. Fear made my heart go into a tailspin. I had no doubt who he was going to see. But I quickly remembered that I didn't have to stay in my room all the time. No one forbade me to walk around the mansion. So I braced myself and set my paws on a run. Only Gabriel wasn't going anywhere. Swinging open the doors, he waved the fly swatter to the babysitter on duty in the hallway and shouted, "Mora, tell the lady that thanking her for the flowers was unnecessary, but I'm touched." That was it. He had no idea that this surprise could have been planted by someone else. And everything seems to have turned out well. I'm not being dragged out by the tail from under the bedside table, and I'm not being accused of anything, but there is still a bitter residue. Does he really think I'm a baby? I would never have thought of it, but I remembered all the escape attempts, the stolen horse, and the stupid embroidered handkerchief. And now I was the one hiding in the dragon's room. A normal lady would never be in a situation like this. Apparently Gabriel, like my uncle, puts me on the same level as Hayden. That's a shame. After bowing jokingly to the shaman, the general locked the doors and threw the mushroom bouquet on the bed. Then he checked the messages on his communicator, poured some wine into his glass, and began to undress. I knew it was normal. It was getting late, and tomorrow Gabriel had to accompany me on a trip to the country residence and keep order at the first spring ball. Naturally, he needs to rest, but in the name of the great spirits, what am I supposed to do? I wanted to fall under the ground or turn into a termite and gnaw my way out through the parquet. I couldn't shapeshift into an insect, so I watched the dragon undress, folding his clothes neatly. That last one surprised me. I often threw things wherever I could after trying them on, and the servants cleaned up afterward. But the general was meticulous even in the smallest things. It was my shirt's turn, and as the dragon began to slowly undo the buttons, I was breathless at the sight. Gabriel's build is amazing. It was impossible to take my eyes off him voluntarily, and I watched him as if in a trance, but when the last button came, my left foot itched. The flies had worked, and now I could hear for sure that my husband was near. But the only people in the mansion besides Mora and me were Terry, Gabriel, and his guardsmen. The shamanist's son was definitely not at the carnival, and neither were the guards on duty downstairs. And the general? No, he can't be. Otherwise, I would have smelled him this morning. Besides, he was on a mission last night and couldn't have visited Iduver. The dragon took off his shirt, and when I saw his right hand, my doubts were dispelled completely. There was no tattoo. But instead of relief, I experienced a strange sadness. Shortly before the Imperial training room, Gabriel Callisto's. The blunted saber whistled through the air, striking Gregory's sword. The Emperor barely had time to put up a defense. But he jumped back, increasing the distance between us. Only I wasn't going to spare him. A step, a false lunge, and a sharp sidestep. The dragon didn't have time to dodge, and I was at his side in an instant, holding my blade to his throat. "You're dead," he announced, drawing back his weapon. "I'm just older," Gregory said, wiping away the sweat beading on his forehead. I'm not the same speed. Not much practice, he retorted. I fence every day, said the Emperor indignantly. So your sparring partners are weak, he shrugged, or they just give in. More like the second, Gregory grumbled. Another fight, I want to try to resurrect myself. I stood silently in my stance. It had been a lousy day, and the training hadn't solved all the problems, but it had helped relieve some of the tension. My gaze involuntarily slipped to my right arm. It was uncomfortable to fight in a tunic, and to strip down to my shirt and roll up my sleeves I had to temporarily hide the tattoo. I couldn't tell Gregory about Anariel, because she hadn't gotten her markings yet, and there was no way to prove we were a couple. I couldn't tell Gregory about Anariel, because she hadn't shown her signs yet, and proving we were a couple was impossible. I was determined to win Anariel's favor before her pretty hand was covered with the tattoo. So I covered up my tattoo for the time being. How did you solve the problem with Bones and Cora? Gregory asked suddenly, circling me like a shark. We had already discussed the main news, but some details had not been cleared up in time. Including a minor misunderstanding, during which Diamond and Twilight exchanged threats and growled at each other. It was hard to call it a fight. If they had been ordinary mages, no one would have paid attention, but the high title of both of them gave the event weight, and the reporters thickened the colors, turning a verbal spat into a bloody duel over Anariel, during which the foreign guests almost killed each other. This could have derailed the negotiations and damaged Anariel's reputation, so they had to hastily take matters into their own hands. I haven't solved it yet, I'm just mopping up the aftermath of this morning's scandal, he replied, watching the dragon's feet intently. He was a strong swordsman, and though he had lost his skills, he could still surprise. And yet, the Emperor wasn't about to back down. Let's just say I've talked to the press tightly and hinted that free speech is certainly welcome in Dalmark, but some words may be the last of their careers, he grudgingly replied. I promised to send the perpetrators to the mines for publishing pictures from the scene of the event, but I kept silent. The journalists did not want to exchange their pen for a pickaxe and showed marvels of ingenuity, instantly deleting all the notes about the morning incident. The most cunning ones also posted a retraction, which they sent to me for approval beforehand. A loud scandal was avoided, but rumors still spread, and not in favor of the brawlers. The main contender for Anariel's hand was now said to be me. That's a fine arrangement, but the Emperor was not at all happy with it. That's a good one, Gregory approved, throwing a series of short punches and trying to find a gap in my defense. But how did you get on my niece's fiancé list? He added, bouncing to the side again and getting into a defensive stance. I accompanied her on her way to the capital, and at dawn I left the house in which she was staying, I replied. That is enough for rumors. Gregory gritted his teeth. I warned you this would happen, and I was right. I'll talk to Luigi and explain everything, the Emperor added, and a moment later he barely dodged my lunge. I had nothing against the Golden Emperor. On the contrary, I respected him immensely. Unlike the inarticulate Bones, who could only flush his ancestral legacy down the pubs and brothels, Luigi was a strong politician and a talented military man, but I wasn't about to give him my pair. Why did you refuse his offer? I asked, barely containing my rage. Ernani was an honorable widower, and unlike many, he did not want to remarry. He also realized that Anariel was too young for him, but his granddaughter could be a worthy match for Hayden in time. My son is a naughty boy like few others, Gregory shouted in despair. He'll ruin any negotiations and impress Marion so much that the Golds will declare war on us. You're exaggerating, he snorted. Hayden's a tomboy, but he wouldn't hurt a girl. Intentionally, no, but... The kid has a lively mind, but too much initiative, I interrupted him, making a short lunge and increasing the distance. If you redirect his energy in a peaceful direction. I'll redirect it. Gregory let out a growl. Hayden is going to the cadet college. Not a bad option, he agreed. But what's that got to do with his engagement to Marion? They're almost the same age and have similar personalities, so there's a better chance. No, I don't want to risk it, Gregory cut him off, going into a false lunge. He tried to repeat my maneuver, but I caught him and dodged him, then retaliated with a jab to the thigh. You're dead again, he grinned crookedly. The conversation had reached an impasse, and there was no desire to continue practicing. I tried to argue Gregory's decision, but he didn't want to hear anything about the fact that Anariel could still meet the true one, and cementing a peace treaty was better by other means. On the contrary, the emperor considered it a sign from heaven that his niece's second identity had not yet awakened. After all, for the sake of arranged marriages, many aristocrats voluntarily gave up the opportunity to meet a couple, and Anariel, in his opinion, had nothing to lose. "Okay, I'm going to go find a necromancer," Gregory joked. "I need to be lively at the ball tomorrow." "I won't get in the way," he replied, holstering his weapon. "I need to finish the last preparations, too. And don't forget my request," Gregory said with pressure. This year's spring ball threatened to end in a marriage fever. The emperor also had a few young dragonesses in mind for me, and strongly advised me to take a closer look at them. I didn't argue. I had already looked for my treasure and aimed to win it at any cost. The tattoo hidden beneath the illusion suddenly itched, and a strange image flashed through my mind. A rune circle, Anariel standing in it in a gorgeous purple dress, with a bouquet of fly agaric in her hands. It was disturbing. I hadn't been hit on the head during training, so why such a strange vision? "Gabriel." The emperor called out. "I remember, I'll be sure to take a closer look," he replied, putting on his tunic. "Can I go now?" Gregory sighed heavily. He knew he couldn't push me, but he hoped to convince me. "Go. I'll see you tomorrow at the summer residence," he replied, letting me go. I bowed to the emperor and headed for the exit. A servant ran up to me in the corridor, asking about a horse or carriage. I rode Amina, my favorite stallion, to the palace, but I didn't feel the slightest desire to shake in the saddle. After Eltein, the fair began and the streets were crowded, especially at night, for that was the time of the festivities. It would take over an hour to get through the crowd, and I wanted to get back to the mansion and find out what my beautiful couple was up to if the tattoo was giving me such intriguing visions. I didn't know of any ritual that required fleecewater, but since the tattoo reacted to it, it must have something to do with our truthfulness and being married in Iduwar. "Contact my adjutant, he will take Ari to the stables." "He knows the address," he replied. The servant immediately vanished and I headed for the garden exit. It was safe to turn into a half-form there. As soon as I left the castle, a cool wind blew in my face. The night had hidden the heat of the day, and at other times I would have enjoyed a longer flight. But the signal nets suddenly came to life, telling me that Anariel had left her room. Intuition and experience told me this was not a good thing. I summoned my wings, pushed off the ground, and raced to the mansion. With magic, I could reach a crazy speed, so in a couple minutes I'd be there, and my weirdo would be long gone. I just wish I knew what she was up to. In the morning, I was surprised to find no tattoo on Anariel's wrist. I'd thought it had something to do with her sleeping second nature. But the strange vision and the fly agaric told me it was more than that. The alarm nets shuddered again, reporting an intruder in my room. The name of the intruder was no surprise. The right mansion appeared in the distance, and I sped up. Anariel was still in my room. A jerk, I landed on the balcony, and at the same moment the magic of another man's magic worked again in the bedroom. The flash was subtle, and it wasn't my beacons that reacted to it, but the couple's tattoo. "That's interesting." Without a second's hesitation, I entered the room and looked around. It was empty. The lights were off, and there was no sign of anyone else's presence. Even the signal nets had lost sight of Anariel, though the tattoo itched and burned, reacting to the true one's proximity. It seems that my beauty had rare talents and could temporarily disappear from the field of vision of the signalers. I can see how she fooled the guards and escaped all the time. I snapped my fingers and turned on the light. My gaze was immediately drawn to the bouquet lying near the mirror. "Oh, the same fly agaric from the vision. What kind of game are you playing, beautiful?" Fluttering his wings, he stepped closer, picking up the evidence. It smelled of a familiar magic. I could also catch echoes of the search weave, and its threads led to my tattoo. Well, it looks like the couple's signs were there after all, just someone hid them. The puzzle finally came together. Anariel didn't recognize me in Ituvar and didn't feel the pair in the morning because of the sleeping dragoness. But she had time to be frightened by her marriage to a stranger and cover her tracks. Helped her, of course, by Mora, there was no doubt about that. Listening, he felt the aura of the shamaness in the hallway, and at the same time he caught echoes of fear. Anariel was panicking. Confess everything right now. The thought was tempting, and my dragon was all in favor, but I was worried that Anariel wasn't ready to accept me as true. In the morning, the ice between us began to melt, and there was a chance we could get closer without the ancient magic. I would have liked that very much, but there was another problem. Thanks to the emperor, Anariel was in the midst of political intrigue. The scraps of the morning's scandal flashed before his eyes. Bones was an idiot, but Vane hadn't come here by accident. He and his brother had come to disrupt the peace talks. Anariel is their primary target. If our true identity is revealed, that target will be even more desirable because it can be used to take me out of the game. No, this isn't the time for confessions, but there's got to be some way to appease my date. The idea came suddenly, and with a forced laugh, I headed for the door. Slipping out into the hallway, he waved the fly agaric at the bewildered shamaness. Mora, tell the lady that thanking her for the flowers was unnecessary, but I'm touched. It was silly, of course, but Anariel's panic subsided. She assumed I wasn't feeling her, and I was just caught up in our unwitting cat-and-mouse game. I poured myself a glass of wine and began to undress leisurely. Since I could sense the beauty's emotions thanks to my tattoo, let's see how she assessed my appearance. The result didn't take long. As soon as I took off my shirt, a wave of embarrassment and interest washed over me. It was reassuring. But after a moment, Anariel began to get nervous again, looking for a way to escape. Well, I'll give her that opportunity, and tomorrow we'll continue the game, but by my rules. Chapter 9, Ladies Don't Back Down. In the morning, on the drive up to the summer residence Anariel. The carriage was winding along picturesque paths, taking me away from the capital. The distance to the suburban imperial residence was rapidly decreasing, and with it my chances of quietly finding the mysterious husband were vanishing. I'd had high hopes for the night ritual, and now I had no idea what to do next. I could only blame myself for the failure. I had to hold concentration and visualize the right image. And I lost my concentration, and this was the result. I accidentally thought of Gabriel at the moment of summoning, but instead of the general's phantom, the dragon from the carnival appeared. I didn't think much of it at first, but Mora assured me it couldn't be a coincidence. Flies don't make mistakes, and neither do spirits. Nanny thought it was a sign. In her opinion, even if the inferiors were playing a joke on me, they hadn't just dropped by the dragon's room. I tried to prove to her that the general couldn't be my husband. There was no marriage ligature on his arm. But Mora replied that such tattoos are bound by magic, and when the spirits of the kin hid my mating marks, they could have erased them from the dragon's hand. The version is good and would explain a lot, but now how to check everything without getting even more into trouble. You can't just walk up to a dragon and ask, "General, good afternoon, can you tell me, are we married by any chance?" No, that won't do. Appealing to the spirits of Rod didn't help either. This time the harmful fireflies laughed and said it was easy to check our pairing with the general. It was enough to take off the dragon's shirt and touch his bare forearm. Then you can tell even without a tattoo whether he's my husband or not. When I imagined this picture, the tips of my ears turned red with embarrassment. I was so angry that I chased the spirits away before I finished. Mora had a hard time calming me down. And after some thought, I realized it wasn't so bad. I don't have to take off all of Gabriel's clothes. All I have to do is expose the tattoo, and that's doable. Hand and wrist divination was gaining popularity in Dalmark. Many thought it was nonsense, and I was among them, but who cared? Where there's a wrist, there's a forearm, that's my chance. In case of emergency, I had a backup plan. I found out that the dragon and his alarms couldn't sense me as a lizard. If I was in a pinch, I'd sneak into his room while he slept and touch his hand with my paw without turning back into a girl. "Mistress, what are you up to?" Mora inquired. You clenched your fists, determination in your eyes. "I've figured out a way to check it out," I whispered, leaning toward her. There was a canopy of silence in the carriage and no one could overhear our conversations, but I preferred not to take any chances. Mora listened silently, but judging by the tense look on her face, the shaman didn't like the plan. I knew it was risky, but it was foolproof. I'll find out for sure. "I'm not going to start with that," I assured Nanny. "But if the fortune-telling idea fails?" "Shouldn't we start with a simple conversation?" Mora stunned me. "How do you envision it?" Frowned. "Amethyst peonies are a sign and a silent acknowledgement," the shamaness continued. "You yourself know how hard they are to get. The general would not have sought them out of simple politeness. He would have brought a bouquet of roses from a flower store nearby." I wrinkled my nose involuntarily. Eskerk and Bones had done just that. "Of course, you can't ask head-on," Mora added, "but the general is quite clever. All we have to do is come up with the right hints. And if he was really going to say more than he had time for in the morning, he wouldn't miss the opportunity." I nodded agreeably. "We could try it. Anyway, nothing to lose. The important thing is to rehearse the conversation. The hint should not be too complicated, but not straight as an arrow, so that in case of failure I could stop the conversation without damage to my reputation. After the scarf with the skulls and last night's fly agaric, Gabriel could hardly be embarrassed. It was a good thing the dragon hadn't mentioned the incident this morning. I could barely find a way out. I had to wait for the general to take a shower. In that time, I nearly burned with shame and embarrassment. I climbed out from under the nightstand on shaky legs, and then I ran like an arrow. And even once I was in my room, it took me a long time to calm down and make sense of what had happened. I definitely heard the call of the tattoo. My husband was out there. Mora said that simple mating patterns work over a short distance. I couldn't feel anyone on the street, unless my husband was hanging around the windows. The latter was out of the question, because after the peacock fight between Sadie and Wayne, the general had beefed up security. So that leaves two possibilities. Either I sensed my true one, which was doubtful since the dragoness hadn't woken up yet, or my husband is a general, or maybe not just any husband. The latter was hard to believe. I didn't imagine him in my true one's shoes. And to be quite frank, I didn't imagine anyone else in that role. I had always dreamed that one day I would meet a couple, but I didn't want to be disappointed, so I never imagined a clear image. I just prayed that we'd be compatible and could fall in love without ancient magic. I'm so pissed. Mistress, you're hesitating again. Mora sighed heavily and shook her head as if hearing my thoughts. Yeah, I doubt it. You see, that dragon from the carnival and the general, they're nothing alike, I exclaimed. You should have seen the way Gabriel was packing. She added, blushing again. He's a pedant from the tip of his tail to the last scale. And that man, he's light as a breeze and clearly came to Ituver to have fun. Once a year, a serious general can snap, and even more so when there's a couple around, Mora said, her eyebrows furrowing meaningfully. It's been sparkling between you two since the first time you met. He thinks I'm a child. I resented him. Deservedly so, of course, but you haven't even tried to fix it, Nanny remarked with a slight reproach. Try it and you may be very surprised at the result. The main thing is that the surprise should be pleasant, I sighed, rubbing my temples tiredly. There were enough problems as it was. I have 6 days to find my husband and sort this out. If I don't solve the problem in time, it will turn into a diplomatic scandal. How am I supposed to solve it if I'm in the summer residence all the time? The program of the season is scheduled as it is. In the morning, an introduction to Empress Laura, a stroll and introductions to the other guests. In the afternoon, outdoor games so that brides and grooms can get to know each other in a relaxed atmosphere, followed by an evening ball and a night illusion show. According to the rules of the mating season, I was supposed to pay attention to all the participants in the first days of the event, so I'll have to have a few words with Bones and the Escarens. But I can handle that as long as I don't have to be alone with them. I didn't know how I could buy time to talk to Gabriel without witnesses. Tomorrow's not easy either. We had a royal hunt. However, the damsel in distress option is eternal. We can pretend I've been carried off by a horse. It's all about timing. I need to immediately run away to a decent distance, away from the others, but at the same time to make sure that the closest to me was Gabriel. He should be the one to help, not Bones and his kind. No, it's too complicated with a horse. I'd rather faint than the general will carry me to my room and we can talk. Mistress, the nurse called out warily. You're up to something again and I'm afraid. Mora, I was indignant and immediately choked on a nervous laugh. After last night, I should be scared of myself. And the new ideas aren't any better, but what can I do? If it weren't for the stupid law, I wouldn't have to suffer at all. I'd be initiated like a decent shaman and I'd be fine. But can you prove anything to your uncle? Gregory's impenetrable, though, but Laura can be won over to his side. The Empress is kind, gentle, and sensitive. I truly considered her a friend, despite the difference in age and personality. Laura wouldn't approve of my adventures, but if I admitted that I hadn't been very polite to Gabriel during the trip and wanted to apologize in private, she might help. The carriage slowed suddenly, and I heard the sound of the gate opening. We arrived, but as soon as we crossed the protective dome, a strange uneasiness flared in my soul. I felt like I was being watched. The windows in the carriage were shuttered, but I could feel the fierce, hateful look in his eyes. Wild and inhuman, I remembered it well. Only creatures from the lower world look like that. I slid to the window and opened the curtain sharply, letting the golden sunlight into the carriage. We were just passing through the famous cornflower meadows, and the carriage seemed to be riding on the waves of the sea. Even the white marble paths winding between the flower carpets looked like foamy storms, and the palace towering in the distance sparkled like a huge pearl. It's beautiful and there's no critters. Where would they be? I was probably just nervous and tired. The summer residence was considered the safest place in the empire, and the first marriage season ball was held here for a reason. In the center of the green labyrinth near the east wing was the Mirror of Fortune, a unique artifact created by the spider weavers. With its help, the ancient mages weaved the legendary dome separating the light reflection of our world from the dark one, inhabited by bloodthirsty monsters. The mirror itself had long since shattered and its spiders no longer spun the legendary web of peace, but the magic left in its shards still protected the residents, and also had a beneficial effect on the dragons, strengthening their second hypostasis. The mirror especially favored young girls and women in position, so the Empress moved here for the duration of her pregnancy. Laura was carrying her second child, and I secretly hoped that the artifact would sense it and start giving me more magic, so I could have some. I came here more than once, hoping to awaken my second hypostasis, but I guess I didn't wing it if the mirror stubbornly ignored me. Now I had undergone the ritual in Iduvar, and perhaps the artifact would change its anger into mercy. The carriage stopped and I heard the coachman's voice. We were there, but I didn't want to get out. "Mistress," Mora clarified warily, "you don't feel anything?" I shivered. The bad feeling didn't go away. I still felt like someone was watching me. "No," the shamaness said after a moment's thought. "What exactly am I supposed to feel?" "Evil," I whispered. "I don't know how to explain it, but I hear something very dark and creepy nearby." The carriage doors swung open before I could finish, and I was barely out of the carriage before I saw the Escaran standing in the distance. Vane Cora stood on the balcony of the second tier, playing lazily with his wine glass and watching me. Chapter 10. Little Mischief and Big Trouble. When the prince caught my eye, he saluted and bowed. I couldn't ignore him, so I had to curtsy in return. Thankfully, that was the end of it. Vane didn't come any closer, continuing to watch me from a distance. The reason for his caution was trivial. "Your lordship," Gabriel crept up unnoticed. I didn't hear footsteps, and the tattoo didn't react to the dragon's proximity, but that's no indicator. The ancestral spirits are a joke. They'd hidden my ability to sense my husband from a distance along with the marriage ligature. It was morning when I summoned them again and asked them to help me with Gabriel. That's when the ghostly bastards told me that the only way I could recognize my husband was to touch him. So it's not just the sleeping dragoness that's the problem now. At night, the fly agaric mushrooms helped, but Gabriel had left the bouquet and the dragon did not plan to return it, and it was impossible to find new mushrooms. Of course, I had a backup plan, but first, let's check out Gabriel. He's our number one suspect right now. General Callisto, she bowed to the dragon. I was tempted to ask him to walk me up and help me on the stairs. But the staircase, as it happened, was very comfortable and wide, the kind that any lady could climb even in the tightest and most uncomfortable dress. Besides, the dragon was wearing leather gloves, and I wouldn't feel anything through them. "Hey, Anariel, let me give you some advice." Gabriel suddenly grew serious and stepped toward me. "Stay away from the core brothers and Sadie Bones. I'll do my best to keep you and the other girls safe, but try to be careful yourself." I exhaled noisily. I knew better than to expect anything good from this trio, but the general's warning confirmed my worst fears. "Gabriel," I addressed him by name for the first time. "There was some misunderstanding between us at first. I'm sorry to have inconvenienced you, but as for this request, you can rest assured, I will fulfill it." Relief flashed in the dragon's eyes. He believed me, which meant he didn't think I was frivolous. That's a good sign. I was truly embarrassed by my behavior, but I couldn't do otherwise. The law gave me no choice, and in the fight for magic, all means are good, except meanness, of course. "Your lordship," said Jeeves, the summer residence's permanent butler, "your rooms are ready. Will you let me show you to your rooms and take your things?" "Yes," I said goodbye to the dragon and followed the servant. According to tradition, the ladies were accommodated in the west wing and the grooms in the east wing. The imperial couple was accommodated in the central part of the palace. I wondered to the last what rooms my uncle would assign to me, and I was not happy with the answer. I have to live with other girls, which means I have to be on guard at all times. Setups during mating season are not uncommon. It's more like a routine and part of the routine, And thanks to Bones, I was hated by half the dragonesses at the spring ball. Thankfully, it's just Mora and me in the apartment. The rest of us were less fortunate. This year, because of the influx of guests, the girls were put in pairs. Your rooms are on the third floor, the butler explained as we entered the building. The guests haven't gathered yet, so you have more than an hour to rest. The program of the day can be found on the table in the living room. If you have any questions or need anything, there is a bell in each room to summon the maids. Jeeves has to brief all the guests, and though I've been here many times and know it all by heart, I listened without interruption. It would be quicker for him to finish and leave us alone. But when we got to the third floor, the hallway was filled with a woman's shrill shriek. Mora reacted instantly, covering me with herself and summoning blades. The guards didn't hesitate either. Guards from the General's Guard appeared out of nowhere, covering the corridor with a powerful anti-magic dome and preventing the ladies who jumped out of their rooms from coming any closer. Ladies, please return to your apartments. A tall and flexible panther-like guardian stepped forward, releasing scanning snakes and checking the floor. The dome had no effect on the guard's spells. At that time, her assistants burst into the room opposite the second staircase. It looked like that was where the scream was coming from. The search spells flashed across the floor with lightning speed. I didn't recognize the other spells, but I had no doubt that the mages were looking for the culprit and checking to see if a new danger lurked nearby. A new squeal came from the room across the hall. This time it was indignant. Who blocked the magic flow? My maid can't get my hair done. Olivia Keaton, my old nemesis, stormed out into the hallway. A pale and frightened maid came out behind her. She held an enchanted curling iron in her hand. When Lady Keaton saw me, she coughed and turned purple. I even felt like the stacking artifact was about to go off without magic, purely on Olivia's anger. Lady, the guard repeated emphatically, the floor is being checked. The sooner everyone gets back to their rooms and lets us finish our investigation, the sooner we can remove the anti-magic dome. Outrageous, Olivia hissed. I'm going to complain. So do I interrupted her. I think it would be useful for the Emperor to know the names of those who prevent the guards from doing their jobs and thus jeopardize the safety of the guests. There was the clomping of heels, the rustle of skirts, and the thud of doors closing. Most of the girls rushed to follow orders. Smart ones, I'll be socializing with them. The others paused, watching Olivia's reaction. I remembered them too, but as a potential source of trouble. And you, your ladyship, why are you taking your time? Keaton asked venomously. Waiting for you to clear the passageway so we can get through, I parried. Olivia jerked as if slapped. I noticed now that she'd put on a lot of weight since our last duel, so my words sounded ambiguous and enraged Lady Keaton. She didn't have time to think of a decent answer. One of the guards announced that the floor was clear and that the lives of the debutantes were not in danger, and then a wail and a long groan came from the first room. My dresses, my best dresses, how shall I appear to the Empress now? A triumphant light flashed in Olivia's eyes. It seemed she not only knew what had happened to the poor girls' outfits, but had been involved. Oh, crap. Come in, your ladyship. Olivia stepped back, but with a look that made it clear without words that if we were alone on the floor, she'd be happy to push me down the stairs. Thank you, I walked leisurely past Keaton. Despite my best efforts, I wasn't afraid of her, and neither were the other girls. My father, Darian d'Arcana, was the head of the mage corps, and even though I wasn't in the martial arts, I was still an excellent swordsman, skilled in sword fighting and dagger throwing. I was also skilled in hand-to-hand combat, so I could fight back against any rival, not to mention Mora being around. I wasn't afraid of anything or anyone with her. And the general's guards won't allow open scuffles between brides. So these vipers can't go any further than hissing from the corner and spitting venom. I was much more concerned about vain core and this strange premonition of impending trouble. My dresses, it's a disaster. I heard the convulsive sobs again. Lady Savin, don't worry, we'll find out who did this, one of the guards replied. The guilty will be punished and you will be reimbursed for the cost of the outfits. No, you don't understand. This is all I had with me, exclaimed the girl in despair. My suitcases are still on the road. The carriage with my belongings broke down on the way, and I had to take only one trunk into my carriage. Besides the ruined dresses, I have only the traveling dress in which I came. But I can't wear it to the ball or appear before Empress Laura. We were just passing the victim's room. There were 2 guards at the entrance, but I moved closer, gesturing that I wasn't going to fight my way in. Lady Savin, she called out, trying to remember who she was and where she was from. Why, yes. A crying girl with pale skin, piercing amethyst eyes, and a luxurious mop of purple hair appeared in the doorway. That's right, the granddaughter of the legendary necromancer Duke di Vendiro. She lived and trained in the north of the Empire and seems to have moonlighted as an assistant dark healer for the Shadow Guard Corps. I've never heard a bad word about them. My father had a lot of respect for that family. And if I'm not mistaken, they're feuding with Olivia, which means we're on our way. Lady Savin, I apologize for intruding. My name is Enariel Duarcana. I am Gregory Sauve's niece, and as someone close to the organizers of the mating season, I would like to offer you my assistance, I added, mentally assessing her figure. The girl was very thin, even thinner than I was. She looked more like an elf than a dragoness, especially in the chest and hips. But overall, we had similar figures, and we were the same height. I brought too many outfits with me, and they're brand new, she said. I'd be happy to help you out. Of course, that doesn't mean you can't pay the compensation and find the culprits, I added, noticing the doubt in her eyes. You're very kind, but I'm uncomfortable. Come on, she said. We don't know when your things will arrive. You don't want to spend the whole day in the apartment, do you? The girl bit her lip thoughtfully, and I took a quick glance around her room. I noticed the ruined outfits instantly. Someone had cut them up with scissors and smeared them with paint. That's very generous. The girl did accept the help. I'll be very grateful to you. That's good, she smiled. I really wanted to help. No one is immune to meanness. I'll send you outfits of your choice within half an hour, she bowed and headed after Jeeves. We got to the right apartment quickly. I liked them immediately. They were spacious, bright, in soft lavender and pastel colors. I had no doubt that Laura had put the girls in the rooms, and she had also ordered a bouquet of white lilies to be placed on my dressing table. I loved them too. Everything's fine and I don't need anything yet, I thanked and let Jeeves go, but as soon as I closed the door, a strange rustling sound came from the far corner. Mora covered me with lightning speed and drew her weapon again. I drew my sword from the storage ring and prepared to activate the magical shield hidden in the family ring. The guards had already dispelled the anti-magic dome over the floor, so the artifacts and spells were working smoothly, but we didn't use the more serious weaves yet. I didn't feel any real danger, nor did I sense the strange, pervasive aura of evil I'd detected at the entrance to the residence. It was more likely that one of my ill-wishers had decided to cause trouble by messing up the bedding or breaking the faucets in the bathing room, but hadn't timed my arrival and was trapped. Come out, she ordered, gripping the weapon tighter. We know you're here, she added, listening warily. Suddenly I realized I couldn't hear the guest's aura. It was as if Mora and I were alone in the room. How is that possible? Powerful cloaking weaves would have disturbed the security alarms, and weak ones didn't work on me. It was a strange situation. But the clue came a second later. The mysterious rustling intensified, and then part of the wall slid aside, and a pale and frightened Hayden Sova came tumbling into the room. A toad in your knickers, I swore as I put the gun away. How did you get in here? Secret, the prince's voice trembled, but he quickly pulled himself together. 1,000 valleys and I'll tell you everything. Hayden, are you crazy? I was outraged, taking a few steps away from the relative and grabbing him by the ear. He didn't expect me to be so devious and didn't have time to dodge. Ani, let go, it's not my fault. I barely got away by myself. What are you talking about? I frowned, loosening my grip. I was holding Hayden lightly, though, just trying to dislodge his pest impulse. Outwardly, the prince was an exact copy of his uncle Swarthy, with a mop of unruly dark hair and eyes the color of bitter chocolate. When this rascal grows up, he will break many women's hearts, but for now he was not interested in ladies but in pranks beyond measure. Hayden is a walking disaster. He's all I need to be happy right now. I can't take any more problems of my own. About dresses? Exclaimed the prince. It wasn't me, I swear. I would never take an order for sabotage. I have an honest business. I went into Lady Savin's room for information. Okay, stop. I let go of Hayden and raced toward the secret doorway he'd just emerged from. As I suspected, the rascal had gotten wind of the existence of the Imperial Path, a secret labyrinth weaving a web around the palace. It allowed the ruler, his family, and his closest mages to leave the palace unnoticed in case of danger. But knowing Hayden, there was no doubt that he would probably use the find for the wrong purpose. How did you manage to print out the maze? I asked, covering the gap so the young pest wouldn't slip away to avoid responsibility. Gregory blocked it. But not very secure, Hayden said confidentially. I found the records of the architect and artifactor who designed the labyrinth in the library. It clearly states that the secret passages cannot be sealed from those with the blood of the ruling family. So I can open those doors too? I'm revitalized. 500 gold pieces. Hayden, chin up, and I'll tell you how. 3 spanks and 2 kicks if you don't confess, I parried. And someone forgot that I covered for you last time in front of the Emperor, I reminded her. You're going for a trump card, aren't you? The prince sighed dejectedly. What do you need money for? I couldn't resist. For life. Hayden clenched his fists angrily. My father decided to send me to cadet college. I want to save up money, go away, and rent a place to live while I find a job. Even like that, I was surprised. What do you know how to do? What are you going to do? Anybody, as long as I can control my own life, exclaimed the prince. I could be an apprentice in an alchemy shop. You're not the right age, I sieged him. And how do you even envision this? You're gonna need an ID. I'll need money, Hayden said. Gold opens all doors. It'll give me a new identity, a new name, and even a new age. You can work when you're 14. The rebel was determined, and I didn't argue, but came in on the other side. You tell me about the mysteries of the labyrinth and your honest business that got you in Lady Savin's room, and I'll try to talk my uncle out of sending you to cadet college. I held out my palm to Hayden. Is that a deal? A deal and 100 gold pieces on top. The prince frowned. Business is business. There is no room for exceptions to the rules. You're already ruining me. I've never given anyone such discounts. What will happen to my reputation? I'm warning you that along with your reputation, your ass will be seriously damaged if your uncle finds out, she said. I wasn't going to pay that bushranger. I wanted to make sure he really wasn't doing anything illegal. Blackmailer. Hayden said indignantly. The little extortionist snorted. I'm not small, so no complaints about the extortionist? I raised an ironic eyebrow. You know how to turn everything from tail to head, snapped at the prince. The advisor Tyrrelly was right. It is useless to argue with a woman. At any rate, you will find yourself at a financial disadvantage and remain guilty, even if you have 3 decks of trumps up your sleeve. He muttered faintly. Think about it, you're a walking storehouse of wisdom. I highly doubt Morgan Tyrrelly gave that advice to Hayden, so the prince was eavesdropping again. When does he have time to do that? Hayden, if you don't tell me everything right away, the educational spankings will start getting interest, I warned. The nasty little thing puffed up like a hamster, but hissed a little for the sake of appearances and agreed. You've got me by the throat, he said wistfully. You're hurting my own blood. Hayden, your natural charm and acting skills don't work on me, I barked. Where to start? The prince grew serious. He always knew when he was at the end of a joke when he'd come to the end of the line. From your activities, I replied. What information do you trade in? How and why did you get into Lady Savin's room? And who ended up slashing her dresses? The prince sighed heavily. He was probably calculating his losses in his mind, but he didn't risk asking for money again. I sell information about the participants of the marriage season, I explained. For example, a lady paid 2,000 vel for information about the bad habits of the groomsmen. Me and my agents. You're what? Dumbfounded. My agents, Hayden repeated proudly. I've hired the children of the maids of honor and servants, 13 scouts in all. We keep an eye on everyone involved and can get any information we want. For that lady, we found out who smokes and drinks a lot, and also that one of the groomsmen often plays cards. 3 days ago, he lost a large sum of money, a watch, a gold cigarette case, a cape and a hat, and even a horse, can you imagine? That's why he was walking home with nothing to carry. Personally, I think ladies considering him as a groom should know about such things. Hayden squared his shoulders and lifted his chin defiantly. He seemed to think he was a hero, and I breathed out a sigh of relief. Okay, that was useful information. Of course, I don't do good for free, the prince continued, but I believe that marriage, like any transaction, should be fair. Both parties have a right to know what they are buying, so to speak. And gentlemen who are concerned about their future are happy to pay me. And how many clients do you have? Clarified. Very much. The prince became animated and immediately added resentfully. By the way, unlike you, everyone pays. I see. Next time I won't cover for you for free in front of Gregory either, I shrugged. All right, don't get excited. Hayden got excited. Do you want me to tell you for free which of the groomsmen wear a tight corset to look slimmer and hide their stomachs? By the way, these are not all the secrets of deceptively beautiful appearance. There are also those who wear pants with overlaid elastic pads in the back so that the pants more spectacular sit. I choked on a laugh. That last part was intriguing, but I knew my cousin too well. If I agreed, I wouldn't be able to get the labyrinth map and dress information from him for free. No, I'm not interested in that sort of thing, I said firmly, and Hayden was visibly dejected. Tell me about the dresses, who ruined them, and how you ended up in Lady Savin's room. Did you order for her too? Yes. One of the grooms paid 300 valleys to find out the foot size of several debutantes, including you and Lady Savin. The prince nodded. I understand it's a key parameter for him. The foot must be large and strong, and he doesn't like the others. I've already measured 3 of the ladies' shoes. Hayden stopped talking and glanced at my suitcases. Oh, just measure it already, she waved it away, letting the adventurer get a little bit of credit. He glowed, and as soon as Mora got the right box, he started taking measurements and carefully entered the information into a notebook. Imagine, you don't fit at all. Hayden cheered me up as he rolled up the tailor's tape. Praise the ancestors. I jumped. By the way, how much does it cost to pay off all the suitors? Can you give them wrong information about me in advance? No way, it's not going to work that way, don't even try to talk me into it. I repeat, this is an honest business. I exclaimed, flushed with indignation. What do you take me for? In my business, the main thing, the reputation. If I cheat once, I'll lose all my customers. But if you pay me 300 valleys, I'll tell you how to make no one like you at all, he added, in a conspiratorial whisper. No need, I can handle it myself, I replied, barely containing my laughter. You wanted to measure Lady Savin's shoes, so you went into her room and saw who had ruined the dresses? Yes, Lady Keaton did it. Hayden clenched his fists angrily. Alexia Seven forgot something important in the carriage and ran downstairs without waiting for the maid. She was in a hurry and ran out without locking the door. Olivia got in right away. She shredded her dresses and poured paint on the table. Where did the colors come from? I wondered. Lady Savin is a talented artist, and you didn't know it. Hayden wondered. She's obsessed with it, and instead of spare dresses, she brought paints and a canvas. I understand she wanted to paint Laura and give her a portrait at the end of the ball. The gift is worthy, and I liked the girl herself more and more. Too bad she had to face such foul play from her competitors. Oh, and by the way, Mora, prepare the dresses I bought from Madame F and take them to Lady Savin, please, she asked, and then turned to Hayden again. So the protection on the rooms only works when the doors are closed. Yes, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's a feature of the residence's security networks, Hayden explained. That's why they ask all debutantes to lock their doors with a magical lock so everything works properly. Very useful information, I'll have to remember that. I wouldn't want to be without my stuff either. Of course Olivia didn't see me, Hayden continued. I was watching her from the shadow maze, and it even masks the aura. Aha. That's why I didn't feel a thing. And now I think I know how to sneak into the general's room at night and check our connection. And the sounds? I asked. I distinctly heard a rustle. The rustling is the sound of the door opening, Hayden explained. Footsteps and voices can't be heard in the rooms, I checked. So you can talk quietly in the tunnel, but not too loudly. I didn't risk shouting, not wanting to attract attention if the soundproofing wasn't very good. Can you hear what's going on in the rooms from the tunnels? Clarified. Of course. Exclaimed the prince. Otherwise, how would I gather information? Fine. So without wiretap protection, you don't discuss your problems. Does that rustling sound always happen? I asked. No, usually I treat the mechanism with a special solution to keep it quiet, but I didn't have time to lubricate your doors. I was in a hurry to break the news. Like what? Wary. I heard Seti Bones bragging to his friends that he was going to break into your window tonight, despite the protection. The prince hissed angrily. He's a bastard, and I know you hate him. I wanted to tell the guards right away, but I overheard it all from the labyrinth. And if the guards start asking unnecessary questions, I'll deal with it, I hissed, barely containing my rage. What a bastard. Well, I'll give him a night to remember. I immediately had a great idea. He won't be able to look his buddies in the eye for a long time after this embarrassment. Thank you, that's really valuable information, I thanked, calming down a bit and reached for my wallet, but Hayden shook his head. I give up scoundrels for free. I made a strong statement. No more questions, can I go now? No, I want to know how the maze works, I reminded her, tell me. I'd rather show you, the prince sighed doomedly. It'll be quicker, I don't have much time left. Orders don't wait. He added, pointing to the secret passage. Chapter 11. On ingenious plans and their consequences. Hayden was an excellent teacher, and the walk through the labyrinth bore bountiful fruit. I was instantly at ease, and I learned a lot of interesting things. When the prince went off on his own, I went to find the secret entrance to Gabriel's room. He was quickly found. All the grooms were lodged in the east wing, and the general, as it turned out, had come not only to guard the girls, but was also going to participate in the marriage season. Hayden told me about it. He was aware of all the gossip, and he gave me a list of the main contenders for the steel dragon's heart for free. I managed to top it. At first the news stunned me, but the all-knowing prince explained that it was all about our trip together and yesterday's scandal. Fortunately, the fuss was quickly hushed up, and newspapers only mentioned that the two princes came to personally congratulate me on my birthday, but had a slight quarrel at the entrance. The young dragons were characterized by a fiery and jealous temper, so the skirmish was no surprise to anyone. The locals had lost their taste for the story, but they were happy to discuss my possible marriage to the general. Hayden reported that he and his gang had organized an underground sweepstakes for participants and servants. The initial results showed that a lot of people were rooting for Gabriel and me, but they were betting on a politically favorable alliance between me and one of the princes. I accepted this news calmly, but the fact that Gabriel was looking for a bride made me angry. No, I wasn't jealous at all, but how could he? Anger made me determined, and I jerked open the jar of oily, pleasant-smelling liquid. For a fee, the sly prince had shared not only the map of the labyrinth, but he'd also sold me lubricant for the opening mechanism, so I could silently enter any room. 50 valleys a waste. But after the news of Gabriel's participation in the mating season, I didn't want to talk directly. If I were his mate, he'd withdraw immediately. Or did the emperor's orders bring him here too? The anger subsided immediately, and I thought about it. On the one hand, Gregory's possible order explained the dragon's anger. On the other, why hadn't Gabriel tried to talk to me again during the trip? My memory brought back memories of yesterday's meeting and the gorgeous bouquet. I was sorry to part with it, so I froze it with magic and transported it to the country residence. It was sentimental and very silly, but for some reason, just looking at the beautiful flowers made my soul feel warmer. I wanted to touch them all the time, to inhale their delicate, enchanting fragrance. I'd never been so attached to gifts, and Gabriel looked surprised and confused, as if he'd really come to discuss something important. Maybe Mora is right and he was thwarted by the lack of a tattoo on my arm. Then an open conversation is the best solution. And if it's not? I thought about it for a moment and weighed the risks, but I greased the hinges just in case. There was no time to waste, and if the first plan failed, I'd crawl to Gabriel at night in the guise of a lizard. The dragon's room was empty now, and after making sure the doors to the secret passage opened silently, she was about to leave, but her eyes caught the neckerchief and gloves on the nightstand. The same ones Gabriel had worn on the trip. True couples often identified each other by scent, and even though my senses were dulled by the perfume spell, it was worth a try. I quietly opened the door and slipped into the dragon's bedroom. Hayden was right, the signal nets didn't detect anyone coming from the Imperial Trail, but I wasn't going to be long, so I went straight to the bedside table. I felt stupid, but I couldn't back down. I picked up the silk handkerchief and slid my fingers through it, listening to the sensations. The fabric of still held echoes of the dragon's aura, but the spirits had done their best, and the tattoo was quieter than a mouse. Okay, let's go in the other side. She closed her eyes and sniffed cautiously. His head was dizzy with the heady mixture of southern spices and sun-warmed steppe herbs. Gabriel smelled amazing, and as he took another breath, his tattoo itched. Barely perceptible and too faint to draw definitive conclusions, but my suspicions were solidified. The dragon and I are connected somehow, not necessarily in truth. Footsteps were heard from the hallway and Gabriel's voice. Scared, I rushed back into the labyrinth, and only after running a decent distance away, I was horrified to find that I was still clutching his neckerchief and the ring that had come from nowhere. Catastrophe, she shrieked. I stole from the general, not on purpose, of course, but while I recognized the theft of the handkerchief, this was the first time I'd seen the ring. In fact, I could have sworn it wasn't on the nightstand. I doubt it came with the handkerchief. Gabriel even wore it at balls in an army manner, not using rings and brooches as many aristocrats did. It wasn't the right jewelry for such purposes, but it was clearly magical. I could feel its power, but I didn't know what it was. "What are you?" she hissed, twirling the thief's trophy in her hands. "It's beautiful, engraved with dragon scales. No stones, but still very, very expensive." As soon as I held it up to the light, I noticed the bluish-chaldish glare of the loot. The rarest and most valuable dragon silver, which is only used to create clan artifacts and weapons against the creatures of the dark reflection. "Grand larceny?" I moaned, covering my face with my palms. The tattoo immediately bristled with the dragon's scent, and a faint hope slipped in that we were a couple after all, or, at worst, spouses. Then there was a chance I wouldn't get killed out of sheer emotion. But why was such an important artifact lying on the nightstand by the entrance? And how did I manage to get it out? The clan amulets had powerful defenses, and I should have been knocked back and concussed before Gabriel got here. And I didn't even realize I'd stolen the ring. "Your mischief?" I stretched out doubtfully, summoning the spirits. "They're gonna make fun of me. You're no fun to joke about," the fireflies said thoughtfully, easily reading my thoughts. "You don't miss any trouble without us." "What?" I waved my handkerchief in anger, but the spirits slipped away with a quiet laugh, leaving me alone with my stolen goods. "Don't be sad, think of it as payment for the remaining fly agaric," the spirits suddenly suggested, and immediately disappeared again without waiting for gratitude. Well, one thing's for sure. Fireflies are the guardians of the kin, and despite their sarcastic temper and love of mischief, they have a keen sense of danger. They wouldn't be having fun right now if this ring was a threat to me. Maybe we should try to get him back. It's a good idea, but considering the general's workload, it's not likely that he'd notice it missing right away. Besides, what if he never even came into the room? I strained my memory. Gabriel was talking to someone as he approached the bedroom, and I definitely heard the words, "garden, security, tent." Laura was hosting guests in an outdoor tent. Maybe the general was just giving the necessary orders and patrolling the floor at the same time. I cheered up and headed back. I ran correctly in a straight line, without panic and without looping. So I found the doors quickly and carefully opened the peephole. I stood like that for about 5 minutes, listening for every rustle, and when I was finally sure there was no one in the room, I slipped inside. I carefully put the stolen goods on the nightstand and was about to leave. But after a moment's thought, she carefully moved the things to the floor. If the general still came into the room and noticed the amulet was missing, she would find it behind the nightstand later. It was right by the door, so it would be easy to accidentally flick something off it. Satisfied with my own ingenuity, I felt the gloves one last time, but the tattoo didn't respond to them. It was a shame, but at least I had time to return them, and thank goodness for that. I left the room and headed for my room, thanking the gods and spirits for helping me avoid embarrassment, but I almost fainted when I reached the secret passage leading to my apartment. The damned ring was brazenly on my finger, and the handkerchief was mockingly wrapped around my wrist. I staggered back, horrified, and tried to remove the jewelry. It slipped easily from my finger, but as soon as I put it in my pocket, it teleported back. "The thief's hat is on fire, but my ring is shining on my hand," I whispered, giggling nervously. Though the situation was far from funny, but now I believed that the dragon and I were really married. It explained how I'd managed to not only bear, but bind the Callisto family amulet to me. "Mora, trouble!" she exclaimed in despair, flying out of the labyrinth with an arrow. Nanny sighed and shook her head. She'd said right away that the trails shown by the slick Hayden couldn't lead to anything good. "Here!" I waved my hand, showing her handkerchief and ring, and at the same moment the dragon gloves fell out of the sleeve of her dress. Thank God the general's nightstand didn't follow me. I've discovered a new talent. I now steal everything that belongs to Gabriel, I explained in a confused tone. I don't do it on purpose. It just sticks to me. "Mistress, please calm down." Mora splashed cold water into a glass and handed it to me. I didn't understand. "So did I," she sighed and drained her drink and began to tell her story. With each word, Mora's eyes grew larger with horror and surprise, but when I tried to remove the ring and it was back on my hand, the shamaness laughed in surprise. "And yet, you are the true ones," Mora declared confidently. "That's why the family artifact is stuck to you. It has powerful protective magic, and it wasn't lying on the nightstand. The spirits themselves brought it from the vault and gave it to you." "I'll kill you," I exclaimed with feeling. "The spirits are not of your clan, but of the general's," the shamaness added hastily. "It is his guardians who have sensed the truth in you, and it seems to me, too, that they have a premonition of impending trouble. So I wasn't imagining it, I whispered, remembering the unsettling premonition and the frightening aura of absolute evil. Then why were my spirits amused and giggling? They sense the dragon's protection, Mora suggested. I think they resent you after you asked them to hide your tattoos, so they decided to teach you a lesson. I already realized that, I sighed, scratching the invisible seal. I've already regretted 100 times that I was in such a hurry. But how to talk to Gabriel now? I sighed. And what would I tell him? I don't think it matters what exactly you say anymore, Mora shook her head. Just don't do anything else. I exhaled noisily. On the one hand, she was right. But on the other hand, how could I be alone with Gabriel? I need Laura's help, I replied. I'll try to talk her into it. She can make it possible for the general and me to be alone for a while. The main thing is not to touch him at the ball. Why? Mora wondered. All his stuff is sticking to me, I exclaimed. Can you imagine what would happen if we danced and when I stepped away, his clothes teleported into my hands and he was half naked? No, the ladies, of course, will be delighted and even demand an encore. But I was not going to show anyone my dragon in all its glory. Whoa, I shook my head, startled by my own thoughts, and glanced angrily at the ring. Since when did I think Gabriel was mine? It was definitely the jewelry's fault. It must be doing something bad to me. Yeah, it's like nothing I've ever seen before, Mora choked on a laugh. But with such powers, you'll have no trouble completing the spirit's task. That's right, undressing a general is no problem now. How do I get rid of this skill and get everything sorted out? Chapter 12. Evil never slumbers. We need to hide the evidence, she sighed, glancing longingly at the ring, handkerchief, and gloves. There was no way to remove the trophies. They kept getting pulled back in, but I hoped to at least camouflage them. After a moment's thought, I threaded the ring onto the scarf and tied it around my neck. After waiting a moment, I walked over to the mirror. The jewelry stayed there, not trying to teleport to my hand. But as soon as I tied the scarf over the sleeve, the story repeated itself. So you need constant contact with bare skin, she frowned, remembering her spirit's warning. They were definitely in cahoots with Gabriel's keepers. My new problem reminded me too much of their advice about finding and testing my husband. I didn't plan to bait the general piece by piece, gradually gluing him to me with magic. Mora, prepare my emerald dress from Madame Claudette, she asked, taking off the improvised jewelry again and folding it neatly so that it would take up less space. I will hide the ring with a handkerchief in the bra, and I will fasten the gloves to the stockings with garters. The skirt of the dress is bouffant, and the bodice is decorated with white lace foam, so no one will suspect anything. While the nanny prepared the outfit, I ran to the bath and cleaned myself up after the road and the walk through the labyrinth. Then I changed my clothes, and with a second handkerchief in my bodice for symmetry, I took a closer look at my reflection. Shame on you, she sighed, trying to cover her enlarged bust with lace. The dragon's neckerchief wasn't the smallest, so the difference was noticeable. I could almost match the illusion of the southern woman the spirits had given me at the carnival. I assure you, yours looks quite modest against the other lady's cleavage, Mora assured her. I hope so, I replied, checking that my gloves were securely fastened. I wish I'd stolen the throwing knives. They'd be easier to hide and more useful. Be glad you didn't accidentally bring the general's traveling cloak and boots, the nanny snorted. She wasn't going to pity me. Her eyes were clearly reproachful and in solidarity with the spirits. By the way, did you have time to give the dresses to Lady Savin? Inquired. Of course she did. She chose a delicate lilac for the day's outing and presentation to the Empress, and a burgundy one for the evening, Mora replied. Alexia thanked you very much and promised to reimburse you. Nonsense, she shook her head. Who's really going to have to pay for the damage is Olivia. I'm sure the guards had already figured out who had ruined the clothes. I suppose so, the shamaness nodded. But you realize that won't change anything, right? Mischief between the invited ladies was a traditional part of the wedding season, and Olivia knew that a slashed dress was no reason to kick her out. And compensating her family was a small thing. The Keatons are fabulously wealthy. Their only daughter could afford to ruin the outfits of at least all the contestants. Laura will not tolerate permissiveness, she replied, after a little thought. When necessary, my gentle and sunny aunt could be quite tough. I think Olivia will be hinted that they can't kick her out, but they can organize meetings with the most unpleasant and unpromising suitors, I added, mentally running through the list of participants. Laura makes the schedule of dates, so now I'll greet her and ask her to arrange a meeting with the general. That's a wonderful thought. Mora exhaled a sigh of relief. I'll pray that it works out for you. She couldn't come into the tent with me. It was forbidden to bring servants to a performance, but the garden was full of guards, so I couldn't get in trouble if I wanted to. Even with my luck. That's exactly what I thought as I left the residence. But after traveling most of the way, I was suddenly confronted head-on by the eldest prince of Escar. Your Grace, what a pleasure to meet you. Wayne Cora came out of nowhere. I could have sworn there hadn't been anyone behind the column a second ago, but knowing Twilight's ability to hide in shadows, it wasn't surprising. I could have sworn there was no one behind the column a second ago, but knowing Twilight's ability to hide in the shadows, it didn't surprise me. After yesterday, I had no doubt that he was determined to keep watch, so I chose the shortest, most visible path. The nearby guards were reassuring. Your Highness, she replied coldly but politely. She wasn't going to open conflict with the prince, nor was she going to pretend that she was glad to see him. I apologize, but I'm in a hurry, I added, sliding to the side, but the Escarats immediately repeated my movement, not allowing me to get around. I see you must greet Her Majesty. Vane's voice was ironic, and his gaze became clammy and evaluating. I could feel it in my skin, and my fists itched to slap the dragon hard across its insolent face. Twilight clearly liked what he saw, but I was infuriated by his unconcealed confidence that I'd give up without a fight or resistance. The ring hidden in my bra warmed, as if agreeing with my thoughts and hinting that it was ready to come to my rescue at any moment. Your Highness, I would like to remind you that not only words and actions are offensive, but also looks. She raised her chin defiantly. I don't like the hint in your eyes and the fact that you won't let me pass. A hint? The dragon arched an eyebrow mockingly. Your Grace, I'm just looking around like the others in the mating season. That's what we're here for, isn't it? I and the other girls are not merchandise on display. I was boiling with rage inside, but my voice sounded even. Please, from now on, look around like a well-mannered mage. The Escarjan's sallow face set jowls. Unlike my appearance, he didn't like my insolence. I need to pay my respects to the Empress, she reminded him, glancing at the dragon's tense and angry face. It was amazing how someone with such correct features could look so ugly. Everything about the prince was repulsive, from his viciously curved lips to his cheekbones, sharp as blades, which made his already predatory face look like a monster of the dark reflection. I couldn't get rid of that thought, even though I knew it was stupid. Vane was just a dragon, albeit a very powerful one. I could tell by the multiple ritual tattoos that braided his naked forearms with inky snakes. The quantity and quality of these patterns could tell a lot about any Escaran. So they wore them proudly, preferring leather vests or tunics with slits in the sleeves to camisoles. For the meeting with the brides and the imperial couple, Vane chose the latter option, and at the same time decorated his long tarry braid with scarlet beads and strings of black pearls, further emphasizing his high status, combat experience, and strength. Only it wasn't impressive, and I involuntarily compared him to Gabriel. The general didn't need to emphasize importance and power. I could feel it in every movement, even in his gaze. Your Grace, the dragon's voice softened suddenly, and he took a quick step toward me, and I jumped back like a mongoose ready to fight a sand cobra. Did I scare you? Wayne raised his eyebrows in surprise. I don't like your excessive insistence and selective deafness, I replied bluntly. I repeat, get out of my way. I have a better idea, I'll escort you myself. The Iscarian's lips stretched into a venomous smile. And please forgive me if I've offended you in any way. Your beauty is maddening, and your impudent disposition deprives me of self-control. The latter is unacceptable for a warrior, and you should work on your control, she cut him off, noting with pleasure how his face had turned purple. The blow hit its target. He was angry, and the flash of his rage drew the attention of the mental guards. They were no longer interested in us, but wary. Your tongue is too sharp, Vane's words sounded like a warning, but I don't intend to quarrel. I just wanted to congratulate you on the holiday, he added, taking a small box from behind his back. Accept this modest gift as a token of reconciliation and my sincere admiration for you. My premonitions rang alarm bells, and the general's ring glowed, burning my skin and warning me of danger. But before I could respond, Gabriel himself appeared from behind the columns, very angry and teetering on the edge of turnover. General Callisto, taking advantage of Vane's momentary confusion, I trotted toward the dragon. I'm so glad I ran into you. It's a good time to talk about the recent incident in the women's wing. Incident? Twilight's ears perked up immediately. It's a small thing not worth your attention, I said. Besides, you're in a hurry, I can't keep you. Me, in a hurry. Dusky staggered back. You are in a great hurry, Your Highness, Gabriel said with pressure. He made it clear that if the prince didn't hurry off voluntarily, they would hurry to him, healers at that, and possibly necromancers. Thank the great spirits, the dragon's fury was directed only at Vane. I could feel his emotions more clearly now than ever. I wondered if it was the ring or if our bond had gone rogue. But I was pleased to note that the general had no complaints about me. He didn't seem to have discovered it yet. He must have realized at once that I wasn't looking for trouble or a meeting with the prince. It was a relief because I'd been afraid he'd blame me if he didn't figure it out. You're confusing things. Vane proved to be a tightwad with no instinct for self-preservation and went on the offensive. Her ladyship and I were having a lovely conversation. I was going to wish her a happy birthday. Your Highness, I explained to you in detail yesterday that gifts for her ladyship are a very bad idea. Gabriel cut him off. Don't pretend you have a memory problem. Well, I remember our conversation very well, Vane grinned. But does her ladyship know that yesterday you did not allow guests from other empires to visit her? I know, she interrupted him, and I approve of it, she added, enjoying the way the prince's face flushed. He didn't expect me to dare openly side with the general. As a member of the mating season, you should know that starting today, any gifts to girls are considered the official beginning of the courtship. That information is in the invitation, and by accepting it, you have agreed to all the terms, Gabriel continued. I was going to hand it in yesterday, I just didn't get around to it. Wayne waved it off. And I felt like punching him again. Did he really think anyone would believe that nonsense? Or did he expect me to get emotional and forget about the rules and accept the gift just to get him to back off? Your Highness, this insistence on giving her ladyship a gift is inappropriate. Gabriel's voice was overtly threatening, and the human shadow on the ground was replaced by a dragon's, revealing an extreme degree of rage and irritation. The rules clearly state that suitors have the right to expect to meet with the girls they are interested in, but may not impose their society or attention. You can't judge a man who wants to be around such a lovely person for longer, Vane's fangs flashed. After all, you're doing the same thing. I'm responsible for the safety of the guests and I'm doing my job, Gabriel retorted. And participating in the mating season. Vane stepped forward and squinted menacingly. I consider your interference an abuse of power and will report you to the Emperor. You must be suspended. Are you incapable of resolving the matter yourself, man to man? The dragon's hand instantly rested on the hilt of his blade. Only a complete idiot wouldn't take the hint, and Wayne seemed fine with it. I just didn't want Gabriel to get in trouble for me, and if there was a duel brewing, there would be... Enough! I slipped between the angry dragons and held up my hands in a conciliatory manner. I won't let you ruin this day with a fight. You have no right to forbid battles between contestants, Vane cut off. I am ready to accept the challenge. No, I shouted, and now not only the guards were looking at us, but also the guests walking in the garden. If you don't respect me, show respect to the Empress. You know very well that she is in her condition, and a duel on the first day of the spring ball may have a bad effect on her well-being. Twilight exhaled noisily. I had attracted enough attention, and we were being listened to with great interest. If he continued to insist on a duel, he'd look like a scoundrel in the eyes of others. He wanted to make Gabriel look like a scandal. Moreover, I had a strange feeling that we were missing something. The Escarats have been too insolent and treacherous. And then there's this strange box. What gift did he have for me? And why did Gabriel's artifact sense the danger in him, but the protective dome over the residence didn't react in any way? I agree, Vane still backed off. I remember you were in a hurry to see the Empress, he added, casting a warning glance at the general. Damn it, I was so hoping Gabriel would walk me and we could talk on the way. But if I openly ask for it now, I'll never avoid a duel. Your lordship, the general smiled encouragingly. He didn't say anything else, but I felt calmer, and the ring hidden under my dress became warm again, as if to say, don't be afraid of anything, we are near. It had a life of its own, and I did not yet understand how the jewelry was connected with the general and whether he could feel its signals. Or did he really not know that I had the artifact? Chapter 13, Old Enemies and New Friends. The questions were multiplying and the problems were snowballing. I had to get to Gabriel and talk to him, but how could I do that if the escarrots wouldn't let me through? My rage was boiling, flowing through my veins like a fiery lava, making me curse the hated prince over and over again. I regretted 3 times that I hadn't let Gabriel challenge him to a duel. I didn't doubt the general's victory, but the debutante ball is too important an event, and every minute of it was covered by the press. We'd be the ones who'd be hurt by the scandal. We can't have reporters filming General Dalmarca rolling the Iskaran prince across the grass. But in the name of the Great Mother, I'd be happy to bury Twilight under the nearest aspen tree and sprinkle some enchanted salt on top, so that he wouldn't be resurrected by accident. Trying to calm down a bit, I sped up, breaking almost into a run, as suddenly someone grabbed me firmly by the sleeve. I was startled at first. I thought Vane had caught up with me and swung to strike, but when I turned around, I could barely contain my laughter. I didn't see the needle vines and caught myself on them. "Yeah, I've never been at war with plants before. Can I help you?" I heard a melodious voice. While I was trying to unhook myself, a beautiful brunette in a green Amazon came up to me. "I'd appreciate it," I smiled embarrassedly. "I think I was caught in a net before my first ball. The main thing is that these nets are not mating nets." The girl willingly supported the joke, but I was not the least bit amused. "That's it," she added, unhooking me from the last vines. It was the first time I'd seen her, but somehow I was immediately attracted to her. The girl was strikingly different from most debutantes. She was lively, open, without a veneer of pretentiousness or arrogance, and for some reason I didn't feel like she was a dragoness at all. "Thank you for your help. I couldn't have done it myself and ruined my dress." I smiled, but my eyes immediately picked out the diamond prince walking at the other end of the garden, and my mood worsened. I don't know which one's scarier, him or the ghoul from Eskar. "Too bad you can't get away from the grooms as well," she sighed. "Yes," the girl whispered sympathetically. It seems she was in the garden for a reason too and was trying to hide from a crowd of suitors. I forgot to introduce myself. I belatedly remembered my manners. "Anariel du Arcana." "Lyrian de Clar," the girl replied. "But you can call me Leary." "It's a beautiful name," I said thoughtfully, remembering an old legend. If I'm not mistaken, it translates as. Leary shrugged, and I decided not to pursue the subject. "I'm going to the Empress's tent," I added. "Shall we go together?" She agreed, and we made our way around the labyrinth, carefully avoiding the thickets and arbors from which voices could be heard. Leary, like me, was not enthusiastic about the invitation to the mating season, and was not looking for the dubious happiness of an imposed husband. And so it was agreed. Word by word, we got to talking, and soon I felt like I'd known Leary all my life. "Why don't you go?" my new friend suddenly asked. "If you don't want to get married." "No one here cares what I want," I grinned lamely. "Gregory Sova is my uncle, and the selection is his order. I can't disobey." "A dick in his pants for that and an indigestion spell in his beer," Leary exclaimed with feeling, and was immediately embarrassed when she remembered that she was talking about the Emperor. But I laughed out loud. Uncle liked beer, even though it was considered a commoner's drink. "I completely share your feelings," Leary continued. "My uncle's no picnic either, and my aunt's no picnic at all." She stammered, biting her lip nervously. The aforementioned relatives seemed to be toads, so I decided to change the subject. I wanted to get one thing straight. "I'm sorry if I'm prying," I began cautiously, "but I don't sense a second hypostasis in you." "Yeah, I don't have a dragoness," Leary nodded. She didn't take offense to my question, though I knew for myself how slippery a topic it was. "Like me," I continued, seeing Leary's interested gaze, "I fell ill on the eve of my 17th birthday. The doctor's prognosis was disappointing, but I survived. But my other self is lost somewhere, though the healers keep telling me it will wake up someday." I didn't like to talk about it, but my longtime detractors were coming to mating season, and I didn't want Leary to hear another version. Lying and disgusting. "And you?" I asked her. "Tell me your story." "There's nothing to tell," Leary shrugged her shoulders. "Unlike you, I have no hopes." She fell silent, but after thinking for a moment, she still told him that her dragoness had not awakened because of the old meglite mines located in the west of Dalmark. Megillite was the only magical mineral of its kind capable of blocking our magic completely, freezing the connection between human and dragon essence. And Leary had lived near a large vein her whole life, so there was little chance of her true nature awakening after the move. I wanted to help, but no sooner had I offered my healers than someone called out our full names. I looked up and was surprised to see my aunt's lackeys. Engrossed in conversation, we quickly reached the tents. Oh, I need some air. Leary was embarrassed and tried to run away, but I grabbed her under the elbow and dragged her toward the entrance. Fear not, Empress Laura is the sun and stars of Dalmark. I don't know anyone kinder and nicer than her, she laughed. She will like you for sure. Disbelief froze on Leary's face. She was not eager to enter the tent, but there was no choice. Come on, I hurried her up, stepping inside first. It was crowded inside, and my hopes of quietly asking Laura to arrange a meeting with Gabriel were dead. I'd have to catch my aunt later, or storm the general's chambers again at midnight. Thanks to the Escars, the latter didn't seem like a crazy idea anymore. The bastard wouldn't be able to sneak into Gabriel's bedroom by any shadows, but he could follow us on our walk. It's best not to take any chances. An icy, clammy stare suddenly slid across my skin. I didn't have to turn around to recognize Vane. I wondered if the prince had run toward the tent, leaping over the bushes and flower beds to catch me here, too. Fortunately, the general arrived with him. He stood not far from Laura, who was seated on the soft cushions, talking to Lord Russell. The dragon nodded respectfully when he saw me, but his gaze was meaningful, as if to say, I need to talk to you right away. Yes, I really need it, but no sooner had I signaled back than the ring hidden in my bra heated up, and I shuddered involuntarily, stretching into a tense string. What's wrong? I hissed mentally. The artifact didn't answer, but I felt someone's attention on me again, and this time it wasn't the Escarats. I could see the creatures of the dark reflection and the echoes of dead magic again. But how? The residence is perfectly protected. No, I must be confused, but I'd better tell Gabriel about that too. I had no doubt the dragon wouldn't laugh or dismiss my premonitions. Trying to distract herself a little and calm down, she continued to look at the guests. In addition to Vane, the general, and Lord Russell, there were the Empress's maids of honor, her uncle's advisors, the youngest Prince of Escar, Laurent Cora, and 2 debutantes. I recognized Olivia Keaton at once. She was wearing a bright pink dress, very provocative and tight. As if sensing my gaze, Keaton turned around sharply, causing her huge bust to ripple and almost fall out of her cleavage. The outfit spoke eloquently of the Mages's intentions. To complete the picture, the only thing missing was a scarlet plaque that read, I will marry a prince immediately, any prince. Olivia gave me a hateful glance, then lifted her chin proudly and turned away. Too demonstrative and flamboyant, it's silly. Laura didn't appreciate the maneuver. On her beautiful face still played a sunny smile, but her gaze became cold. For Olivia Keaton, marriage season had come to an early end, here and now. Only hubris would keep her from realizing it until it was too late. Lord Russell, the Empress addressed him, please show Lady Keaton and the Countess of Milliers the garden, though Dolors must know the place better than I do. The audience laughed gleefully, and only the Countess standing beside Olivia clutched her fan angrily. Dolors, a gorgeous blonde with a doll face and flawless figure, debuted for the 3rd time. She constantly received a lot of offers, but all of them were refused. She was looking for a favorable match, but all she got was threats from her father. As soon as the girls left the tent, I stepped forward and called my name, then bowed to Laura. For most of the guests, the introduction was a formality, but tradition is tradition. Leary called out the name next, and at the same time congratulated Laura on her impending addition. How nice of you. Auntie smiled sincerely, covering her rounded belly with the palm of her hand. I pray to the gods to send me a daughter. I believe that it will be a girl, only my husband thinks otherwise, she added with a mischievous slyness that made the counselors standing behind her turn pale. The Empire will not survive a second Hayden. Oh, I think you'll like our labyrinth, Lady Milton declared. It's as full of mystery as you are. Laura smiled, suggesting that Leary should choose a suitor, but the younger Prince of Escara interrupted. Laurent immediately stepped forward, leaving my new friend no choice. It seemed to run in the family, too intrusive and clingy. The lake here is also very beautiful. I would be happy to show it to Lady Anariel, Vane added with a luscious smile, but the general blocked his path, not allowing him to come any closer. Laura instantly assessed the situation. I suppose the general would love to keep you company, she added, ignoring Twilight's sour face. Well, that's not how I envisioned this walk, but maybe we could lose Wayne along the way and have a proper conversation. Chapter 14, A Secret Ally. In an hour, Anariel. He had not been able to talk to Gabriel, but he had avoided a scandal. As he walked along the shore, Dusk changed tactics abruptly. He was cold and arrogant, occasionally exchanging verbal jabs with the general. He lost interest in me and looked a little stunned, as if he'd gotten sunstroke. I could hardly believe it, and I suspected that Vane was wary and avoiding open confrontation. Besides us, there were quite a few guests gathered on the shore. Many came closer to exchange greetings and news. It's not to Vane's advantage to provoke the dragon in front of witnesses. Gabriel is stronger and more experienced. The prince has no chance in a fair fight, despite his multiple tattoos and beads in his hair. Besides, he didn't want to be left in the lurch. On the contrary, he was looking for a way to frame the general and make him the perpetrator of the conflict. I ran away at the first opportunity, citing a headache and a high fever, so as not to give the escargot any more reason to do so. Of course, I was escorted to the women's wing. 3 other suitors had joined us during the walk, and I did not object. The more people, the less opportunity for Wayne to shit. It was a shame that my chances of talking to Gabriel alone were fading, too. I didn't want to give up, though. I said goodbye to everyone, but I didn't go to the stairs. I went to the window. I hid behind the curtain and followed the men. Vane strode toward the men's wing, while the general continued patrolling the garden. I grabbed my skirts and dashed for the second exit. I wanted to rush out in front of the dragon and drag him into the gazebo. But as I flew out of the palace, it was a miracle I didn't crash into Luigi Ernani, who was strolling leisurely. When the Golden Dragon Emperor noticed me, he waved his hand like an old acquaintance and rushed towards me. He looked relaxed and comfortable. He had a noble face, a soft smile, and sparkling green eyes. He didn't try to hide his age with magic, but the gray on his temples, the wrinkles on his forehead and around his eyes didn't spoil him at all, but only emphasized his wisdom and life experience. Unlike the other guests, he was dressed in a ceremonial general's uniform, white with gold epaulets and a magnificent axelbant. The dragon's long wheat hair was in a tight braid, tied at the bottom with a leather strap. Austerity and elegant simplicity. Hernani was subtly reminiscent of Gabriel, but not in appearance but in his military bearing and his ability to make an impression without making any special effort. "Your Majesty," bowed respectfully. "We are honored by your arrival. And it's a pleasure to be here." The Golden One smiled openly, and with a nod pointed to the path leading to the garden. "Will you keep me company?" There was no time for a walk, but I couldn't refuse. Ernani must have been told by now that I knew about the engagement. "Sure," I replied, and we headed towards the Rose Alley. I thought he'd want to talk about the mating season and the sealing of the peace treaty, but the dragon began to talk about the journey here and sincerely admired the local beauty. It was especially surprising that he had come not alone, but with his granddaughter. Little Marion really wanted to see the legendary Mirror of Fortune, but she was tired after the road and couldn't come to the summer residence today. Luigi pulled out a gold medallion from his pocket, and my gaze locked on the bracelet that glittered on his swarthy wrist. It was very simple, with no jewels or patterns, but I heard it was engraved with his late wife's name inside. Luigi had never parted with it, and had said many times that no one could replace Elsa. I had always admired such devotion, but now I felt a strange embarrassment and awkwardness. Before this meeting, I had thought only of myself, and repeated that he was not suitable for me because of his age, but that I was willing to endure it for the sake of a peace treaty. I had not even thought that Luigi was not particularly unhappy about the marriage. He was the only one who looked at me as one of his granddaughters or daughters. I could feel his warmth and genuine affection, but it was far from the kind of affection on which a full-fledged marriage is built. "My little princess," Luigi said fondly, holding out the open locket to me. Inside was a photograph of an adorable little girl. She was blonde, with a cute little snub nose and a scattering of cheerful freckles. Her smile was so infectious that I didn't even realize I was smiling back. This doll reminded me too much of a relative's bobblehead. "Marion is very worried that she won't be able to make friends here," Hernani added, handing the locket back to me for some reason. "But I think she and Prince Hayden should get along." "Why, yes," I stretched out, looking at the dragon thoughtfully. His emerald eyes were filled with laughter, and he had a sly smile on his lips. He looked much younger now, like he was the same age as my uncle. "When we return to the capital, I would be happy to visit with Marion," Luigi continued. "Perhaps the young prince can join us?" "Of course." I revived, thanking heaven and the spirits for the wonderful news. The Golden Emperor wasn't eager to marry me, and he was careful to hint at the ideal. Even if Hayden and Marion didn't become a couple in the future, their engagement would seal the peace treaty and buy me 7 years, if not more. My mood improved dramatically. The situation with my marriage no longer seemed dire and hopeless. If Ernani wasn't going to rush to announce the engagement, I didn't have to run to Gabriel, losing scales and risking trouble. I'll try to talk to Laura again at the ball. What if I'm lucky and the general thinks of asking me to dance? I didn't doubt that we were somehow connected. The artifact clinging to me dispelled the last of my doubts, but I wanted to understand the nuances and ask the main question. Were we a true couple, or were we spouses blessed by the spirits of Iduver and the guardians of the clan? The second also meant a lot, so it would be impossible to get a quiet divorce under any circumstances. It's an ordinary marriage that can be dissolved without too much noise, but not a magical one, and even if it was sealed by the magic of ancestors. We'd be damned on both sides if we even mentioned it. And I realized from talking to other fiancés that good husbands don't go to waste. Since fate has brought us together, we should at least try. But first, I'd like to hear Gabriel's opinion. If Mora is right and the dragon brought the flowers for a reason, but with a hint, then he's not in the mood for a hasty divorce. The rest of the walk was spent in these reflections. Hernani did not require me to take an active part in the conversation and mostly talked about his granddaughter and daughters. It was an obvious failure for a first date with a future wife, but I was personally delighted. The Golden Emperor very subtly but insistently made it clear that it was better for us to be related in another way. And I agreed with every word. When I was sure we understood each other and were ready to act together, Luigi escorted me to the ladies' wing and went to his room to prepare for the evening ball. I was about to do the same, but suddenly I witnessed a new scandal. When I got to the third floor, the conflict was in full swing. Women's yelling, swearing, and mutual insults were pouring out in rivers. The ladies divided the grooms and seemed to accuse each other of stealing. With a heavy sigh, I began to squeeze through the crowd. The crowd was as crowded as the central bazaar on feast days. Girls, servants, and guards ran to the shouts. Only the raging ladies could not be separated. The quarrel was rapidly gaining momentum, and the threats were getting more serious by the second. "Envious bitch, you're nothing. You were always jealous of me, that's why you robbed me." When I listened, I recognized Olivia Keaton's voice. "Jealous of what? Your huge ass or the sides that can't fit into any corset?" the other lady retorted. I think it was the voice of Lady de Stael, a petite beauty with a terrible temper and a sharp tongue. She had been able to get suitors easily and to get very generous gifts from them, but she could not make up her mind to marry. Apparently, a worthy suitor had not yet been born. It's no wonder these two had a life-or-death match. I'm just surprised Olivia accused de Stael of stealing. For all her faults, she wouldn't do that. Rather, she would have openly ruined Keaton's things without hiding or denying it. "And what the hell do I need your amethyst hairpins for, huh?" De Stael continued to yell. "Scary, tasteless. You little shit." There were claps and squeals. Apparently the ladies were slapping each other. "Enough, stand aside at once or I'll use magic," the guardian shouted, summoning a paralyzing hood. The jokes were over, and realizing that they had crossed the line, the ladies fell abruptly silent. I struggled through the crowd of spectators and managed to see Keaton and de Stael crawling away from the battlefield. The aforementioned debutantes looked miserable. They dueled without swords, simply scratching each other like wildcats. I'm not sure if the healers will have time to fix their faces before the ball, but that's better. Maybe they'll wise up now. The aristocracy has no right to descend to such squabbles, especially when they're guests. They both know that Laura is pregnant and mustn't be nervous. Rabid snakes. I headed for my room, but barely stepped inside. I saw an equally shocking sight, an angry Mora and trashed suitcases. My things, always perfectly folded and separated so I could find everything I needed at a moment's notice, were now lying all over the room. And judging by the shaman's scarlet face, that wasn't the only problem. "Is something missing? Wary. Your favorite emerald bra, lace pantaloons, stockings, and nightgown," Mora said in one breath. "I swear it wasn't my fault." "I don't doubt it," she nodded. Jeeves invited all the chaperones to a separate room to familiarize them with the program of the ball and to give some of the girls cards with the schedule of obligatory dances, Mora continued. It looked like Laura had already made a schedule for me, and she'd probably given most of the dancing to Luigi. Just as long as Bones and the Escarzos aren't there. Otherwise, I'll voluntarily fall off the bridge into the lake or twist my leg to avoid waltzing with those ghouls. I only went out for a short time, and I definitely locked the doors with all the locks, both magical and mechanical. Added Nanny. Don't go on, it's already clear that only Hayden could do such a thing, she hissed angrily. Those who came from the Imperial path are the ones who can't be detected by any alarms, and they are not protected. I'm thinking him too, Nanny nodded. He's probably got Lady Keaton's hairpins too. You little brat, he's in business, you see, she exclaimed, picking up the surviving bra and swinging it at the invisible enemy. I'll catch him and hang him right on top of the stolen underwear. How could he even think of such a thing? It's obvious that the girls will start blaming each other and settling scores. I was a little nervous, but I couldn't stop myself from sobbing. Apparently my uncle was right, and Hayden's military college was not just crying, but weeping loudly. We need to find him and shut this business down, confidently declared. He's gone too far, he could ruin the mating season with his moonlighting. We'll find it, but after the ball, Mora suggested. There's not much time left and you're not ready. And she stopped talking and went to the table. You've been given the Empress's recommendations for your dress and jewelry from your uncle. I had no doubt that the dress would have to be gold in color and the jewelry would turn out to be yellow diamonds. But after talking to Luigi, it didn't make me angry at all. Good, then I'll kick Hayden's ears right at the ball, she nodded, taking the message from Mora's hands. But now let's get ready. Chapter 15, Look for the Thief, that same evening. The preparations were hurried and hectic. Hayden didn't take much trouble to get to the laundry. The dresses, perfectly ironed before the trip and carefully packed with magic, were hopelessly wrinkled. Ironically, the gold dress I was supposed to wear was particularly damaged. It was sewn from a unique spider silk, glistening in all shades of midday sun and molten amber, but crumpled from any awkward touch. Mora had spent a lot of time with him and miraculously managed to make him look decent, but there was no time for a complicated hairdo. We quickly gathered her hair into an elegant shell, adorning it with diamond studs and a string of pearls. In combination with the ball gown, it turned out gorgeous, so from the jewelry sent by my uncle, I took only earrings and a ring. I left my neck bare, so as not to overload the image, and hid the general's ring and the handkerchief back into my bra. I slipped out into the corridor and ran into Leary on the stairs. She was wearing a gorgeous blue dress that emphasized her sapphire eyes and swarthy skin. After complimenting her, I took her under my arm and we headed out into the garden together. The first ball was held in the open air. For this purpose, the Empress had ordered the construction of a magnificent dancing ground. A sea of flowers, crystal statues and fountains, colorful ribbons and garlands with magical lights. The Imperial Garden had always been astonishing in its splendor, but now it seemed to have descended from the pages of a fairy tale. The only thing that marred tonight was the presence of the Ascarians and Sadie Bones, and the news about Hayden, of course. I was boiling with indignation, and talking to Leary only added fuel to the fire. Turns out she'd been hurt too. The prince had stolen her perfume. I'll catch you, I'll kill you. However, I hoped until the last moment that the prince would fix everything before the ball. I even hung a belt in the maze and attached a sign to it that said, "Return the stolen goods immediately, or you'll be sorry." He didn't. What's more, Hayden was looking at me wolfishly from across the ballroom, looking more than a little offended. That surprised and alarmed me. What if it really wasn't him? But then who would want my underwear and why? You can't even use it to cast a spell or curse properly. For such a purpose, you need your favorite jewelry, hair, in extreme cases, even a clean comb or comb will do. They absorb magic better than cloth. No, that's nonsense. Rivals wouldn't steal a bra and knickers. What about the hairpin and the perfume? It didn't make any sense at all. Your lordship, vain Cora approached me. Leary was being attacked by the Marquis Alejandro de Brasco, an old ladies' man and the eternal guest of all the marriage seasons. I couldn't help my friend, but I mentally thanked Laura, who had promised my first dance to Luigi. Sadie and the Ascarians weren't on the list. How fortunate. And also, the Empress correctly judged the glances I cast at Gabriel in the tent, so she put one dance with the general in my carn. Albeit in the second half of the ball, but it's a real chance to talk. Your Highness, please excuse me, but my dance is already scheduled. Ernani bowed respectfully and headed towards her. He was rushing towards me. Your Grace, the Emperor smiled affably, offering his hand. Do me the honor. I'd love to, I exclaimed, letting myself be drawn into a waltz. The conversation was relaxed, my partner pleasant, not trying to cross boundaries, and the anticipation of meeting Gabriel soon. For the first time in weeks, I breathed a sigh of relief and just enjoyed the experience. But the beautiful dance was quickly coming to an end, and it was time to change partners. My eyes immediately caught sight of Bones sailing toward me and of a relative standing nearby. Thanking Luigi, she headed towards him. "There you are," I exclaimed, and I was already worried that I was without a partner. The petty highness twitched nervously, as if wondering whether or not he'd have time to run away. But when he met my warning glance, he didn't fool around. "Anne Ariel," Hayden smiled strainedly and gave me his hand, and then we swirled around the ballroom. The difference in height made it awkward to dance, but there was an immediate wave of sweet whispers around us. The guests were delighted and admired our unusual couple, and we could finally talk. "What's with the weird jokes?" the prince asked as we waltzed away. "I found out how Bones was going to bypass the defenses, and I was in a hurry to warn you. I wanted to ask you if you'd been able to talk about college. And here it comes, the belt, the threats." When I read that, I didn't even dare open the door to my room. He was genuinely hurt and angry. I was beginning to doubt the validity of my assumptions. "Hayden, me and 2 other girls have personal items missing," I explained, watching his reaction closely. "And you immediately thought of me?" The prince's face turned crimson with indignation. "Yes, I never stole anything. How could you even think that? What else am I supposed to think? There's no sign of him. The defense didn't find anyone." I was silent, remembering that the servants were also invisible. They wore special bracelets to open the magic locks in the rooms before cleaning. "Ani, I swear by the dragon, I didn't steal anything." The prince looked at me like a beaten puppy, and my anger evaporated. For some reason, I believed him. I gathered information, yes. Sometimes I'd take measurements off things and look at the tags to see what kind of dressmakers the ladies preferred. But I was always careful, even with medic's gloves on, so as not to spoil anything. Hayden continued. "And Leary's perfume? I did. And Olivia's hairpins? I didn't even touch the hairpins. I swore. I only picked up the perfume to write down the name. The Marquis de Brasco wanted to get a scent that Leary liked and find out what she used. But I swear I put the bottle back immediately. Why would I bring it to the Marquis?" The general's ring suddenly warmed, as if to confirm that the prince wasn't lying. I wondered if these strange robberies had something to do with the box Vane had been trying to give me. "Ani, I beg you, believe me. I would never." "I believe you," I nodded. "But look at what your antics have gotten you into. Any mischief, any accident, and everyone thinks it's you, Hayden. This is not the kind of reputation a future emperor should have." "No," the prince sighed heavily. "It's time for you to grow up, Hayden," she added, squeezing his palm encouragingly. "I promise," smiled the prince. "But first we need to find the real thief. I have an idea." "Oh no, not again." "Hayden, stay out of this." She flashed her eyes warningly. "The guards will take care of that. You don't understand. Without access to the Imperial path, they'll have to operate in the open. The enemy can lie low and destroy the evidence or plant the loot," the stubborn little thing said authoritatively. "But I can investigate without making a fuss, and I'm sure I won't scare the thief away." "This could be dangerous," I hissed, continuing to smile strainedly at the audience. We spoke very quietly, trying not to move our lips so that the guests could not make out our words. Fortunately, no one tried to eavesdrop. The grooms did not consider the prince's arrival, and the ladies crowded around the empress and raced to admire him. We weren't the only ones dancing, but the other couples tried to keep to themselves, letting us twirl freely in the center of the ballroom. As if we were the centerpiece of the evening. "It's no more dangerous than what I'm doing now," Hayden retorted nonchalantly. "Ani, understand that my honor and reputation are at stake." "Too late, kid. You could have thought of that sooner," I countered, feeling a little like Mora when she'd asked me not to do anything else on my own and to talk to Gabriel openly. "Ani, I'll be very careful, I swear," the prince promised. "I'll just find out who cleaned the victims' rooms and check the maid's room. I will also ask my boys to eavesdrop on the servants' conversations and see if anyone has lost a key bracelet." I wondered. It made sense, it could work. If I argued, it would only make things worse. I knew Hayden too well, and I knew he wouldn't back down even if I promised to give him up to his uncle. He'd find a way to sneak off to spy on me or send his gang to spy on me. I'd better keep it under control before he gets angry and comes up with another option and gets himself in trouble. "Okay, it's a good idea, you're doing great," she praised, "but promise me you won't go any further than reconnaissance." "I promise, and if anything goes wrong, I'll run right away," the prince nodded. Don't worry, I'll try not to leave the path at all. My goal is to gather information secretly. I'll put my friends on guard before the room is examined so that they can signal me in time. It looks like they've got it all worked out. It's not for nothing that they successfully completed so many missions before the real thief appeared, right? And there's no way for a criminal to get on the Imperial Trail. So, the music suddenly stopped, and it was time to change partners. But Hayden had time to move forward and whisper. Bones bragged about stealing a bracelet from one of the maids to get to you. Be careful. If it was just me who'd been robbed, I'd think Sadie had stolen the laundry as proof that he'd managed to sneak into my bedroom. But it's easy to refute, and for such rumors and trying to ruin my reputation, the prince risked not only being kicked out of the mating season, but also being challenged to a duel by my father. And Uncle won't stand by. A peace treaty is no reason to allow guests such liberties. The diamond ones need our help too. No, Sadie's a bastard, but he's sneaky and cowardly. If he comes to me, it will be with flowers and a ring. And he'll make a fuss so that the servants and guards will see him kneeling before me and begging me to be his wife. The scheme is as old as the world. Pretend to be mad with love and moderately compromise the victim so that she cannot refuse. But at the same time, not to get a glove in the face from her relatives. I wasn't going to let that happen, and I'd already figured out a way to not only fight off Bones, but to put him in a very tricky position. The night and payback was eagerly awaited. Ariel, I missed the moment when Hayden bowed and my uncle walked up. He looked pleased and glowing with complacency. A marvelous idea with the dance pleasantly surprised me. Laura and the guests are delighted too. We tried very hard, she curtsied. You look lovely, my uncle added unexpectedly. I'm glad you took my advice. He was alluding to the color of the dress and how at ease I was with the Golden Emperor. If Gregory had known what that was about, he wouldn't be smiling right now. Would you do the honors? They were performing a majestic polonaise, my uncle's favorite dance. Laura, for obvious reasons, could not pair up with him, but I gladly agreed. 3 dances with nice gentlemen was already a lot, and then we could skip a couple, citing the heat and fatigue. Of course, I answered, giving my hand, and a moment later we were spinning around the hall, enjoying the evening and the glow of the magical lights. The music took over and we didn't talk anymore. We were just having fun with the other guests. But as the last chords played, I saw Gabriel coming toward us. Well, I won't miss the next dance. After all, next on the program is a jaunty dragon mazurka. Your Majesty, Gabriel bowed to the Emperor, I beg your pardon, but I am going to steal your beautiful partner. Lady Duarcana has promised me the next dance. What an interesting twist. Uncle, she smiled, her gaze asking for permission. Of course, Gregory suspected nothing, giving in easily to the general. Ariel, thank you for the magnificent polonaise. Always at your service. I made a curtsy, after which the Emperor went to Laura and Gabriel gave me his hand, inviting me to dance. Our hands were covered in gloves, but as soon as my fingers touched the dragon's palm, a wave of burning goosebumps ran through my body and all my senses heightened to the extreme. Lady Ariel, the general's voice flashed with an exhilarating huskiness, and his gaze became anticipatory and promising. He said nothing more. I knew that many people were burning their eyes at us and listening eagerly, but it turned out that it was possible to speak without words. The mazurka promenade had never seemed so intriguing. We were just gliding down the hall with the other couples, preparing to come in for the big circle, but emotions were running high and the tattoo was on fire, burning my arm with magical flashes. I listened eagerly to her signals, trying to understand who we were to each other, and at the same time trying not to lose the rhythm. The mazurka was pulling us into its frenetic whirlpool, and it seemed that the outlines of the summer residence were blurring, and we were dancing again at the carnival in Ituvar, but without illusions. The flickering candles replaced the glow of the fires, the tinkling music merged with the phantom laughter of the townspeople. I felt the spicy sweetness of the ritual wine on my tongue again, and my heart galloped with the desire to get to the sacred flame. The memories were intoxicating, but the general's hot gaze was even more dizzying, as were his emotions. I heard them as clearly as my own, involuntarily engaging in this silent dialogue of glances and touches. Now I knew for sure that the peonies had been given for a reason, and I realized how foolish I had been to ask the spirits for help. We were only a few minutes apart, and luckily the music of the night brought us back together, allowing us to correct our past mistakes. A step, a turn, a hop, and a new touch, the mazurka was a fiery avalanche of blood, and everything around seemed unimportant. Gabriel and I, our dance, and this night, woven of memories and flashes of distant stars, were all that existed now. I wanted this moment to last forever, but the music stopped, and the dragon bowed, thanking me for the dance. A slight sadness replaced the cheerfulness, but Gabriel squeezed my palm, and the ring hidden in my bra glowed, warning me not of danger. You are always inimitable and magnificent, Anariel, but let me marvel at the exquisite beauty of your ring and gloves. The dragon's emerald eyes were filled with laughter, and his lips had a sly smile that made it impossible to doubt the meaning of his words. He knew everything, and he wasn't even mad. He glanced meaningfully at my naked neck as if to say that his handkerchief was missing. What could I do? It was safely hidden like the rest of his wealth. I couldn't give it back now, but I knew in my gut that Gabriel wasn't expecting it. On the contrary, he looked pleased, as if I was supposed to have the ring. I'd be happy if you'd agree to dance with me again in the second half of the ball, he added, reluctantly letting me go. 2 dances with the same partner is a serious statement. But if they are consecutive, it's a violation of the rules. No one was going to provoke a scandal, and having promised Gabriel another waltz, I refused the next gentleman, citing fatigue and stuffiness, and then headed confidently toward Laura. I wanted to stall until the first half of the ball was over and wait for the illusion show. Chapter 16, A Debut to Defeat. The idea of joining the Empress's retinue was ingenious and was a real lifesaver for me. My aunt was so moved by our waltz with Hayden that I listened to her praise to the admiring sighs of the ladies and guests. The ladies tried their best to please the governor and practiced compliments. I only had to be embarrassed in time and agree with everything. 3 times during this time I had been asked to dance, but I had refused, citing fatigue, and the maids of honor had pushed the men aside, complaining of their own migraines and other problems. At other times I would have grown tired of their chatter, but it was a great help. I hid behind the small talk like an impenetrable shield and stepped away from Laura's throne when the master of ceremonies announced the end of the first half of the ball. All the guests were invited to come down to the lake shore to admire the magical illusions by Maestro Salveri and to watch the unique fireworks by Master Diviro. They were deservedly considered the best in the business, and I was eagerly awaiting the start of the show. Mistress, as she left the dance gazebo, she immediately ran into Mora. Before joining the Empress's entourage, I instructed the shaman to reconnoiter the situation, to gather rumors and find out if anything else had happened in the women's wing while we were going to the ball, and at the same time to find out how things were going in the men's half. I wanted to understand the logic of the mysterious thief. Maybe I wasn't the main target because nothing of real value was missing. What if the robber targeted another girl? Did he purposely steal personal belongings from the brightest debutantes to cover his tracks? I spoke to the servants, Mora said quietly when we were alone and down by the lake. No one else was hurt besides you, Lady Keaton, and Declar. I see, I replied. And what about the men's wing? Apart from some minor skirmishes and quarrels over the ladies I like, nothing suspicious has happened, Mora reported. Yeah, well, the investigation's a dead end. Looks like it's really up to Hayden. I think they're looking for something meaningful, a family artifact or something like that. I was seriously leaning that way. The ring hidden in her bra was suddenly warm. It did. Nobody knows about you, I mentally exclaimed. And anyway, what are you? I asked again, but the jewelry ignored the question. All right, let's go to the other side. What can you do? I asked, defense magic, combat magic, prediction, illusion, or healing, why might you be hunted? And more importantly, who? The ring was silent again, but the magic bells chimed through the garden. It was 3 minutes before the show, and I could hear the voices of the guests behind me. They'd come down to the shore, too, and I didn't want to talk to them. Mora, why don't we go for a little ride? She suggested, glancing at the boats near the shore. It was a real chance for me to get away from everyone and not get into another scandal. I glimpsed the Escarin coming toward us, Bones catching up with him. Mora and I hurriedly took the nearest boat and swam away from the shore. Many followed suit. Luckily, my sworn boyfriends didn't want to chase me across the lake, and when the first illusions flashed in the sky, I was enjoying the splendor of the kaleidoscope of magical images. Ghostly dragons and huge phoenixes with sparks of enchanted flame flying from their wings. Fiery flowers and frosty patterns spreading across the sky with magical frost. magical storms, and multicolored lightning bolts weaving into an intricate web. The illusions changed one after another, striking with their beauty, but as soon as they were joined by the salutes, the misgivings suddenly flared up with renewed vigor. The general's ring glowed red-hot, warning us of danger and covering us with a protective dome, and a moment later the water in the lake bubbled. About 10 meters away from us, a dead lake maiden with gray-blue skin, a fanged mouth without lips, and blood-brown seaweed instead of hair surfaced. The upper half of the creature's body was female, with skin that looked wrinkled and desiccated like a mummy's and tentacles instead of legs. Abyss, this is no longer an illusion, but a real breakthrough. But how? Yar-rar-rar-ray, the lake woman's shrill cry made her ears pop, and before Mora could turn the boat around to row to shore, the creature slammed its huge tentacles into her. The ringed shield held, but the boat rocked like a storm and the monster immediately changed tactics, hitting the bottom. The boat flipped over, but at the last moment I managed to create an air dome that allowed me to breathe and see underwater, and Mora put up another shield and threw a chain lightning bolt at the lake lady. The weave worked especially well in the water, spreading stinging sparks and jumping from tentacle to tentacle. The creature shrieked in pain, hitting the protective sphere again, and Mora and I flew to the bottom, tumbling around inside the dome and trying to survive. It was very difficult to hold the defense in such conditions, but the ring was not slumbering either, supporting our weaves and its shields. But the creature wasn't going to give up either. When it realized that it couldn't break through the dome, it braided it with its tentacles and began to shake it like a clogged salt shaker. Ouch! She howled, hitting the back of her head on the shield. All right, hold on. Anyone can hurt a fragile girl, but what about a 5-foot alligator? Mora, I'm going. I shouted, mentally ordering the ring to let me through, and jumped out of the dome. In an instant, she transformed into a toothy monster, locked her jaws on the nearest tentacle, and with all her might, she pinned the lakewoman who had descended on us with her spiked tail. The creature didn't have time to dodge and flew off to the side. Mora, who had come to its aid, threw another lightning bolt at it, and the ring on my claw fired steel needles at the huge bone snakes rushing toward us. The water bubbled with magic and was colored with the greenish blood of the monsters. We fought back, but the wounded lakewoman wasn't going to back down and lunged at me with a clawed paw. I dodged the blow by biting off another tentacle, and the ring unleashed a torrent of enchanted blades at our enemy. Mora was using magic to kill the dead shark, but as I was about to rush back into battle, a huge steel dragon burst into the lake with an arrow. I recognized the general at once and immediately went to the bottom, pretending to be a large algae before he accidentally killed me along with the rest of the monsters. The ring approved of the maneuver and even helped, speeding up the descent and pulling Mora to us so she wouldn't get hit, too. The creatures didn't follow us, not that they cared. Gabriel tore the attackers to shreds and patched up the underwater breach in seconds, while I shifted back to human and blacked out, allowing myself to be saved. We're not married enough to tell him about my illicit talents and skills. All in good time, a moment, and the half-formed dragon sank to the bottom, gently lifting me up and covering me with a new dome. And then we began to rise rapidly. I didn't risk opening my eyes, but I could feel that Nanny was somewhere nearby and that she was all right. Mora mentally called out, "All right, my lady," the shamaness said immediately. "I'm coming for you." I deliberately delayed so that the general would get to you sooner. Even in such a situation, she didn't miss the chance to bring us together and push us into a frank conversation. I really needed one. But I was more interested in the breakthrough than in our relationship. Is everything okay with the rest of the guests? Was this the only breakthrough, or are there more? And most importantly, how did the creatures even get into the most defensible place in the entire empire? A jerk, we were suddenly in the air. Gabriel carried me to the shore, and after making sure I was unconscious, he shouted to Mora to call the healers. Then the dragon gently shook me like a rag doll, but no sooner had I officially regained consciousness than I was laid on my back and began artificial respiration. I honestly tried to take a breath, but when Gabriel's lips touched mine again, my hands were on his shoulders, and the conspiracy flew into the abyss. That's what I understand, first aid. I didn't even doubt it would wake you up faster than the medicine weaves, Gabriel whispered suddenly, breaking the kiss. Oops. By the way, I saw you turn back around, he added, kissing me again. Twice, ouch. But we'll discuss that later, he added without a hint of anger or judgment. And now, I'm sorry, I'll have to leave you to my guards. I have to make sure the big dome is safe. was the underwater breach the only one? I clarified, shaking off the remnants of languid tenderness. Yes, I've closed it, and the magicians are checking the dome now. Gabriel didn't have time to finish. An emerald beam shot from the center of the labyrinth into the sky, and the dome shook with flashes of dark magic. And a second later, two more portals to dark reflection opened in the sky and on the other side of the lake. Flash! The dragon covered us with its wings like a shield, and a moment later there was another deafening crack, and the debris of the dome fell from the sky. The veil parted like a threadbare cloth, blurring the lines between dark and light reflection, and letting in a new horde of bloodthirsty monsters into our world. And the air vibrated with ancient magic and the roar of the creatures. The roar of the creatures was eerie, bone-chilling, full of age-old hunger and rage. Bone dragons, the most fearsome and powerful creatures of the dead world. Here, in the summer residence, I couldn't get my head around what had happened, but now I had no doubt that what had happened at the lake was no accident. I didn't have time to think about it. Gabriel pulled away suddenly, helping me up and wrapping me in his protection. I took a quick look around. The night sky was ablaze with dead green lights and the scarlet flashes of the battle weaves that had replaced the holiday fireworks. Gargoyles, harpies, bone dragons, there were an awful lot of them. They were frantically beating against the guards' shields and trying to reach the guests. Only in the garden today were gathered not just aristocrats, but the strongest mages of the empire. They were not going to hide and huddle in corners. Most of them instantly oriented themselves and joined the fight. I heard the furious screams, saw the flashes of the attack weaves and the curses that hit the creatures like a tsunami. Anariel, run to the residence, the general ordered as the guards emerged from behind the labyrinth. You'll be escorted out, he added without waiting for an objection. He pushed himself off the ground and arrowed into the sky, transforming into a dragon on the fly. Then he darted straight for the epicenter of the breach. My heart clenched, but I didn't have time to panic. I wasn't going to stay in the shelter while the others fought. I summoned my blades and rushed toward the guards. Mora was coming at me. The shaman hadn't found the healer in time to fulfill Gabriel's orders, but that didn't matter now. In her hands she clutched sabers of enchanted steel, their blades dripping the putrid green slime that replaced the creature's blood. "All right," exclaimed as she approached her. "Yes. There are two new breakthroughs in the residence, a celestial and a terrestrial," the shamaness briefly reported. "All the creatures came with the dead commanders. Damn it, the monsters themselves are not that dangerous because they can't coordinate their actions. In open combat, they interfere with each other, often clashing with each other. Only the dead commanders, once the strongest mages of this world who had voluntarily defected to the side of darkness, could control them, turning a horde of mad monsters into a real army. Lady d'Arcana, follow us. We'll escort you to safety." A guard came toward me, but at the same moment a bony puma came roaring out of the bushes. Huge, fast, and too dangerous. Its fangs were the size of my hand, and its long, spiked tail swept from side to side, slithering across the grass like a snake. The monster sucked in air noisily and rushed towards me, but Mora's attack weaves and lightning bolts immediately flew at it, piercing its dead body and putting it to sleep forever. Alas, this was not the only monster. New creatures were already approaching us from all sides. Saber-toothed wolves, huge spiders, bone cats, and even a bear. I gripped my weapons and cast a spell of banishment on the blades. It was a shamanic weave I wasn't supposed to know, but now its flashes were drowned in Mora's stormy aura and the glow of the attacking weaves. The general's ring came to the rescue again, weaving its magic with mine. A dash. I lunged at the nearest spider, slipping under its venomous, blade-sharp chelicerae, and struck at its abdomen, driving the blades straight into the thin layer of skin between the protective plates. The creature howled in pain and collapsed dead, and I pounced on the next monster crowding the young guard. The dragon was surrounded by 5 huge spiders. A step, a turn, a short stroke of enchanted steel, a roar, the agony of dying monsters, and a new blow. I fought as hard as the others, slashing at the oncoming creatures, but the stream of them seemed endless. Gabriel fought fearlessly, high in the sky, the flames of battle weaves and magic oozing out of the ruptures. Another dragon joined him. I recognized my cousin Duke Kendall immediately. But 2 against a whole horde was too little. "Mistress," Mora said hurriedly, and we and the guards continued to make our way toward the residence. The guards reported that the palace's defenses had held, and all the guests were being hurriedly moved to the palace. The Empress was also safe and had been taken away, but Prince Hayden was missing. The news made my heart ache, but part of me hoped that the little things had escaped to scout and hadn't caught the breakthrough. A familiar silhouette flashed ahead. I recognized my friend at once and rushed over to her. "Leary, how are you?" exclaimed, taking a quick look at the girl. "Are you all right? Thank the gods, we've had a breakthrough." Ground and sky. Before I could speak, a new avalanche of spiders swarmed through the labyrinth, and Leary immediately raised her bow, and I touched the shaft of her arrow, braiding the tip with shamanic magic. To the abyss. The most important thing now is to survive. "Wait, that's better," she added, completing the weave. Leary fired, and the arrow entered the head of the nearest creature. The creature howled in pain and sprang to its feet, but that was when my weave went off. The blast wave ripped the creature to shreds, and the general's ring whacked 3 more spiders in the process. "Bullseye," Leary grinned and then added warily. "Look, there's a whole lot of them. Anariel, help me," she asked. "I could use your magic." And I helped, charming arrow after arrow, but my eyes were suddenly caught by the dogs that flashed by. Huge, much larger than normal, with powerful paws and blade-sharp fangs. They looked intimidating and imposing, but they were nothing like the creatures of the dark reflection. The dogs fought them fearlessly, biting through the spiders with their huge, powerful jaws. "Who are they?" Leary asked, noticing the magical streams reaching out to her. She was the one who controlled the animals. "They're with me," I told her. "I'll tell you later, but they're nice, and they don't bite." I had strong doubts about the latter, but I didn't argue. The roar came from above again, and my heart skipped a beat. Gabriel was still fighting bone harpies and dragons. With difficulty, I looked away and immediately noticed a prince nearby. "Leary, it's Hayden," whooped. "Is he out of his mind?" A giant bone harpy was charging at the disobedient prince. It was slightly smaller than a dragon, with sprawling wings topped with poisonous spikes and sharp feathers that it used as throwing knives in battle. Taking aim, she was about to hit the monster with magic, but Leary was faster, firing 2 arrows in quick succession. The first pierced the monster's wing, entering just below the shoulder, and the second pierced the torso. The harpy fell to the grass with a cry, and a powerful man with an axe ran up to it, killing the monster with a single blow. My nanny fought beside me, pressed by the spider commander. "The 8-legged spider is the boss of those things," said Leary. "The sooner we deal with it, the sooner the spider hordes will leave us alone. I've already tested it on the lizard in the maze." I didn't have time to find out what kind of lion we were talking about, nor did I have time to help Mora with the spider. Hayden came over to us, disheveled but glowing with self-importance. "I'm here to save you," proudly proclaimed the fearless prince. "Now someone's gonna get it." "Who would have saved you?" I exclaimed, trying to restrain myself from slapping the relative in the face. "I'm not just running around here, by the way. I'm saving the girls." Hayden was outraged. "I'm taking them out through the secret paths? It's a good idea, but it's dangerous." I wanted to find out more, but a wounded bone wolf jumped out of the bushes, and something that looked like an overgrown bat swooped down from the sky. Leary took care of the winged creature, and I grabbed my blades and lunged at the wolf, hitting it with 2 swift blows. "Look out!" shouted. The shot creature fell onto the gazebo that Hayden was fussing over. There were frightened cries from the women, but the prince used the Lord's word to quickly calm the ladies. Unbelievable. This is a unique mental weave that only members of the imperial family could use. I had no idea that he had mastered such a complicated spell. As soon as the girls were quiet, Hayden dashed to the fountain and opened the secret trapdoor. "Ladies, hurry up." He hurried them up, weaving mental magic into his voice again. Unlike me, Hayden could not only navigate the labyrinth but also control it, temporarily sealing off some of the forks with magic and leaving only a tunnel for the girls to quickly reach the castle. Mora said the defenses were intact. Gabriel had replaced some of the ancient security weaves for good reason. Though his uncle thought it was enough to guard the floors, the rest of the residence was invulnerable. Something flashed from the side, and I saw Olivia fighting nearby. She was fighting desperately, but there were too many creatures, and I rushed to help. Leary's dogs followed me. Thanks to them and Gabriel's artifact, the monsters were dealt with quickly, but before I could exhale, I saw the gargoyle commander rushing toward us. "Leary, look!" exclaimed, pushing Keaton toward the fountain. "Olivia, run after Hayden to the shelter as fast as you can. And you—" She'd forgotten all about our feud out of shock. "We have unfinished business," Leary said, drawing her bow, and I began weaving a new spell, adding my magic to her arrow. Alas, the gargoyle's arrows did not take it. Its skin was too dense, and the monster was extremely agile and easily dodged, using its wings as shields. 4 arrows went into the void, and a new squad of spiders came rushing at us. Leary's hounds couldn't handle them anymore, and the guards and Mora were crowding several of the dead commanders. Well, we'll fight back on our own. I summoned the shaman's gift and created a dozen ice blades. The ring immediately reinforced them with magic, and I struck at the spiders, wielding the magic blades like a whirlwind. The weave absorbed a lot of force, but the creatures were repelled with lightning speed, and I focused on the gargoyle again. This time I reinforced Leary's arrow with sacred flame, and when it crunched into the monster's wing, the webbing burst into flames and the creature collapsed to the ground. I rushed at her, finishing her off with my regular blades. Gabriel killed the leader of the bone dragons, while Duke Kendall and the golden dragon came to the rescue and finished off the rest of the winged creatures. The fight on the ground was also coming to an end. I could hear the flashes of battle spells now and then, and I recognized my uncle's magic unmistakably among them. He was fighting on equal footing with the others, but the mysterious beam that had appeared moments before the catastrophe was still there, its glow spreading over the labyrinth in a dead green haze. Fortune's mirror was failing, which meant that no matter how many creatures we killed, the rifts would continue to widen and spawn new monsters. We have to rebuild our defenses somehow. The general's ring beeped, agreeing with the conclusion. But Leary's dogs came rushing past me. I was afraid she was in danger, and I darted after them, but they scattered ghostly sparks and disappeared into my friend's pendant. That's an interesting piece. Isn't that what the mystery thief was looking for? Leary, I wanted to ask her about the amulet, but her friend handed me the empty quiver. 2 arrows, she sighed. I'd already used up the rest. I don't think I'll need them today, I said, reaching for one. My friend nodded, and I pulled out the arrow, which had absorbed the echoes of the battle and the aura monsters. I figured out how to use her and my forbidden gift. We'll keep it as a memento of the day, I added, noticing Gabriel and cousin Kendall hurrying toward us. The other was obviously looking for Leary, and I wasn't going to interfere with them. But I wanted to talk to the general and ask him to back me up while I restored the Mirror of Fortune. After all, I'm the heir to Arya Vera, the strongest shaman spellcaster of all time. And I'm sick of hiding. Chapter 17. Heiress of Fortune. The ring warmed again, approving my mood. I don't know what other talents this jewelry possessed, but I found out from experience that it could read my thoughts at once, and it was good at shooting off the creatures of the dead reflection. Maybe we'll help with the dome, too? The jewelry beeped yes again. Wow, that means I'm definitely getting an assistant. I no longer doubted that the mysterious thief was looking for it and suspected that the attempted robbery was directly related to the breakthrough. I think the enemy wanted to take the only artifact that could help us in battle. I wondered how the robber knew I had the ring. We'll find out later, but for now, I was determined to meet Gabriel. I hope he gets the right idea. Anariel, thank the great spirits you're not hurt. The dragon's voice rang with undisguised alarm, and his eyes kept slipping to my bloody sabers. Why aren't you in the castle? I told you. And you believed I'd listen. Grinned, dispelling the weapon. To be honest, not really, the dragon admitted. But I was hoping for protection. He paused. 2 guards came rushing past us with stretchers, carrying the wounded to the infirmary. But I already knew it was about the ring. I can stand up for myself, and I have a lot to tell you, but right now I need your help urgently. I know how to restore the Mirror of Fortune. I'm quick to tell you. I spoke very quietly so that no outsiders could hear us. But Gabriel was sure he heard everything, and he squinted warily. He was hesitant. If I were him, I wouldn't be in a hurry to trust someone who tried to deceive me so many times and had so much to hide. I hoped he'd figured it out for himself. Only shamans had animagic powers. He'd seen my turn and understood why I'd come to Iduver, so he would understand why I wanted to get to the mirror now. For centuries, people like me had protected the dome, maintaining it with my magic and growing sacred trees in places of power. I can't raise an entire grove yet, but the necklace Arius gave my great-grandmother has a storage stone embedded in it that held 10 shrunken and enchanted shoots. When I saved our lands from drought, I secretly planted several sacred trees and jealously guarded them, infusing them with magic so that they would grow quickly. They helped to bind forever to our rivers and lakes near the fields the underground springs of water I had drawn from the depths. From then on, there would be no more drought. Now I was going to use the sacred trees to connect the shards of the mirror to the underground sources of power and use them to restore the ancient artifact. According to ancient prophecy, only a shaman of the Vera family could do this, and I hoped the general would remember it. I have everything I need to restore the mirror, she added with pressure, including Aria's blood, the dragon said silently with just his lips. Praise the great spirits, he really understood and believed in me. Let's go, the general took my hand, leading me into the labyrinth by the shortest path. They walked silently and very quickly. The dragon was scanning the area for lurking creatures. Luckily, we didn't meet anyone but a couple of small bone rats and a dead mole. The big ones have already been killed. The little ones will rest on their own once is adjusted, and the dome is no longer energized by the dead reflection. I'm sorry I didn't admit it all at once, I whispered as we got further away from the others. I'm used to hiding magic, laws. I understand, and I'm not angry, Gabriel interrupted softly. We'll discuss everything calmly later, but for now, concentrate on the ritual and don't think about anything else. Relief replaced the anxiety, sweeping away the rest of my doubts, and the couple's tattoo warmed again. I might not have had time to say anything, but my emotions made it clear without words. I'm really sorry I had to lie, but I was really afraid of losing my magic and screwing over my family. I was always afraid of trusting the wrong person, and I ended up making it worse. But things might have turned out differently if my uncle hadn't been a scaly sheep. It's no use being a dragon because his stubbornness is a different animal. But Gabriel was right, there's no changing the past, so I'd better concentrate on the ritual. I took a deep breath, mentally touched the gift, and then summoned my great-grandmother's favorite necklace from the storage ring. It teleported to my neck, and as soon as I felt the cold weight of the stones, I was sure I could do it. The Mirror of Fortune was created by shaman witchcrafts, the first disciples of the gods who created this world. They inherited unique knowledge and the gift to command the forces of nature. But along with power, they received an eternal burden, guarding the balance of magic. Shamans could not use the force with malicious intent. The gift killed us as soon as the foulness seeped into the mind and soul of the caster, robbing him of his connection to the primal elements. I was always amazed at the ridiculous rumors about how dangerous and scary the first shamans were, and my uncle often cited the Vera Rebellion as an example. And no one wanted to remember that the North itself had brought the Empire to war, and Are, for a moment, was fighting for his lands and people, for their freedom and their future. And if the elements themselves had not cursed him, they had deemed the cause right. But who needs an inconvenient truth when lies are so sweet and appealing? The true faith was not profitable for the first traders of Meglite. They perverted the very essence of the sacred mineral, turning it into a new religion and making fabulous money. After that, no one remembered how everything turned around, and the new gods of gold coins finally ousted the belief in the great spirits from the hearts of magicians. Iduver, burned by monsters, was not revived, and the rest of the groves were eventually destroyed by the followers of the new religion. It was a good thing that the plague did not take hold in several empires, and even in ours there were those who fought fiercely for the truth and defended the preservation of the surviving sacred altars. It was a pity that after the death of Vera, shamanism finally went into the shadows, and the aristocracy was forbidden to practice this kind of magic under pain of arrest or even execution. The emperor of that time wanted to stop the emergence of new spellcasters from ancient magical clans. But blood is not water, and true power will find its way through the darkness and ignite its fire when no one expects it anymore. And today, one heiress will remind the empire to which clan she truly belongs. Step. Gabriel and I found ourselves in the center of the labyrinth. I touched my great-grandmother's amulet, summoning the power of the sacred trees. The shards of the mirror, glowing with dead green fire, instantly responded to my call, shimmering liquid silver around the edges. I thought for a second that the weaver spiders frozen on the mangled frame were moving their legs again, tirelessly weaving the cocoon of worlds. Answer my call, accept the blood and power of the one who inherited the burden of a true caster. I whispered, turning to the mirror and weaving elemental magic into my words. Rise up to protect the fools who have forgotten you and give a chance to those who can still see the fire of true faith in the darkness. Flash, the mirror burst into a mercury glow. It flowed between the cracks, merging the shards into a single cloth and filling the ancient artifact with energy. My head was spinning, and multicolored sparks danced before my eyes. It seemed my gift couldn't take the strain. But when the force was almost gone, Gabriel's ring came to the rescue, stabilizing the dome above the residence on its own, and my great-grandmother's necklace suddenly glowed, turning into an endless source of magic. I continued the ritual, carefully weaving my energy into the shards. As soon as the last crack healed, I switched to the underground sources. Without them, the amulet wouldn't last long, and I didn't want my labors to go to waste in a couple of days, and the mirror would crack again. With a quick scan of the ground, she focused on a few large power lines, braiding them with her magic and pulling them closer to the legendary artifact. The shamanic gift allowed me not only to use the energy of nature, but also to influence it. I could control underground waters, call rain and accelerate the growth of plants, and also redirect the flows of elemental energy. The hardest thing now is to get the balance right so as not to deprive the land around the residents of its natural magical sustenance. The mirror must not accidentally drink the old forest and kill the local animals. Therefore, we had to act very carefully. I don't know how long I spent on the ritual, but when I was done, my head was splitting with pain and tension. But it was worth it. The cursed green beam had finally gone out. Now the mirror shimmered with a measured silvery glow, and the primordial elemental energy flowed from it in all directions. It remained to fix the result, but when I dug a small hole with the help of magic and took out the first cuttings from the enchanted necklace, Gabriel reported that the Emperor was rushing here on all sails. "How long do you need to finish the ritual?" the dragon clarified. "I can keep Gregory busy, but not for long. I'm sure he's already been informed that we entered the labyrinth together." I didn't even doubt it. We didn't have much magic left after the battle, and every drop was worth its weight in gold, so we didn't waste it on illusion. The guards had seen us leave, and my uncle wouldn't rest until he found out why. "It'll take me another half hour, maybe more," she sighed. Not even Gabriel could drive his uncle around the maze for that long. "Then it's best to let him in here," the dragon replied after a little thought. "I won't let him disrupt the ritual, but if he makes sure you're okay." "He hates shamans," I interrupted him, dropping the stalk into the ground. But I knew what I was doing and what I was risking. "I don't care about the punishment. The important thing is to finish the ritual." Gabriel didn't answer, and I concentrated on the elemental magic again, pouring it not into the mirror but into the tiny tree. It absorbed the energy like a sponge, taking root and growing in size. It was as if it was afraid that I would change my mind and lock it in the stone again. But barely had the plant taken hold, the furious growl of the uncle was heard behind him. "Anariel, what's going on here? You. The Lady Arcana will save us all from another breakthrough," Gabriel interrupted him nonchalantly. The dragon didn't lapse into shouting and threats, but the steely note in his voice made even me uncomfortable. "The dome is unstable and on the verge of collapse," Gabriel continued. "It will not be possible to patch it with the usual methods." "Impossible, summer residents. It was once the safest place in the Empire, but today we've been overpowered by a mob of starving creatures," the general said again. "I warned you that the defenses were hopelessly outdated and had lost their power. It was madness to invite so many mages to the residence in the first place, but you didn't listen, Your Majesty." "We need allies," Uncle's voice trembled visibly. I listened half listening, focused on the ritual, but still I noticed that Gabriel's words hit the mark. Gregory had lost his fervor and now argued more out of principle, trying to save face. "We need shamans," the general huffed, "and new sacred groves." "No, only Megillite. Even if Lady Declar agrees to sell the right amount of mineral, it will take months to make more magical supports." Gabriel interrupted him again, and I perked my ears. "So that's why Leary was invited to the selection." "Uncle, wait. If I find out that Conrad is wooing her for the mines, I'll kill her myself. Such a bright and sincere girl deserves true love, not an arranged marriage." The sacred tree fluttered its leaves as if agreeing with my thoughts, and with redoubled vigor began to grow, covering with its rustling the wary sniffing of the Emperor. It pissed him off to the point of gnashing his teeth, but he didn't risk interrupting the ritual. "Going back to the old religion is not an option," my uncle replied. "The aristocracy was forbidden to practice shamanism for a reason. It is too dangerous. It might be a justifiable risk now, but after Anariel is gone, the gift will have to be sealed." "No," Gabriel reacted faster, and I felt the flashes of reverse magic. He summoned a dragon phantom, showing the Emperor that he was ready to defend me to the victorious end. Gregory, come to your senses. Look what the old law has brought us to. Gabriel exclaimed. The monsters almost burned down the residence and ate the guests alive. If those who risk everything to save the empire and its people are to be tried in Dalmarca, you will have to execute me, and then all those who fought the creatures today. Uncle couldn't find anything to say. I could feel his doubts, his desperate clinging to old arguments, but the picture of his world was crumbling before my eyes, burning in the shamanic flames and the rustling of sacred trees. No one's asking you to outlaw the new religion and uproot all the Meglite pillars, but you're contradicting yourself, Gregory. First you say the groves are useless, now you say shamanism is dangerous. The dragon kept advancing, buying me time to plant 2 more trees in the process. The first one had already gained enough magic to grow on its own and was getting taller by the second. Let Anariel prove that shamanism can benefit the empire, and there is true power in the sacred groves, Gabriel added, and at the same instant the mirror of fortune flashed with a silvery haze, dispelling the darkness with its enchanted flashes. The trees I had planted were rapidly gaining growth and new shoots were confidently making their way alongside them. Where did they come from? I had no idea. I could have sworn that I had taken only 3 stalks out of my necklace, but every second more and more sprouts were growing, and the miracles were only gaining momentum. The once white marble paths were covered with ice-blue grass, with drops of primordial magic glistening on them. Anariel, stop, Uncle demanded irritably. That's enough. Gregory didn't have time to finish. The ground in front of him cracked open, and a new sprout sprang out of the rift like an arrow. The ground in front of him cracked, and a new sprout flew out of the rift like an arrow. Watch out. Gabriel was immediately at my side, helping me up and steering me away from another split. The green labyrinth, the pride of the residence, was disappearing, turning into a new sacred grove. The mirror of fortune glowed and sparkled, infusing everything around it with powerful magic. It was no longer pulling energy from the ground, but was instead giving power to the young trees, stabilizing the dome and scattering any surviving evil in the wind. The bone rat that had jumped out from around the corner had fallen to ashes, and I had no doubt that the rest of the creatures would soon suffer the same fate. What do you think, Gregory? You still think trees can't do anything? The general chuckled, watching his uncle's face stretch in surprise. Gregory didn't have anything to say, but his gaze locked on my necklace. Now we were standing side by side, and he could see the legendary piece of jewelry in detail. This, the heart of the South, she answered proudly, and touched the center stone fondly. It was the same necklace Mickeltseries had made for Ere Vera. No one knew to whom the famous necklace was intended and whether Vera had time to present it, but after the death of the jeweler, sketches of the jewelry and notes with the wishes of the customer spread throughout the South. There were many rumors about the necklace and its magical properties. Ceres's sons did not confirm or deny anything, keeping a halo of secrecy around their father's creation. And for the Southerners, it went down in history as a symbol of the struggle for rights and freedom. As the years passed, the story of the necklace continued to grow legendary. It was said that the jewelry ordered by Ere was not just an expensive gift for his beloved, but was a rare magical artifact intended for the future queen of the South. Where it disappeared to no one knew, but many still believed that when the heart reappeared, the empire would change forever. I didn't believe it, until today. From where, the uncle hesitated again. However, we will discuss that later. Why wait? I asked tiredly. Let's talk now, we have something to say to each other. The ritual squeezed me, but as I looked out at the rapidly expanding grove, I felt satisfied and confident that I'd made the right decision. Yes, he had seen enough to force him to make concessions now. But I secretly wished I could put the coming scandal on Gabriel's broad, strong shoulders. He was used to confronting the emperor and seemed to know how to get what he wanted, and my patience was at an end. The only thing I could do was to be rude, to vent my long-simmering resentment on my uncle. I've been through too much because of his stubbornness and stupid law. Anariel, I'm not going to talk about anything right now. Gregory's voice was vibrating with anger. I agree you helped stabilize the dome, but you caused a lot of problems. What were you thinking? Do you have any idea what a scandal this is going to be? How am I going to explain to the council that my niece? The 3 counselors were nearly eaten by creatures. Gabriel interrupted him. I believe they will be the first to vote for the revival of the sacred groves as soon as they leave the infirmary. Don't be so hot, we must weigh the risks. the emperor said dryly, but I will consider not sealing the gift. Anariel's future husband is fortunate enough to be a member of the old faith. How generous of you. He's already figured out how to get me to the Golden Emperor as soon as possible, to cover up the scandal, and to avoid dragging down the admirers of the new religion. We'll discuss the rest later. In private, the emperor said with pressure as he continued to stare at my necklace, this is a family matter. Yes, our family and Anariel's family, Gabriel added abruptly, rolling up his sleeve and exposing the couple's sparkling silver tattoo. Chapter 18. An all in a bag and a tattoo on his arm. There was silence for a while, and then I felt dizzy with the speed at which events were unfolding. It was hard to tell who needed the healer's help more, me or my uncle, who was pale from the news. I wanted to faint and let the men figure it out for themselves, but I'd already learned that in Gabriel's case, that wasn't an option. If the dragon needed me, he knew a quick way to bring me out of unconsciousness. If it's a joke, it's obviously a bad one, the uncle finally muttered. I am more serious than ever, the general announced calmly, watching the emperor's reaction unseeingly. Anariel and I are not only a true, but a married couple. The look on my uncle's face became oh so speaking. I mentally prayed he wouldn't demand to see my tattoo, but I want to see Anariel's signs. Separate from them, yours don't mean anything. My uncle folded his arms across his chest and pinned me with his gaze like a collector's rare butterfly. I'm waiting. Honey, show His Majesty the tattoos. Gabriel's voice sounded so serene that I wanted to slap him and remind him that someone had managed to make a mess and hide their marks. Great spirits. Forgive my folly and give me back my tattoos. I will no longer hide from my husband, and in gratitude I will plant a dozen more sacred groves. The general's ring warmed immediately. It approved, which meant I would not be left behind. I didn't know what it could do. What if it could put in a good word for me with the spirits? Ani, I'm waiting, Uncle repeated with pressure. I have no time for your games. Why the games? She replied, taking her time pulling off her glove and continuing to mentally pray. What was my surprise when I saw the couple's bright, crisp tattoo on my wrist. It shone like a clear sun and pulled its rays to Gabriel's signs, confirming our connection and forming together with his tattoo a unique sacred pattern, woven from the blessing of spirits and ancient protective runes. It is impossible to forge or break such a bond. My august relative could only exhale noisily and grit his teeth, carving a funeral march for his marital and political plans. First, I want to know how and when it happened, Gregory finally said. And secondly, for the sake of what grove you kept silent, I coughed harshly. I didn't want to admit that I'd gotten married by accident, not knowing who I was married to. He'd had enough of that information for today. If he didn't, the emperor would have a stroke right in front of our eyes. Yes, we were hiding it because Anariel's other self hadn't awakened yet, and we had some trouble manifesting the couple's markings, Gabriel explained evasively. We had our doubts at first. And just in case, they decided to get married, didn't they? Gregory said ironically. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Uncle was always sarcastic when he cooled down after a scandal. If he was making poisonous jokes, it meant the worst was over. He had already mentally resigned himself to the inevitable. Anariel needed to initiate the shamanic gift immediately. I found out about it by chance and agreed to personally escort her to Iduvar, the general said nonchalantly, and his uncle's face turned crimson again. I was too excited. You, well mindful of the law and knowingly broke it, the general took fire. I could not allow Anariel to lose her magic. The shaman's gift is subject to sealing, my uncle cut off. You should have told me right away. We would have sealed off part of the spark, leaving it to normal magic. Pardon my impertinence, but it sounds like this. We're going to chop off your hands, but be glad we'll keep your legs. I grew up with this gift. It's a part of me, my power and my soul. How can you just say that? And why do you think you have the right to dispose of me? There's a law, your parents. Gregory, would you be able to torment Hayden if he suddenly awakened his elemental gift? Gabriel asked bluntly. The emperor shuddered as if struck by a blow and squinted angrily, but there was doubt in the depths of his amber eyes. He adored his son, letting him get away with all his mischief and spoiling him against logic and common sense. The little prince was a late and long-suffering child. Laura had nearly lost him during her pregnancy, so everything was forgiven for the august firstborn. And no matter how much my uncle threatened the cadet college, I doubted he'd let his son go any farther than the capital. It was out of the question for Hayden to be deprived of his magic. I'm not used to solving non-existent problems, Gregory finally answered. Anyway, the situation with Anariel needs to be brought under control. I need to make sense of what happened and deal with the consequences of the breach. We've been here long enough as it is. He deliberately walked away from the conversation, but even as he signed the surrender, he continued to dictate terms. Later, I want to hear the whole story about Aria Vera, continued his uncle. As far as I understand, the honor of the family was forgotten by Laurentia in his time. Don't you dare speak ill of her. When I lost control, I sprinted forward. Gabriel barely had time to grab my waist, pulling me close to him, but even that didn't help quell the sudden burst of rage. It's easy to be fair, to read morals and honor the laws when it's not you who's in trouble. I exclaimed in anger, forgetting who I was talking to. Your life is perfect, uncle, yes. You have a strong gift and impeccably pure blood, and the true one turned out to be from an ancient and noble family. And you met while studying at the most prestigious academy in the empire. The son was born with the right magic, and only the niece is a disgrace to the family. A stain on your perfect reputation, an eyesore and a crack in the picture of your fairy tale beautiful world. Descendant of a rebel with bad blood and a vile illicit gift. Stop it now. My uncle's face twisted, and Gabriel hugged me tighter, trying to calm me down. But I was already drifting like a fishing schooner in a big storm. You are correct to the teeth, living by a code of honor with an unshakable faith in the law. But today the dome over the residence and the mirror of fortune were restored not by the new gods, but by a lowly shamaness. And during the last drought, I was the one who saved the duchy from starvation and then almost died of magical exhaustion. I wasn't screaming, I was yelling at the whole neighborhood, but Gabriel had managed to put up a canopy of silence, and the bitter words echoed off the dome. None of the guests had heard us, but all I could think about now was, would Gregory hear me? And the mirror, it's a shard of the old world too. I continued, nodding at the silver shimmering artifact. Yes, it was made of a special alloy of megillite and silver, but who designed it, eh? Shamans. The very ones you hate so much, uncle. Anariel, that's enough. The Emperor's growl made my ears ache. You're clearly out of your mind. I think I'm very much myself, Gabriel rejoined, but the truth can be uncomfortable, Gregory. You remember the treaty, don't you? His uncle's gaze became murderous, and a chilling silence descended on the maze. I didn't understand what it was about, but the Emperor and the General were fencing with glances, and apparently my dragon was winning. We've discussed my execution, Gabriel continued as if nothing had happened, and we've come to the conclusion that you can't hold the South without me. And I'm not going to fight for an emperor who can strip my couple of their magic for the sake of dead principles. You'll have to revise the law, Gregory. Otherwise, I will take Anariel, break our treaty, and declare the southern duchies and the Valranta Islands seceded from the empire. And silence again, even the sacred trees stopped rustling, and I forgot how to breathe for a moment. Life had not prepared me for this, and neither had my uncle, judging by the look on his face. He opened his mouth a few times to answer, but changed his mind and flapped it like a beached fish. I could feel his indignation in my skin, and Gregory's eyes said, "You wouldn't dare." But we all knew he would. Gabriel wasn't in the habit of making impossible threats. And what kind of treaty is that? However, the Southerners recognize the general exclusively, and if he even hints of rebellion, they'll all raise arms. Even my father once implored my mother that it was high time for the South to secede from the empire and revive shamanism if Gregory was incapable of understanding its importance. The conversation was at my bedside. I was seriously ill after moving the underground water sources, and I thought my father had said it out of emotion, without thinking. If I'd been able to use the force openly, and if I'd had the help of other shamans besides Mora and her son, then Dar wouldn't have suffered so much. Now I realized that the drought and my illness were just a drop in the whirlpool of the approaching rebellion. The general was the only one who could both stop it and push the empire into the abyss of a new war. And judging by the tense but faded look in his eyes, Gregory understood that perfectly well. Hopefully, he'll come to his senses and back off. I'd hate for the necklace prophecy to come true and make me the new queen of the rebellious South. I didn't think you'd stoop to blackmail Gabriel, especially at a time like this, when the empire is in danger. Oh my, you admit that there is a danger, the general interrupted him. I don't want to split, Gregory, but you're pushing me towards it, and now, instead of looking for the culprit of the breakthrough, we're wasting time arguing. The culprit? The anger in my uncle's eyes flared again, but now it wasn't directed at Gabriel and me. Today's breakthroughs are no accident, they were set up, the dragon replied, confirming my own suspicions. The creatures were summoned and then controlled by magic. My money's on the eldest escargon. It's no secret that long ago, back in the days of the First Spirit War, when our world split into light and dark halves, the Twilight lived in harmony with everyone and actively helped to eliminate the consequences of the disaster. The then Emperor of Escar did much to stabilize the Shadow Dome and destroy the mad creatures of the dead reflection. He also created a unique artifact that allowed him to temporarily take control of monsters and drive them back into the lower world. For centuries, the amulet has been used for good purposes, but 1,000 years ago, the Twilight Emperor Derek Korra decided to use it to take over the lands of the other dragons. He started a war and summoned the creatures as soldiers on the battlefield, but did not realize that the spirits and gods would not forgive him for breaking an ancient oath and would punish him. Derek suffered a sad but natural fate. He was eaten by the creatures he had summoned. Escar lost the war and signed the surrender, and the amulet mysteriously disappeared. It was thought to have been eaten with the Emperor, but it seems that the ancient relic has returned to our world and ended up in the dirty clutches of vain Korra. But why would he do that? What was he trying to accomplish, and why would he make a breakthrough during mating season? A plan too complicated and risky to simply derail the peace talks with the gold and diamond dragons. In the distance, noise and the voices of guards could be heard. I suggest we make a temporary agreement for now. I swear not to seal Dar Anariel, and I won't object to your alliance, and you forget about your threat, his uncle said hastily. We'll discuss the rest later. We will, Gabriel replied, but first, add a clause to the law about revitalizing groves and swear you won't touch the trees Anariel grew today. His teeth gritted, but after a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said the ritual oath. Then he turned abruptly and left the labyrinth in silence. Anariel, we should go too, Gabriel said as the Emperor disappeared around the corner. If you're done with the ritual, I'll show you to your room. Finished, but we need to talk urgently. It's very important, she exclaimed. We'll talk, but first I want to make sure the guests are safe. All the creatures have been killed and the wounded treated. Yes, and it's very important. Come on, said the general hurriedly. I'll look in on you as soon as I've finished. Then I'll listen to you carefully and answer any questions. Oh, yes. I'll be in time to find Hayden and find out if he had time to scout before the breakout and learn anything about the mysterious thief. However, there was another unresolved problem. Gabriel, wait, I whispered, grabbing his arm. It's really important. Don't ask me how, but I know for a fact that Sadie Bones is going to sneak into my room tonight. The dragon's emerald eyes darkened with anger. If Diamond had been nearby, I wouldn't have bet his life on a rotten fly. He made a bet with his friends and swore that he would steal a pass bracelet from one of the maids and use it to bypass the defenses, she continued. I want him caught red-handed, so I decided to switch rooms with Torai Lexter. That was the name of the lady commander of the combat mages who guarded the women's wing. Her bedroom was next to mine, and if Gabrielle approved, we could do it discreetly. First, I planned to put Mora on guard. She'd shoot down the prince on approach, and then we planned to make a fuss and announce that we'd mistaken Bones for a burglar. Before the creatures broke through, it could make a splash and tarnish Diamond Highness's reputation. But now I just wanted to get rid of this vile bastard, and if I couldn't throw him out of the mating season, at least try to keep him in line. I'll warn Lexter. The dragon's gaze softened and a smile of anticipation spread across his lips. I'll alert Lexter. She can handle him easily, and she can set up extra patrols downstairs to take him down and send him back to the Diamond Empire with a bang. Can I do that? I got excited. Stealing is a serious offense, as is trying to get into the room of one of the debutantes. Even Uncle Bones won't be able to put the brakes on the peace treaty here. Bones will have to apologize and keep quiet. This option suited me fine, but the general's plan still looked much more tempting. No one's gonna judge us for beefing up security after the breach. But in the face of what happened, Bones's act borders on sacrilege. Most of the guests either fought alongside the guards or worked with the healers to move the injured to the infirmary, Gabriel explained, and said he flew to the palace to hide, outrunning the debutantes. His father wouldn't approve of that, nor would he approve of trying to defame one of the girls. Yeah, Ever's bones is way better than Sunny, I agreed. The Diamond Emperor is a great warrior and a noble dragon. It was a pity that the gods and spirits had a good rest on his offspring. And no matter what Gregory says, the Diamonds need this treaty as much as we do. If we disgrace Sadie now, his father will come to the second ball in person and it will be much easier to negotiate with him, the general added. Great, I'm excited. That's what we'll do. Oh, one more thing. How did you know there was a couple tattoo on my arm again? The magic of the sacred trees dispels any illusions except those created on the night of shining lights, Gabriel replied. The morass of carnival is sacred, but the holiday has passed so. The dragon had a sly smile on his lips, and I admired him for a moment. He took me under his arm and led me toward the exit of the labyrinth without waiting for an answer. We'll discuss the rest afterward, my soul, he added. I'll contact Lexter myself, so don't do anything without me. In the next couple of hours, Bones won't be able to make it happen. Yes, there are too many guards in the garden, and none of the guests are asleep yet. If it had been anyone else in Diamond's place, I wouldn't doubt he'd have had the brains to call it off. But nothing was sacred to Bones. This one's gonna do it. We reached the room quickly and without adventure. Mora joined us at the exit of the labyrinth, and after escorting us to the floor, the general left us alone, giving additional orders to the guards and calling Tori Lexter aside. I didn't wait for them to talk, so I headed for my room. But as soon as Mora and I were in the room and the doors were closed, part of the wall slid aside and Hayden came out of the secret doorway. Chapter 19. Breakthroughs are not an obstacle to reconnaissance. The prince's eyes shone with pride as he clutched a small pouch of enchanted silk. It was used to carry malfunctioning magical items to protect them from their effects and unstable backgrounds. I found hairpins and perfume. Hayden waved the pouch gently at me. The family ring showed no traces of poison, curses, charms, or even simple tracers, but just in case, I didn't touch them directly so the guards could check everything again. You're so good. I darted over to my relative, wrapped my arms around him, and kissed him on the top of his disheveled head. Whoa, whoa, what's with the tenderness? The prince snorted but didn't break free. You quickly forgot about the accusations and the threatening belt. It's your own fault, she laughed, hugging him tighter. Maybe now you'll see the limits of your mischief, but you acted like a real hero during the breakthrough. I'm proud of you, Hayden. The prince pulled out of the embrace and paused. All right, I'll forgive your hot temper and impetuousness, he added with an important look. But you're right, for a future ruler such a reputation is unacceptable, and I've decided to get serious about rehabilitating it. I hope I can count on your help. What are you up to? I was wary again. My father thinks I was just hiding in the maze when the trouble started, Hayden replied, but you've seen me in action. I'll talk to my uncle and tell him everything, she promised, and I'll put in a good word for you with the general. The guard must know that the prince not only has a shill in one place, but also a rod of steel and the kindest of hearts. And pranks, great spirits, everyone was once a child. The main thing is that the prince realized everything and in a critical situation thought first of all about others and not flashed his heels like Bones. About college. Don't talk to your father about that, Hayden interrupted me. But ask the general about the best place to learn how to use a weapon. I've seen you fight, but I've seen you fight. The prince was silent and looked away. His uncle was too protective of him, and even the mandatory swordsmanship lessons were always conducted personally so that his son would never get even a minor scratch. His father said that Gabriel had argued with the emperor over this more than once. The general insisted that the prince had to become a skillful swordsman to understand tactics and strategy, otherwise he would not be able to rule the country in the future. And the army would not follow a weakling. But Gregory didn't want to hear anything and claimed that no one could teach his son how to hold a sword better than him. And Hayden, until now, had not been attracted to his father's lessons at all, and he skipped them with enviable regularity. The prince was more interested in alchemy. It's not too late for me to learn, is it? The relative asked hopefully. No, of course not, I assured him. I'll talk to Ga, Mr. General, she corrected herself, almost calling the dragon by name. And if you want, I'll teach you fencing myself, she offered. Do you still want to know? Of course I do. Hayden was happy. Then I'll visit you as soon as we get back to the capital and we'll start training right away. I don't want to be like those who ran away from the creatures today. Oh my, Looks like it wasn't just Gabriel who was impressed with Bones' run. In the meantime, let's get back to business, the prince continued. I managed to sneak off on a scouting mission before it started. I escaped from the ball after our dance, contacted my men, and infiltrated the servants' wing. I searched all the rooms and found perfume and hairpins in the bedroom of one of the maids. She hadn't erased the magical traces, so I easily found them with the casts taken in Lady Keaton and Declar's room, can you imagine? Strange, she said, confused. All servants have magic, and if she had the nerve to steal from the guests, why didn't she cover her tracks? What if she was framed? Mora joined the conversation. A control weave was cast on her and she was ordered to take her things out. But why go to all this trouble? Haydn frowned. What did the thief want? We'll find out, but where's my laundry? I'm on a roll. They didn't find him, the prince said guiltily. I searched all over. All I could find was perfume and hairpins, but the general can scan the maid's memory. I could try, I nodded, though I didn't doubt that the girl's memories had already been cleaned up. What's her name? Sonia. A young blonde girl, she's one of the newcomers, Haydn answered. Lives in room 5, her bed by the window. That was all I could find out. You've already done the impossible, she replied, taking the pouch. I'll give this to the general, have him check it out. But after that, the things must be carefully returned to their rightful owners. Can you do that? Of course, Haydn exclaimed. He liked to be in the thick of the investigation and to realize his own importance. I was glad I'd channeled the prince's exuberant energy. We had to wait for Gabriel. Fortunately, the general didn't wait long. I barely had time to change and clean up before there was a quiet knock on the door. The couple's tattoo instantly warmed, signaling the approach of the true one. Wow, I whispered, staring at the sparkling ligature. I doubted and worried until the last moment that Gabriel and I were connected as a result of the wedding in Ituvar and the blessing of the spirits. I still didn't have a second hypostasis, so I couldn't feel and recognize a couple. But if the initiation of the gift was enough to solve this problem, then my dragoness should awaken soon. Mistress, Mora's voice merged with a new knock. Open, she replied, hastily pulling down the sleeve of her dress. I wasn't going to hide the tattoo from the general anymore, but I knew he had to come in more than one. And we hadn't yet discussed how and under what circumstances we would announce our marriage. Your ladyship. The door swung open and Gabriel and Torai Lexter entered the room. The werewolf was wearing a simple house dress and her hair was loose, as I often did. Mr. General, she bowed, Commander. Lady Anariel, we are all set to capture the intruder, the dragon announced. I will escort you to the other room. But Mora will have to stay here. Gabriel wanted to talk privately, too, even though it looked like a simple conspiracy from the outside. The nanny's silhouette was too recognizable, and if we were going to fool Bones, she'd have to spin around at the window a bit. I was hoping Diamond wouldn't get off the hook and show his rotten nature now that the snares were set on him. As you command, Mr. General, she picked up the evidence bag and followed him. After the breakthrough, he ordered the guards to be beefed up and assigned one room on each floor to combat mages. They had set up the bedrooms as an observation headquarters and were constantly scanning the wing. Against this background, Bones' outing seemed absolutely insane, but I guess I wasn't wrong. Diamond was counting on getting caught from the start, and then he intended to make a show of confession and love madness. He couldn't and wouldn't lose, especially when it came to women. Even if my uncle had bitten his teeth and sided with me and refused to bless the marriage, my engagement to the Golden Emperor would still be in jeopardy. How low and foolish is Bones if he is willing to sacrifice a crucial treaty to his own desires and lust? This is my quarters, Gabriel explained as we stepped inside. This is my quarters, Gabriel explained as we stepped inside. I moved here after the breach to guard the 3rd floor. Perfect. We'll definitely hear Bones collapse into the arms of the guards from here. I grinned gloatingly. The room was across the hall from mine. Even if we didn't have time to discuss it now, I could sneak up on the general later in the form of a lizard. Anariel. Wait. We wanted to talk about us. She became embarrassed. And I'm looking forward to this conversation, but I have something very important to tell you right away. Personal stuff can wait. Let's deal with the mystery thief first. Speak. Gabriel hurried on. That's about the stuff that went missing from the girls' room this afternoon. 3 were robbed. Olivia Keaton's hairpins are missing. I was reported on the incident. The general nodded. The investigation had to be delayed because of the breach, but Hayden found the hairpins and perfume. She handed him the pouch with the items. He used the Imperial Trail, snuck into the girls' rooms, took magical impressions, and let the search snakes follow the trail of their energy. After cutting off the extra paths, he went out to the servants' wing and found the missing items in Sonia's belongings. Well, almost all of them. Mine, I stopped talking and blushed. It's too embarrassing to tell a general, albeit a husband, that my bra, stockings, and knickers were stolen. I know exactly what is missing, the dragon coughed. But if my guesses are correct, the thief's motives are not so simple. I suspect they were looking for your ring. I shared my suspicions. The target was you, Anariel. Gabriel darkened visibly. Is this a joke? Most of the ground creatures followed exactly you and Lady Savin, whom you lent to. My dress, I finished for him, comes out my scent. Yes, the things were stolen so the monsters would follow your trail, Gabriel replied. But Savin, I lent her the new things. She exclaimed and then added, even though I tried them on anyway. That's good enough for the creatures, Gabriel replied. Well, it's foolish to deny the obvious. I'd noticed myself that Leary and I were attracting too much attention. But I didn't think about it during the battle, and afterward I focused on the grove. But now I felt sick at the realization that I was being hunted. And even worse, others had been hurt because of it. The fabric is the best at preserving body odor, and it's impossible to take the dress out unnoticed. So the maid stole the lingerie, Gabriel continued. And perfume and hairpins. A distraction, the dragon confirmed my fears. I wouldn't be surprised if Bones' nighttime foray was instigated by the eldest prince of Eskar. If Wayne is really behind the theft, it's his style to turn the tables on Diamond. Bones has been stalking me for a long time, and after trying to climb through the window, everyone would think he stole things to provoke me. You were right to warn me, Gabriel continued, but from where? The prince told me, she said. I think we should thank Hayden properly, Gabriel grinned. He's the hero of 3 battles today. 3, I wondered. He warned you, found the stolen items, and helped to escort the guests out, Gabriel reminded him. By the way, and the maid who stole the items. Sonia, she's new. She lives in the servants' wing in room 5, her bed's by the window, she said. I think I should have my memory scanned. Outside the window there was the sound of breaking twigs and a man's scream. It seemed that Bones had met his happiness in the face of the guards on duty. But contrary to expectations, revenge did not bring joy and satisfaction, but only a second relief that one problem was over. Still, the idiot did, she sighed. You don't have to worry about him now, Gabriel grinned wickedly, and I was glad once again that I hadn't gotten into this on my own. Thanks to the couple's tattoos, the general would have instantly sensed the threat looming over me and rushed to my aid. Against Gabriel, Sadie didn't stand a chance. The prince would return to the Diamond Empire in an urn of ashes, and negotiations would be forgotten forever. I suppose Eskar was fine with that option, but the assassination attempt. You said the creatures were looking for me. I returned to the breach, but Gabriel gestured for them to wait and, sending a message to someone, slipped out of the room for a moment. He came back quickly and without the sack. I gave the girls things to the magical expertise and ordered to check the maid, Gabriel explained. Hayden was good, he kept all the prints and didn't leave a mark. A prince can do a lot of things when he wants to surprise someone or prove something, she grinned. But back to the monsters. They are targeting you, the mistress of the heart of the earth and the last shamanic spellcaster capable of reviving the sacred groves, Gabriel stunned. But how, wait, what is the heart of the earth? And how did the enemy know I was a descendant of Vera? Even my uncle didn't suspect a thing. Anariel, have you heard anything about the amulets of the First War? The general interrupted me. Only about the Mirror of Fortune that created the dome, and Vincent Cora's artifact to temporarily control the creatures, she replied. I think that's what Vane used to organize today's breakthrough. I'm sure of it too, Gabriel replied. But in addition to the amulets mentioned above, in those times they also created the heart of the earth, a unique crystal capable of generating sacred trees. Heart, she whispered, as if in a trance, and touched her great-grandmother's necklace. I never took it off. You mean Heart of the South? Yes, the center stone in your necklace is the legendary amulet created by the first shaman spellcasters. Gabriel nodded. Only mages connected to the Vera clan can wield it. Only in their hands can it reveal its true power. I exhaled noisily and shook my head. I couldn't believe it. Mom said it's a storage artifact and it has cuttings in it, she whispered. It turns out those trees. Your magic generated them, Gabriel confirmed. The more often you wear the necklace, the more trees you can create. And if something happens to me, the artifact will lose its power and die. You're the last one who has the right to possess it, the dragon explained. That's why you've been hunted. Your magic is dangerous to Vane, and you're the only one who can stop his plans. But from where? Vincent Cora's amulet is also called the Tears of the Earth. It and your heart are made of twin crystals, but they have different properties, Gabriel said. One amulet helps maintain the dome, the other gives you temporary control over monsters. I know that, she nodded. But if the artifacts are linked, and thanks to the Tears magic, the owner of the amulet felt that the heart had found a mistress, then I can also figure out the culprit of the breakthrough. It's not that simple. The signs of a second host are rather indirect, Gabriel replied. Like what? Clarified. Heart and Tears are antagonist amulets. Their magic is too different, so it's hard for the wearers to be around each other. Oh, the symptoms were exactly the same. Vane made me dizzy, and my anxiety flared up like kindling whenever he was near. But come to think of it, I had the same reaction to Sadie. And I didn't like the youngest prince of Escar, even though I'd never met him. But a few glances were enough to make me realize what was important. He was still a puppy and inferior to his brother in scheming, but in time he would grow into a mad and bloodthirsty dog. It's not enough, I shook my head. There must be something else. Wayne couldn't have been looking for me on the same principle, could he? In the case of the second amulet, the situation is simpler. Its magic can be felt by moving to the dark side, Gabriel explained. Instantly, I remembered the eerie premonitions and the feeling that someone powerful and evil was watching me. When we first got here, I felt like I was being watched, she admitted. I caught your doubts, but we didn't get a chance to talk privately, so I took the opportunity to give you the family amulet, Gabriel stunned. I'm sorry, what did you do? She wheezed, involuntarily touching his chest. This time, I put the ring on a chain and hid it under my clothes. The jewelry hadn't shown any signs of life until then, but after the dragon's acknowledgement, it warmed, as if confirming its participation in the conspiracy. The ring you took, along with the gloves and my neckerchief, is a relic of the Callisto family. A sly smile blossomed on Gabriel's lips. No signaling network can detect someone who has come from the Imperial Trail, but a dragon will always sense its mate, especially if she has voluntarily crawled into his lair. The words stuck in my throat, and I only managed a stifled cough. I had no idea what to say, but the general didn't seem angry. When you touched the handkerchief, you thought of me and involuntarily triggered the call, the dragon continued. I had time to read your intentions and… Why you? I exhaled noisily and glared angrily. You knew everything from the beginning and you were just messing with me? I was curious how far you'd go to avoid direct conversation. Gabriel was suddenly at my side, and I jerked back reflexively, my hips pressing against the table. It only got worse. The dragon loomed over me now, arms down on either side of me so I wouldn't run away. I tried to talk openly, Anariel, the general added curtly. Back in the grove, I was ready to tell you everything. And afterward, Peonies, she whispered, biting her lip. I'm sorry. Scared and hesitant to trust me with the secret about your gift, Gabriel finished. I won't deny that we could have avoided a lot of problems if we'd gotten it straight. But now I'm glad you ran away. Glad? Dumbfounded. The general was too unpredictable and his directness was confusing. I didn't know whether to be offended or to listen to the end. Yes, I'm glad I got to see the real you, Anariel. Gabriel smiled warmly, and my breath caught at the sudden discovery. From the very beginning of our acquaintance, we had overreacted to each other. My attempts to escape and my inability to confess made it worse. But no matter how much we crossed verbal swords, no matter how much the dragon thwarted my plans, I couldn't stay mad at him. And after that, I was confused about how I felt. But one thing was certain. With Gabriel, I felt truly free. Now you know I'm a bearer of the cursed gift and a descendant of the rebel. You saw me turn around, I faltered, nearly drowning in the bottomless green of his eyes. Your gift is not cursed but sacred, and I have always considered Vera to be the greatest of mages and a true hero. I wish I had been born at that time and could have raised my blades under his banner. And now you don't regret it? I asked for some reason. It was strange just standing so close. But I didn't dare go any farther, and I didn't want to push Gabriel away or stop talking. I liked getting used to him. I wasn't even in a hurry to ask him more questions, though I was curious and eager to find out how he knew so much about the magic of my necklace. If I'd been born then, we wouldn't have met. Gabriel suddenly took my hand, kissing my fingertips gently. So no, I don't regret anything anymore. A light touch, a husky whisper, and such cozy warmth. The general did nothing of the sort, but his heart seemed to go crazy, dancing wildly and beating so often and loudly that its beats echoed in his ears like a drumbeat. But after a moment, I woke up and realized that the knocking wasn't just in my head. Someone was standing outside the door and signaling. "It's Lexter," the general immediately pulled away. "I'm sorry, I have to let her in." "Yes," she whispered, glad for the brief respite. "I've been waiting for this conversation. But I didn't think it would come out like this." "Mr. General, your lordship," Tauri shadowed her way into the room. "May I report on the work done?" "Report," Gabriel ordered. "The intruder has been caught and neutralized, as expected. He was the prince of Diamond Dragon's Satty Bones. He stole the key from Sonia, the new maid, and tried to use it to get through the defenses, but he didn't realize that the additional dome you'd installed would hit him with a paralyzing weave," Lexter reported. "After Bones' prank, I, disguised as Lady Anariel, sounded the alarm and reported the attempted robbery, while the guards on ambush stunned and bound the prince. When he was taken away, I waited for the proper amount of time, and after making sure that there was no further attempt to enter the lady's apartments, I came to you." "Thank you for your fine work," the general approved. "No errands for today, you are free to go." Lexter left the room, but as Gabriel closed the doors behind her, his communicator beeped softly. "Sorry, it's about that maid." The general took out an artifact and read the message fluently. "Did you find anything?" I asked impatiently. Or had her memory already been wiped clean? "No, the enemy did something simpler and sixed monsters on her during the breakout." "Abyss," she hissed, clenching her fists to the point of pain. She's alive, but she's in the infirmary. Sonia was serving at the ball," Gabriel said. "My men did a cursory scan of her memory and were unable to identify the customer, but there were traces of mental tampering. Sonia was ordered to search your room and find the amethyst necklace and some of your linens." "And the other girls?" "It was a distraction. Their suitcases were ransacked to take attention away from you," Gabriel explained. "So there were no specific instructions about them, and Sonia grabbed what was in plain sight. If it's possible, I'd like to secretly return the hairpins and perfume to their rightful owners," I replied. "Secretly?" Gabriel frowned. "Haydn holds the key to the Emperor's path and can slip the stolen items back unnoticed," she explained. "It's better for everyone if this scandal goes away. We have enough problems as it is, and while Leary can be compensated for the cost of the perfume, Olivia won't rest until she finds out who took the hairpins. She'll keep blaming the other debutantes." "You are right," replied the general after a little thought. "I will tell the prince." "I'll give him the stuff myself," I interrupted. "But what about my clothes? Where did Sonia put the stolen clothes?" "I took it to the garden and left it in one of the gazebos," Gabriel replied. "That part of the memories is very fuzzy, and after the monsters burst through the garden, it's useless to look for magical traces. But the fact of mental interference we can use," clarified. "The girl was recruited before the ball, so the residence's signal networks didn't pick up anything, and it's almost impossible to find the puppeteer." Gabriel shook his head. "But I have an idea. If you agree to help." "You can count on me," exclaimed before the dragon could change his mind. I didn't expect to be allowed to participate in the investigation, but I was genuinely excited about the opportunity. The fact that Gabriel took my skills seriously and wasn't going to act like an uncle is more valuable to me than any confession. "Fine, then open the Imperial Trail. We're going to visit Wayne Corps," Gabriel told me. "I want to break the law a little and give him some shadow tracers." "I'm in." I grinned, drawing the rune Haydn had taught me in the air and finding the doors to the magic tunnel. Chapter 20, A Shaman on the Warpath. A second later, part of the wall moved aside with a quiet rustle. "By the way, why didn't you and Gregory use the trail?" I asked. "The tunnels were created with the help of the legendary Spindle of Worlds, another artifact from the First War. I had never heard much about it. It was classified for security reasons, so that no one could unravel the mysteries of the magical labyrinth. But my father had said that the path allowed not only stealthy movement around the residence, but also the ability to plant elaborate tracking devices in the shadows of guests. And it's completely risk-free. The magic of Veritan does not allow them to be detected while the invitees are on the palace grounds. The main thing is to dispel the weave before they leave. I offered, but the Emperor forbade it, Gabriel replied. He wanted negotiations to be fair, and he considered such surveillance a low and dirty trick. But to my mind, too much nobility is inappropriate when scoundrels and traitors are playing against you. Well, Uncle's code of honor and his blind faith in his allies turned out to be treacherous and breaching monsters. Your methods are closer to me. Let's go. I stepped onto the path and drew the invitation rune. The magical barrier glowed silver, accepting the dragon into its embrace and allowing it to pass through a path only available to members of the imperial family. As long as I'm with him, Gabriel will be free to travel through the tunnels. But I must accompany him or the rune will no longer work. But I wasn't afraid to get close to the escargon. On the contrary, I wanted to check on the necklace when it was around my neck, not hidden in a storage ring. And the general wouldn't risk me. If he proposed this plan, he had no doubts. The only thing I had to be wary of in the tunnel was a chance encounter with the Emperor or Hayden. I was not going to involve the prince in this adventure, so we moved quickly and silently, listening to every rustle. The voices of the servants and guests in the rooms were the only sounds that attracted attention. This corridor leads to the men's wing, she explained when we reached the right archway. To get to your room, you have to follow it to the end and turn left. Wayne's apartment is on the 3rd floor, right above mine, Gabriel answered after a moment's thought. It's the 7th door on the left if you count from the main entrance to the wing. Then we'll go this way. I figured out the route and headed for the stairs. We found the Escarcerian's room the first time. I would have sensed it without Gabriel's clues. As soon as I got closer, my grandmother's necklace went crazy, signaling danger. The necklace is red hot, she whispered, barely containing her triumph. It feels vain, or rather an artifact that belongs to him. And if the tears are in the prince's bedroom, he's the culprit behind the breach. Excellent, the dragon perked up. And Ariel, keep an eye on the tunnel and listen for signals from the necklace, he added, weaving the first beacon from his own shadow. I think I know how we can prove that Vane was the one who controlled the tears of earth during the breach. I wanted to know more, but I didn't want to distract Gabriel. The longer we stay in the tunnels, the greater the risk of detection. And this isn't about Hayden. If I could sense Vane's amulet so well, I'd better hurry and not test the ancient shields. After all, Cora could smell something too, despite the protection of the path. When I was sure no one was trying to sneak up on us, I shifted my gaze back to the dragon. He'd said he wanted to plant some trackers in the shadow of the Escars, and I'd naively thought of the usual magical spies. But what Gabriel was weaving was far more complicated and dangerous. The intricate weave of scanning runes immediately caught my eye. It was the first time I'd seen such a weave. It was clearly intended for long-term tracking. Moreover, it could go deep into the shadows on its own, hiding from aura checks, and rise, reacting to the right flashes of magic. Gabriel seemed to want to time the moment when Vane would try to use the tear again. The ring warmed, confirming my hunch. Oh, I'm so good. I listened carefully to see if anyone was coming, then focused on the necklace. It was still burning because of Vane's proximity, and I couldn't resist going to the wall. Hayden had shown me how to find the invisible peepholes, tiny windows that were invisible from the room, but allowed me to listen in on conversations and watch the guests. May I whispered faintly as Gabrielle finished the first beacon. Wait a moment. The dragon stepped closer, scanning the room cautiously. Vane is in the bedroom now, too close to us. If you open the window, you'll break the integrity of the defenses, and he might smell the heart. I hadn't thought of that. But I need the windows to plant the tracker, Gabriel continued. Tell me how to activate them and step back to the stairs. I did exactly as I was told and waited, watching the tunnels. It took 5 minutes, but the dragon slid toward me as soon as he finished the 4th spell. Can I borrow a drop of heart magic? He asked, handing me a shimmering silver weave. All you have to do is touch the necklace and then my arcana. It will allow you to sense the moment when Vane will turn to the tear long before the breakthrough. And how often can he use this amulet? I asked, weaving my force with the energy of the dragon harness. From what I've seen, not often, the general replied. Vane is on the verge of severe burnout, and the fallout from the artifact's use is destroying his body. Why don't I feel anything like that then? I wondered. The tear is cursed. After Derek, Cora broke his oath to the gods and tried to use the amulet for personal use, the magic of the artifact became twisted, Gabriel explained. When it was first used to turn creatures against other dragons, it drained its owner dry and stripped him of his protection from the monsters. The monsters ate Derek and with him, Ter herself, I nodded. I heard about that. I don't know how Vane managed to get the amulet out of the dead reflection, but the curse doesn't seem to have gone away, only weakened over time, the general continued. Fortunately, the artifact lost most of its power as well. The creatures Vane had summoned today were very weak and were only outnumbered. But we'll talk about that later, he added as soon as I was done with the weave. The general returned in a minute, and we headed back immediately. But on the way, I still asked the question that had been bothering me. Gabriel, can't the wounds on his body be used as proof of the use of the tear? No, the burns and sores can easily be blamed on the creatures, their poisonous saliva leaving similar marks, the dragon said. If it weren't for a combination of factors, I wouldn't have suspected it myself. We need hard evidence, and the only way to get it is to use the trackers. And then what? What do we do with Vane if our hunch is correct? We can't just send him away like bones. As bad as Sadie was, his shenanigans weren't enough to get him executed, but the Escarrots had already racked up 5 death sentences. Gabriel was the only one who didn't answer, and we walked back in silence. If we throw him in the casemates, we'll start a war, I said when we reached the room and I closed the doors leading to the secret tunnel. Ariel, men like Vane aren't tried, they're killed, Gabriel said grudgingly. But first we need to gather hard evidence of his connection to the breakthrough and retrieve the tear. And the artifact must be destroyed. Not really, the dragon replied evasively. Considering that the tear is directly connected to the Twilight Empire's main magical source, it can be used to avoid war and force Escar to sign an eternal peace treaty. A peace treaty? I was surprised. But how? A shadow fell over Gabriel's face. He didn't want to answer, and there was an uncomfortable tingle in my chest. I didn't like the wall of confusion that was reappearing between us. The price will be brutal and bloody, the dragon sighed. Sure you want to know the details? You've seen me in battle. Do you think I'm easy to scare? I challenged you. Killing monsters and killing people are not the same thing, Gabriel argued. You were fighting for your life. You were fighting for your own life and the lives of the other guests, and this is about the planned elimination of the enemy. I want to know everything, she replied, softer now. It doesn't seem to be a matter of mistrust. He just cares about me and is worried that I'll find the methods excessive and turn my back on him. Vane can hardly be called human. Someone who deliberately summoned monsters to kill unarmed mages can only be called a creature, she added. You seem to have inherited not only the rare gift and the heart of the earth from Arius, but also a steely temperament, Gabriel grinned. In short, your amulet draws magic from the forces of nature and the sacred groves. And the tear draws from Escar's main magical source and the host's personal reserves. It is impossible to break the link between artifact and source, and I want to take advantage of this vulnerability by binding the tear to the roots of the main tree of life in Iduar. Then the shamans of the Empire will be able to control the Twilight Spring, and the Escarans will be in a very delicate position. Wow, that's quite a spread. Vulnerability, that's an understatement. If Gabriel's plan succeeds, Escar will be on the brink of total annihilation and entirely at the mercy of the Empire. Of course, you could just empty the enemy source, but then all the Twilightlings would die, the general continued. And even though we are most often visited by saboteurs and spies, there are plenty of decent dragons in Escar. I don't want innocent people to get hurt. But an ultimatum from the source is a great chance to make an eternal peace and seal it with the blood of the Lord and the Council. Such a contract will be valid even after millennia, she said thoughtfully. No one will be able to break it. Of course, there will be some small rebel half-bloods and flying bands of mercenaries, but that's nothing compared to a full-scale war, Gabriel continued. I will pray to the great spirits that you succeed, I exclaimed with feeling. Uncle is unlikely to approve of such cruelty, but if I understood the general's mood correctly, the Emperor will be informed of the details when the tear is already under the roots of the Tree of Life and Vane Cora is on his way to meet his forefathers. Most likely, the Elder Prince will lay low for the next couple of days and restore the force, Gabriel continued. Tomorrow morning the guests return to the capital. The Imperial hunt has been cancelled. Logically, today's monster hunt was enough, she sighed. The date of the next ball has not been determined yet. I think it will be held in 5 to 7 days in the main imperial residence, the general added. It is built on an ancient place of the force and the dome there is very secure. Vane is not a fool and must realize that he will not get anything in the palace. He's going to try to eliminate me and destroy Hart before the ball. I shuddered. Anariel, the general, was at my side in a flash, his arm around my shoulders. Don't even think about it. I swear on my honor that I won't let anyone hurt you. I know, she smiled. Before, I would have dismissed it and said that I was capable of fending for myself, and I wasn't going to wait for the Twilight bastard to do what he wanted. But for a noble warrior, honor is paramount, and that oath meant a great deal to the general. I realized that I felt good about his care and protection. For the first time, I didn't want to run away and prove my independence. Gabriel didn't push me, didn't try to solve everything alone, and appreciated my help. That was the appeal. There have been many in my life who have given expensive gifts, hoping to gain the favor of the emperor's niece, and too few who are willing to accept the real me. The night of the heavenly patrons is coming soon, she continued, remembering the main feast of the new gods. Laura wants to get a blessing for herself and the baby. At that time, only the imperial couple will be in the temple, but then the procession of the great ones will begin. Only members of the imperial family and their chosen ones will be able to attend, Gabriel said. Couples will enter the temple one by one, and Vane will not miss this opportunity. I don't think he'll miss it either. Gregory's going to start insisting that I continue the political spectacle and show up there with the Golden Lord, she sighed. I'll take care of that, the dragon said firmly. I could see he was jealous, though he tried to keep his cool. Gabrielle, don't worry, Luigi won't be a problem. He's not happy about this marriage himself, she explained, covering the dragon's palm with her own. We spoke this morning, and the Golden Emperor offered to introduce Hayden to his granddaughter. Marion, the general, instantly thawed and grinned understandingly. I remember her. During my last visit to the Golden Empire, she was testing a rain spell in the garden and accidentally spilled water from the pond on the guests' heads. They were made for each other. Their marriage will be blessed even in heaven. I laughed. They're the perfect couple? The main thing is that our empires will stand, and our advisors will not go to the other world from joy for the future crowned couple. Gabriel winked at me. I heard that Krugmagov secretly prays to the great spirits and burns candles so that the Empress had a daughter, not a second son. Naive, girls can be a walking disaster too. The mages are in for a big surprise with the prince's bride, she laughed. But let's get back to the night of the heavenly protectors. It's 4 days from now, and Vane should be able to regain his strength. In the meantime, we need to strengthen the dome, and I'll need your help, Gabriel continued. I can handle the normal defenses, but the sacred trees. I'd be happy to help, I assured him. But if the hunt is cancelled and everyone returns to the capital tomorrow, how will we continue to follow Vane? The trail makes the trackers invisible only within the residence. Don't worry about that, I used rare and unusual beacons, assured the general. They are impossible to detect, but very difficult to implant unnoticed into the victim's aura. That's why I needed the path. By the way, how do you know so much about ancient relics, especially about the heart of the earth? I asked. I had good teachers, Gabriel grinned, and the grandson of the jeweler who made Laurentia's necklace is a close friend. And now I suggest we forget about business and finally talk about us. Chapter 21, A Shamaness on the Path of Love. Embarrassment swept over me and I looked away. There was a lot to talk about, but where to start? I was inexperienced in relationships, and I was afraid of doing something wrong. The joint investigation and the respect Gabriel showed for my gift were a bridge to bonding. As long as it was about the sacred groves and catching a common enemy, the fact that we were in his bedroom at night didn't bother me. But now I felt extremely uncomfortable. Anariel, what's going on? Gabriel caught the change in my mood and became alarmed. Did I do something to offend you? No, it's just that the last few days have been too intense. I'm tired and mentally drained, I admitted. I'm not sure I'm ready for a serious conversation. I vow not to rush you, Gabriel assured her, but I want us to get it right. I'm afraid, given some of the nuances of our acquaintance, it's impossible. Jumped with laughter, involuntarily remembering the carnival and how I hid under the nightstand of the general in guise of a lizard. Surprisingly, the shame and stiffness faded away. It was the opposite, since Gabriel hadn't run away from such a true woman. There was no point in hiding the flyspeck and pretending to be an ordinary lady. You said you had no regrets and were glad to know the real me, she continued. But what about you? What's the real you? Probably boring like the rest of the military, Gabriel shrugged. I could argue with that. Although at first I really thought the general was too correct and boring. But the first suspicions crept in when he accepted my handkerchief as a gift with a sly smile. Categorical and conservative to the last flake, my uncle would definitely make a grand scandal, but Gabriel appreciated the joke. And afterwards I was convinced more than once that the general can be different. Then very restrained, then resembling a volcano under the edge of the ice. I'm not used to talking about myself, but if you're interested in something specific, I'm ready to answer any questions. Gabriel went to the liquor cabinet and took out 2 glasses. Will you keep me company? Or would you rather make coffee? Let's have wine, it's a little late for coffee. Special preference? To your taste, she smiled. I want to get to know you better after all. Scarlet Night, then, replied the general after a little thought, is my favorite wine. Mine too, she admitted. At first glance, a mere coincidence. But now every little thing seemed special. The quiet clinking of crystal, the sound of opening a bottle and a melodious splash. In the soft semi-darkness, the wine seemed black, but as soon as the soft glow of candles fell on the walls of the glass, scarlet sparks flashed inside the inky shroud. How beautiful and symbolic, something similar was happening between us right now. In the darkness of former doubts, sincere feelings were born. To us, Gabriel raised his glass. To us, she toasted, taking the first sip with relish. The slowness of the moment was mesmerizing. For the first time in a week, it was as if we were out of a crazy whirlpool. Even time seemed to slow down, and there was only Gabriel and me, our heart-to-heart talk, and our favorite wine in the whole world. When did you realize we were a true couple? I asked. To be honest, suspicions began to creep in even before Ituver, but I wasn't sure, I admitted. At the carnival, did you get a sense of who was hiding underneath the illusion? I guessed and hoped I was right, the dragon said. I only knew you had come to the sacred grove, and when I saw the girl in the purple dress, I recognized her as you. By the dress, but how? I was stunned. Before you ran away, you acted out the fitting scene and asked Mora to bring a purple dress with gold embroidery. At first, I didn't know why I remembered it so clearly. Perhaps the spirits gave us a clue. Gabriel snapped his fingers, summoning the spell, and his hair turned green again. Then he summoned from the storage ring the very handkerchief with the emerald skull. Spirits love symbolism, so much so that you can't even guess what it was that caught you in their clue, she remembered Mora's words. She repeated this often and always gave signs great importance. After the wedding, I had no doubts and considered it a good sign that you came to me, the dragon continued, dispelling the illusions, though at first I was just going to make sure that no one came to you. So you wouldn't have offered me your hand in marriage that night? I was wary. Not at a carnival. I'm sure you would never forgive me for deceiving you, Gabriel replied. But when you first approached me with a burning gaze and a proposal of marriage, I realized that someone was trying to get to the sacred flame at any cost. And he agreed until I found another victim. I choked on a laugh. For that matter, I'm willing to be your sacrifice until my last breath. Gabriel was once again unacceptably close, and my gaze slipped to his lips. It was no fun at all. I remembered our kiss at Iduwari too vividly. Anariel, the dragon's husky whisper sounded close, sending a wave of thrilling goosebumps through my body, and I jumped toward him. Everything happened as if in a dream. The glass disappeared somewhere. My palms slid on Gabriel's shoulders, and the distance between our lips was rapidly shrinking. A little more, but the general suddenly stopped, touching my face with his fingers. Teasingly and so tenderly that my heart snapped sweetly and I wanted to purr with pleasure. My cheekbone, my ear, my neck. True's fingers glided softly over my skin, and the anticipation of the kiss made my head spin. I didn't want to rush either, so I dared to bury my fingers in Gabriel's hair, tousling the silky strands. My restless treasure, I love you so much, the general whispered confusedly, finally touching his lips to mine in an intoxicating kiss. Slow, dragging, dizzying, erasing all hesitation and doubts. I melted into him, savoring the heat of his willing lips and the humming of our hearts. Had I known it was so beautiful, I never would have run anywhere. But no, everything worked out exactly the way it was meant to. When things are easy and simple, they are less appreciated later. My soul, Gabriel broke the kiss abruptly. What are you up to? You're thinking about it? I wondered. You reek of deceit, I explained. Wow, I didn't expect tattoos to capture a couple's thoughts and emotions so accurately. Get used to it, this is my habitual state. She smiled, kissing him again. This time boldly and without embarrassment. The science was easy, the lessons were fun, and the mentor was the best of men. So why be timid? Gabriel liked my initiative too much. Before I knew it, the kiss was scalding and passionate, and I was sitting on the table. My fingers were taking on a life of their own, untying the dragon's neckerchief, and his palms were wandering down my back, tugging at the thin silk of my dress. Oops. I'm sorry, I got carried away, the dragon hissed, sensing my embarrassment, and rested his forehead on my shoulder. You're not the only one, she whispered, looking at another honestly stolen handkerchief with surprise. It seemed to be becoming a family tradition. Gabrielle, she mumbled, reluctantly pulling away. His stormy scent and heated body heat was dizzying, and common sense had long since thrown up the white flag, declaring a hasty surrender and allowing her to go along with her desires. But no, we have to pull it together. Tell me about the ring. I asked, catching the last clever thought by the tail. The ring? The dragon didn't immediately realize what I was talking about. Oh, the artifact. Yeah, why is he attracted to your stuff? I clarified, pulling back carefully. You mean the gloves and the scarf? It was the guardian spirit's personal initiative. He has a peculiar sense of humor, Gabriel admitted. But don't worry, I'll talk to him seriously, and it won't happen again. The ring is confusedly warm, though I'm willing to swear it's bluffing and isn't really remorseful about anything. It was a good lesson for me. You should not touch the personal belongings of another strong mage without asking. You can catch a big kickback, and it will not always be as harmless as the ring's scent. And if we're talking about an artifact, it's a family ring that my family gives to the true ones. I wanted to give it to you on your birthday, but I was afraid I'd scare you off with the pressure, so I chose another gift. Gabriel called out a small velvet box, but I hesitated afterward. You were right to choose peonies, she smiled. I was not ready to accept gifts then. Now the box in the dragon's hands has me quite interested. What's in it? The ring already belongs to me, another artifact. And now, Gabriel smiled, holding out the surprise to me. With pleasure, I replied. We'll consider it a present in honor of our first frank conversation. A fine occasion, Gabriel laughed. Will you open it? I nodded and pressed the latch. The lid popped open, revealing a pair of earrings with large amethysts set in a scattering of sparkling diamonds. Amazing, I whispered, mesmerized by the play of facets. Glad you like it, the dragon replied. I was focused on your love of amethyst peonies, but I think it would make a nice set with Heart of the Earth. Exactly, I exclaimed. I wanted to try on the gift at once, but Mora's voice suddenly came into my thoughts. She was reporting over the mental link that Prince Hayden had already knocked over all the thresholds of the secret crawlway and was insistently reminding her that the girl's things had to be returned before dawn. Otherwise, he refused to participate in such a risky operation. Oh, I jumped up, hastily telling Gabriel, we still haven't given the prince's things, we'd better hurry. I agree. And you need to rest before you go, the dragon said, kissing me on the lips. We'll continue tomorrow. Wait, how will we see each other in the capital? I'm worried. Will you be able to sneak to me? It's much simpler, my soul. The general's emerald eyes flashed with mischievous fire. The emperor's order has not been cancelled, so until the end of the marriage season, I will live with you in the same house as a personal guard. Chapter 22, Lessons in Cunning and Honor. The next day, Anariel. The return to the capital went smoothly. At Gabriel's insistence, we left before dawn, avoiding the mass pandemonium and panic over the new sacred grove. It had grown a lot overnight, and questions about its origins were inevitable. But the general had time to talk to the Golden Emperor, and he promised to play along and cover for me. At first I was surprised at the decision, and even angry. I'd never been conceited, but I didn't want Luigi to take credit for me. But Gabriel explained that Gregory wasn't so much afraid of revealing the truth about my shamanic gift as he was worried about my secret kinship with Vera and the rumors about the Heart of the Earth. Letitia's forbidden relationship with Are did cast a shadow on my family, and if it became known, a huge scandal could not be avoided. Uncle would be affected too, so I understood his fear. But I couldn't keep the heart hidden indefinitely. Without it, I couldn't grow new sacred trees or strengthen the dome over the capital. Luckily, the general had figured out how to buy time. Luigi wasn't going to take my laurels, and he merely reassured the guests that the grove's appearance was due to a unique spell that he and Gregory would announce later, when the dome was complete. Considering that shamanism flourished in the Golden Empire, this answer did not alarm anyone. Most of the guests had been worshipping the new gods since birth and knew nothing of the old legends, prophecies, and amulets of the First War. As for Vane, he too must be besieged and confused by this news. Let him think Luigi knows all my secrets. That way, the Escarates can't blackmail me by trying to lure me to a meeting before nightfall with the heavenly patrons. Madam, Luigi Hernani has just sent a reply. I heard familiar rumbling footsteps and Mora came to me. He and Marion will arrive in an hour and a half. Wonderful. Exclaimed, putting aside the morning paper. The press was abuzz about the incident at the summer residence, the breakthrough of the monsters, and the appearance of the new grove, of course. Gabriel personally controlled that the newspapermen did not say too much, so the tone of articles was neutral and I quickly lost interest in them, intending to focus on the acquaintance of Marion and Hayden. The general had recently left on business, but I had secured his approval and invited Luigi and his granddaughter to tea and lured the prince in under the guise of his first fencing lesson. He should be here any minute. We lied to Uncle that we wanted to prepare another dance for the next ball, so he let the air go easily. Of course, there will be a crowd of guards and servants with Hayden, but I'll leave them in the main parlor under Mora's supervision, and I'll hold the practice and tea party in the garden. I hoped that by meeting in a relaxed atmosphere, the children would quickly find common ground. But in any case, Gabriel had already told Luigi of our truth, and the Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. He also swore that the failed engagement would not affect the peace between our empires, even if his granddaughter and the prince refused the dynastic alliance. As it turned out, it was Gregory who insisted on the marriage contract. He seemed to think I would bring the light of a new religion to the Golden Empire and eradicate the belief in the great spirits. But I brought shamanism back even to my native Dalmork, so that was the surprise. I heard the clatter of hooves and the squeak of carriage wheels. It seemed that my little apprentice had arrived. It's the prince's carriage, Mora, who was standing by the window, confirmed. He has a dozen guardsmen with him, she added, hesitating slightly. That's it, snorted. Why not a whole regiment? That's why Hayden's always running away and getting into trouble. When I was a kid with a horde of guards, I too considered escape a matter of honor. I guess it runs in the family. In any case, we act according to plan, replied and went to meet the dear guest. I didn't know who was assigned to accompany him, so I wore an elegant dress made of emerald silk. It looked like we were really going to learn a dance. But the dress was a secret, and under the gorgeous sash was a neat clasp that allowed me to quickly unfasten the fluffy skirt and stay in comfortable pants. Just what you need for a secret fencing lesson. Anariel, Hayden rushed toward me. He was shadowed by Cortez Jevery, the chief of the prince's personal guard. The grim and unsociable knight was loyal to his petty highness to the last scale and often covered all the pranks. How fortunate that it was he who had arrived with him. Hayden exclaimed, hugging her relative. Commander, it's good to see you in good health. Thank you, your lordship, Jevery bowed respectfully, and I'm happy you're all right. I've heard how fearlessly you fought the monsters. Ani is a hero, confirmed the prince. She and Lady Declar put down so many creatures that wow. I want to learn how to do that too. When he noticed my puzzled look, he explained. Cortez is aware of this and will attend the training. Good, then I suggest we don't waste any time, I nodded. And you're gonna train me in this? Uh-oh, wow. The prince marveled as I deftly unbuttoned my skirt and threw it over my arm like a cloak. I didn't know you were coming with a proven dragon, she winked at her relative. Come on, she added, inviting the guests into the garden. Mora stayed in the house, watching the street from the living room window. Her son was perched on the roof in the guise of a bird, making sure the older Escaran didn't intrude. Sadi, fortunately, was shamefully expelled from the Empire. He went straight from the summer residence into the arms of his angry father. We'll study here, she announced as soon as we reached the lawn. Commander, check your weapons, she added. After making sure they couldn't be seriously injured, Cortez gave one sword to me, the other to the prince, and we began practicing. I thought that Hayden's fervor would last for a while, and soon we would be chatting and having tea, and then Luigi and his granddaughter would arrive. But no, the little dragon bit his teeth and fought as desperately as if his life were at stake. Which meant there was no turning back. Our breed is too stubborn and will not back down. Hayden, watch your feet, I reminded him as the prince's gaze slid back to my hand. Hands may deceive, but feet predict the blow. Don't let them out of your sight. So that's why you put down so many creatures yesterday. the prince sneered. You hid your legs with a skirt and that's the secret? I can borrow a skirt and see how that works out for you, I parried, fending off his lunge. Threatening again, laughed the relative, attacking again. He was absolutely no friend of the defense, but he attacked bravely and in a boyish fashion. But he was completely ineffective. My father was fond of repeating. An attack is either for show or for kill. I had been taught the second option since childhood, so I favored short, deadly lunges and never waved my sword like a dancing fan. The prince jumped around me and twirled around, trying to sting or wear me down just once. As long as I didn't stop Hayden from chiming in, fending off attacks and counting the gaps in his technique. All in all, it could have been worse. If the little warrior didn't lose interest in training, he'd be able to hold a sword in 3 or 4 months, and in a couple years he'd be able to do well. Taché, I exclaimed as the prince once again missed a blow and the tip of my weapon lightly touched his chest. Break, but why? Hayden was indignant. I'm not tired yet. It's time for theory and parsing mistakes, she explained. The young apprentice was visibly dejected, but he listened attentively, occasionally asking questions and asking for examples. Cortez was happy to keep me company, but as we were showing Hayden another reception, Mora announced the arrival of distinguished guests. Madam, His Majesty Luigi Ernani and Lady Marian, exclaimed the nanny, ushering them into the garden. The emperor wore the usual white uniform, but his granddaughter preferred a cornflower dress, decorated with lace and a sash with a bow. She tied her luxurious wheaten hair at the back of her head with a simple ribbon and refused to wear jewelry at all. A lovely child. The portrait did not convey a tenth of Marian's natural charm and sweet loveliness. But there was genuine slyness in her blue eyes and a serene smile on her pink lips. The girl looked like a little fox, and it only took one look at Hayden's stooped posture to realize that he was in trouble. After introducing the guests to each other, she was about to invite everyone into the gazebo and order tea to be served, but Marian's gaze fell on the swords left at the counter. Your lordship, we seem to have arrived ahead of schedule and interrupted you, the princess frowned. Absolutely not, I assured her. We're already done. Yeah, that's too bad, the girl said, visibly upset. I found out from Luigi beforehand what she was interested in and decided to use Marian's love of fencing to my advantage. My father exercises his sword every day, continued the princess, and my grandfather too. She added, looking at Luigi with awe, he's a real master, I love to watch him practice. Your Highness, if it pleases you, we will gladly continue, Hayden exclaimed eagerly. I was just about to practice a few moves. I suppose the commander will be my date? He added and looked at me guiltily. I'm sorry, I can't fight a lady in front of Lady Marian. Everything was working out better than I thought. Now the prince will definitely not give up training and will lay down his bones to surprise the golden princess. Your Highness, my sword is always at your service, Cortez bowed respectfully to the prince. Then what are we waiting for? The lady's wish is law. Hayden fluffed his peacock tail and headed towards the weapons rack. What his uncle had taught him was how to make beautiful gestures and keep the attention of the audience. Gregory's speeches were always full houses, and then the most striking quotes were played on the Megalink for a long time afterward. He was always good at promising things he didn't intend to do personally, and even his swordsmanship lessons with Hayden followed the same principle. If you can't take strength and skill, take spectacle, and then the right people will come along and do everything for you. Alas, these principles do not work in a battle with a real enemy. But now, with a loyal knight standing against the prince, it looked very impressive indeed. While Hayden was training with me, Cortez learned his weaknesses. So he built his defense and offense so that the prince could perform at his best. If I didn't know Hayden's true level, I would have believed that he was really strong beyond his years. Amazing! Marian exclaimed and clapped in delight as the prince attacked again, pushing the commander back. I am impressed. His Highness's skills are truly remarkable, Luigi's lips touched with a slight smile. He realized it right away, but he didn't give up the braggart. It was as good for him as it was for me. In another situation, I wouldn't have approved of such posturing, but I knew the prince too well. Unlike his uncle, Petty Highness was always trying to be, not appear. Later, when the first wave of excitement wore off, he would be swatted by his conscience and his desire to become truly powerful. Which means he'll train even harder and eventually achieve what he so fiercely strives for. Gabriel has also promised to help, and once we get vain and urgent matters sorted out, will definitely join in on Haydn's training. Your lordship, you have such a delightful garden, Luigi said to me suddenly. I would like to take a walk. With pleasure, she smiled. I suppose Mora and the commander will keep an eye on the younger highnesses. We're adults, we can look after anyone. Marion lifted her chin proudly, and steel-hardened steel flashed in her blue eyes. She's got a lot of character. Of course, I bowed my head conciliatorily. I didn't mean to offend you, but as a hostess, I must ensure the safety of my guests. I'd feel safer if you had trusted warriors with you. And this woman, Mora, can she join the training? The indignation in the fox's eyes was replaced by genuine delight. She flared up instantly and was easily carried away, just like Haydn. I suppose so, she nodded, but Mora is better off fighting the captain. She would be uncomfortable fencing with the prince because of the height difference. Let's do it, Marion nodded, and I won't keep you because you wanted to go for a walk, didn't you? She added impatiently, and I suddenly wondered if I should go. The golden fox is up to something. Haydn was already on a rampage and would do anything to defeat her. Your lordship, Luigi reminded himself. There was serenity in his eyes, and I gave in. He knew his granddaughter, and if he wasn't afraid to leave the young highnesses without our supervision, I shouldn't worry. Your Majesty, I replied and headed toward the greenhouse, but when we were barely a decent distance away, I asked openly. You wanted to talk in private, is something wrong? How straightforward, the Emperor laughed suddenly. Still, you are a true warrior and strategist, Anariel, but you are far from politics. I'll take that as a compliment, she smiled demurely. My uncle was in charge of politics in the family, and his methods were alien to me, though I knew in my mind that a sovereign must be able to maneuver and negotiate. But without the general's firm hand, Gregory could not hold on to power. Anariel, you are very young, Luigi continued. I see my words have hurt you. Not at all, I assured her. Deception, the Emperor shook his head. I wasn't trying to instruct you, but I'll allow myself to offer some advice. You should learn to be patient and flexible. You can accomplish much with strength and a sharp blade, but those skills can't open every door. I think I'm beginning to understand, she sighed deeply, touching the necklace hidden beneath her clothes. You want to talk about the heart of the earth? Anariel, your courage and desire to protect ordinary mages is admirable, Luigi said, nodding, and in that you are much like my eldest daughter. Knowing in advance what she would do in your place, I'm going to ask you straight out. Do you intend to reveal the secret of your origins? The question caught me off guard. I exhaled noisily and turned my gaze back to the pond of colorful fish. My mind raced, and I didn't know what to say. I've actually tried not to think about it yet. It's too complicated, too painful. I'm not the only one involved. The details would hurt the whole family, and silence will hurt the entire empire. I know the risks, but I have no right to hide the amulet and my skills, she sighed. The sacred groves are necessary to stabilize the dome. I'm sure my parents will support my decision. So your father knows? Luigi clarified. Sure, we have no secrets from each other. My mother showed him Laurentia de Lautre's diaries and necklace, she answered, and my uncle, until last night, he knew nothing about me. It would be a shame to lose such a talented and powerful shaman. But answer one more question. Your lands used to belong to Arius, didn't they? Did they recognize you as their mistress? Yes, I admitted. I once used magic to save a crop from a drought. That's why I don't have a dragoness. I spent too much power then. It's fixable. I know how to help you, Luigi said, dumbfounded. But let's finish with the lands and your origins. You know that I am not only the emperor, but also the strongest shaman of the Golden Empire, don't you? I nodded. The conversation was going down a path I didn't know, and so far I didn't understand anything. So it was best to listen and keep quiet. My gift is quite different from yours. I cannot create new sacred groves, but I have the unique magic of healing and the right to name other shamans as supreme guardians. Supreme guardians? I interjected. Yes, it's the name for someone who controls the grove's main magical source and can use its power to help the lands where the shrine is located, Luigi explained. In your case, you're already the supreme guardian of the South and you don't need my blessing. But if you think about it, it could solve your problem with the heart. And how is that? Only a descendant of Aray can control the heart. Or his magical successor, Luigi prompted. No one knows about this clarification yet, I just made it up, he added with a sly smile. But it fits perfectly into the classical laws of shamanism. And if we make it official that the spirits of the Vera family gave you the heart in gratitude for saving the land from drought, I can appoint you supreme guardian. But I'm not your subject. You are a shaman and that is enough, Luigi objected. And by the way, this right will seal the peace treaty much more strongly than any dynastic marriage. Our empires will once again be united in the true faith. Oh, I don't know, Uncle would definitely hang himself by his own tail if he knew about it. But to be honest, Golden's idea really solved my problems. Of course, there will be those who will not believe, but most will gladly accept you as Queen of the South. Especially in light of the fact that you are the true general of Callisto, the people's hero and favorite. Luigi continued. This marriage will silence the discontented, but the news of your kinship with Vera, on the other hand, may stir the people to rebellion. Rebellion, stunned. What does that have to do with it? For years, the Southerners thought my family were invaders and the truth. A hero of the South has fallen head over heels in love with a Northern woman, and the sister of their chief enemy. Trust my experience, Anariel, the supporters of the new rebellion will immediately turn this story against you, making your family not only invaders, but also liars who stole and subjugated the heart with forbidden magic. But that's bullshit. When delusion becomes more favorable to those in power than truth, it becomes truth, Luigi replied. Gabriel's influence will certainly be enough to hold the South together and avoid bloodshed, but your family's reputation will suffer, and the South will hate the new mistress. I wanted to scream out loud that it was impossible, but part of me realized that Luigi was right. I understand your doubts, and I didn't compare you to my daughter for nothing, the dragon's voice softened. Elora had to make a difficult choice once, too. It was different from yours, but I saw what it cost her, and I was willing to do anything to ease her pain. If I were Arius, I wouldn't have let you put yourself in harm's way and reveal a family secret. This truth comes at a prohibitive price. My life is already in the balance because of the heart. You have someone to protect you, Anariel. And Laurentia, after Vera's death, was left alone with her pain and the hardest of choices. But in the end, she decided to keep the baby alive and her and Array's secret, even at the cost of deceit. So is it worth rehashing the past now? Before I talked to you, I was sure I should, despite the risks, she sighed. I wanted everyone to know about their intense love and realize how pointless the war had been. They wouldn't understand, Luigi shook his head, and Aria and Laurentia's former love wouldn't be hurt if you kept it a secret. Besides, it was their secret, and only they had the right to tell anyone. And if Laurentia chose silence then, it's not worth talking about now, I finished for him, touching the amulet again. Yes, you're right, so we have a deal. Luigi held out his hand to me. It's a deal, I said, sealing the words with a handshake. And I think we should get back before Hayden and Marion go looking for us. Luigi didn't argue, only promised that he would later communicate the details of the upcoming ritual through Gabriel. We walked back in silence, and when the training ground appeared around the bend, we saw a marvelous sight. Hayden was lying on the grass, and an indignant Marion was pointing her sword at him. Mora and Cortez, who had witnessed the scene, could hardly contain their smiles. At first I was startled, thinking that the prince had been declassified, but while I was trying to figure out how to get out of it, the golden vixen spotted us and, throwing her weapon aside, ran toward Luigi. Grandfather, that's not fair. His Highness doesn't take me seriously and doesn't consider me a worthy opponent. The doll blurted out in one breath, her eyes flashing furiously and her fists clenched. He gave in. The Highness, lying on the grass, hiccuped, looking at me confused. He wasn't going to give in, but I instantly understood Lady Marion's maneuvers. She had originally planned to fight Hayden, so she was pleased when I allowed Mora to be paired with the commander. The prince was left without a partner, and the vixen immediately offered her candidacy. It was strange that the second Highness had agreed so quickly. But if Marion pretended to be dumb and asked her to tutor him, the prince thought he was an old warrior and didn't feel the need to be deceived. Looking into the clear and honest eyes of the princess, it is impossible to deny her anything. He hurt me, the vixen pouted. I had hoped that I had finally met a worthy opponent. Someone who could beat me, and he did. And the prince was a real man and could not raise a weapon against a lady. Luigi interrupted softly, kneeling down on one knee in front of his bitten granddaughter. Marion, you promised you wouldn't fight anyone who impressed you again, he added quietly. Foxy instantly blushed to the tips of his ears, and I looked away politely, pretending I hadn't heard. The captain helped Hayden up and cleaned himself and his things. And then how would I know who was worthy of my attention? Marion whispered. I had hoped the prince would prove his strength and defeat me. I would not like to see such a picture, Luigi interrupted her again. Just imagine yourself lying on the grass with a prince pointing a sword at you. The fox snorted and snorted, but seemed to have thawed and was now angry more for show. You could have done with a simple jab or knocked the weapon out of my hands. Marian, I repeat, the prince behaved like a true knight. I'm sure he liked you very much and wanted to please you, Luigi added, stroking his granddaughter's hair. Yeah, Goldilocks' eyes flashed with doubt. Then I should reward him for his efforts in some way. Abruptly turning around, she headed towards the prince, pulling down her hair ribbon as she went. Lady Marian, Hayden began timidly. He clearly wanted to apologize and admit it all at once, but I gestured for him to stop, and the dragon was silent. I have decided, the proud fox exclaimed, stepping closer and tying a ribbon on the prince's arm. If I am the only one to whom you are willing to yield in a duel and lay down your arms, then from now on you will be my faithful knight. She added, then rose on tiptoe and kissed the embarrassed Hayden on the forehead. Now it was his turn to blush up to his ears, but even in this state, the Highness was not confused and going down on one knee, reverently kissed the hand of his lady. I would be honored, my princess. Hayden said, and I realized that it wasn't just him, it was all of us. Not even my uncle. He can no longer influence this marriage in any way. It will be as Marian decides and no other way. Chapter 23. Dragon Surprise. An hour later, the rest of the meeting was uneventful. Marian was no longer angry and listened with pleasure to the prince's stories about the local sites and his successes in alchemical experiments, not forgetting to boast about her own achievements. I quietly prayed that the two of them wouldn't decide to secretly exchange experiences. Then empires would fall without external enemies. The defeat in the duel hurt the prince more than I thought, and to give him moral support, I immediately turned the conversation to the recent breakthrough, emphasizing Hayden's heroism and ingenuity. The dragon was embarrassed, but Marian was delighted and demanded details. When Luigi hinted that it was time for them to go, the vixen was visibly dejected. She didn't want to leave, which meant that my plan with her nanny worked as planned. And even better, Hayden really had a lot on his mind. I had no doubt that he would come to the right conclusions. As soon as the guests left, the prince called me into the living room for a serious conversation. Disaster. Highness exclaimed with a cry as soon as we were alone. I am crushed, destroyed, and shamed. I have never been so ashamed in my life. Calm down and don't exaggerate, she waved it away. Nothing terrible has happened yet. That's right, bye. Hayden howled in despair. Today I fought proven mages and I made a good impression by deception. I was undeservedly lucky and even losing was unexpectedly a victory, he added bitterly, touching the ribbon on his shoulder. But what would I do if I had another breakthrough? Would I hide behind Marian's skirt and cry for help, or run away shamefully like Bones? You're only 11, I reminded her. The princess is a little younger, but the way she holds a weapon, the prince said in awe. I realize now that you were sparing me during the training and didn't want to humiliate me. No, I've been watching, noting your mistakes and weaknesses, I answered honestly. There's no room for pity in real training. Hayden, and flattery is deadly. Remember, as you begin to get in shape, our training will get tougher and tougher. I have no intention of giving in and feeling sorry for you. I don't need it, the prince exclaimed eagerly. I don't want to pretend to be strong at someone else's expense anymore. I want to be like you, and during the next breakthrough, I will fight on equal footing with the others. Hayden, chill out and don't run ahead of time, I besieged him. I was taught swordsmanship and trained in a special program from an early age. I can do a lot of things, but training with my mentor is too different from actual fighting. It's too early for you to even think about that. But, look, no one was born with a blade in their hands. I stepped closer, placing my palms on the prince's shoulders. Your swordsmanship leaves a lot to be desired, that's a fact. But at the moment of the breakthrough, you still behaved like a real man and saved many guests from serious injuries, and maybe even death. So don't belittle your merits by comparing them with other people's achievements. Thank you, Hayden smiled shyly, but I still want to get stronger, he added resolutely. And that's wonderful, she laughed, ruffling his unruly curls. I believe in you, one day you will be a true knight. The dragon smiled dreamily and blushed again. It looked like the fox had captured his heart with the first duel and a flutter of fluffy eyelashes, but I didn't have time to find out the details. The couple's tattoo suddenly warmed. Gabriel was back. By the way, I keep forgetting to ask how the investigation is going. The prince perked up. The question caught me off guard, and I didn't immediately realize what it was about. A memory scan of that maid who stole the stuff, Hayden reminded him impatiently. They're looking for the culprit, she said evasively. Someone had used a control weave and then erased her memory. If it hadn't been for you, by morning there would have been no trace of the mental influence, and we wouldn't have found anything. So you had time to take the casts? The prince became animated. Yes, the general's mages are studying them now. And Hayden, she added, putting a finger to her lips, that's classified information. Don't worry, I won't say anything to anyone, assured the prince. I didn't doubt it, but I warned you deliberately to emphasize my special trust in my petty companion. He'd gotten valuable information, and afterward he'd helped avoid a scandal by carefully returning the stolen items to Leary and Olivia. I understood his desire to get to the truth, but I couldn't tell him, and I couldn't say anything. I've got to know my restless relative too well. If I'd told him we'd found nothing, he would have investigated on his own. But now the prince knows we appreciated his efforts, and he'll settle down for a while, concentrating on his training. Your Highness, your lordship, Gabriel entered the room. The dragon looked relaxed and content. It cheered him up. Perhaps there was good news. General, the prince bowed his head respectfully, it is good to meet you. I had something I wanted to discuss with you. I'll leave you to it. I wanted to leave, but Hayden gestured for me to stop. Ani, stay, please. This is not a confidential conversation. It's about college, and I need your advice. Lady Anariel tells me you want to go to a more rigorous training program with a focus on fencing. Gabriel nodded. But if I may, I would recommend adding classes in defensive and combat magic, as well as tactics and strategy. If you're serious, I'd be willing to work with you personally to fill in the gaps and then put in a good word with the rector of the Devour Military Academy. Academy? Hayden was surprised. Isn't it a little early for me? Gabriel explained, the training system is rigorous and very stressful, but after that it's easier to keep up with the academy program. If I'm not mistaken, you studied there too. I knew the answer, but I wanted to push the prince to the right decision. Yes, you are right, the dragon nodded. The graduates of this academy are considered the best. The graduation tournament every year attracts a great number of spectators from all over the empire. A knight's tournament. The prince revived, touching Marion's ribbon again. It's decided, I'm in, I'm ready for the challenge. When do we start training? In about a week, Gabriel replied. Please enter into the situation. I need to finish some urgent business. Yes, negotiations and investigations, I understand, the prince nodded. I'll be waiting. I have enough to do with Anariel for now, he added with a smile, and I have to go. It was nice to meet you. I hope to see you again soon and continue. Gabriel and I saw Hayden off and went into the garden. I wanted to go for a walk, to catch up on the news, and to tell Luigi about Luigi's plan. But the dragon had other plans. Would you like to fly a little? The general suddenly clarified. Fly, confused. I have a surprise for you, he grinned, summoning incredible wings. I was confused at first, feeling completely contradictory desires. On the one hand, I wanted to touch the dragon's wings, to feel their warmth and the magic dancing inside. But on the other hand, I wanted to run away or fall to the ground in shame. I remembered all too vividly the last time I'd seen them. Night, bedroom, flies, and me under the nightstand. As ridiculous as it may sound, it was then that I first thought about my feelings toward the general. Before, I had perceived him as a lingering obstacle on the way to my goals, and I was always afraid of giving away my secret. But when I didn't see the cherished tattoo on the dragon's arm, I felt a strange disappointment. At first vague and barely perceptible, it grew like a snowball, sweeping away my doubts and pushing me towards the clue. Anariel, is something wrong? Gabriel saw my confusion in his own way and became wary. Tell me, why did you hide your tattoos? I asked a question that had been on my mind for a long time. Then in the room, I blushed, remembering how the dragon had taken off his clothes. And he did it so beautifully, and in front of the nightstand. You did it on purpose, you know, she hesitated, struck by a hunch, a strip show? Yes, unlike me, Gabriel was not at all embarrassed. I didn't understand your motives and worried that you hid your signs because you disliked me. What? No, how could you? I faltered, imagining myself in the dragon's shoes. Although I would have thought the same thing. I wasn't going to do it at first, Gabriel continued. But shortly before you came into my bedroom, the king suggested sword sparring, and I hid the tattoos so I wouldn't be questioned or disqualified from the mating season. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to be near you," he whispered, taking my hand and touching his lips to my fingertips, then kissing his way higher. Knuckles, hand, wrist, even innocent kisses burned and stirred the blood. I wished Gabriel wouldn't stop. "I needed to make sure I was attracted to you as a man," the general added curtly, flashing his impossible emerald eyes. "The couple's tattoo, albeit under illusion, allowed me to feel your emotions. Though, to be honest, I was close to questioning my own sanity and believing our connection was just a dream. Only." Gabriel was suddenly silent, and now I was alert. "Just what?" Frowned. "I realized I couldn't let you go anyway," he said, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me close. I don't know at what point the dragon and I started to feel the same way, or whether it was my interest or the couple's attraction that came first. "It was curious to watch you. I didn't think a confrontation like that would catch on, but at some point I really wished you could trick me and run away," he grinned, kissing the temple gently. "Why?" I wondered. "You've never been the same and you've always surprised me," the dragon explained. "It was annoying at first, but then it caught on and I didn't even realize I was playing with you. Your moves were rare but very memorable," I laughed, remembering the ring incident. "It seemed like we really were perfect for each other. Was there any doubt?" Gabriel clarified, scooping me up in his arms. From the surprise, I quietly yelped and wrapped my arms around him, and a moment later he pushed off the ground and took off. All thoughts instantly flew out of my head. I'd dreamed of turning into a dragoness and flying up into the sky many times, but I couldn't imagine that my first time would be like this. Without a second hypostasis, but in the arms of the true one, the one who became my wings. Flash, a powerful illusion washed over us. Gabriel didn't want the flight to attract attention and disturb us. I wondered what kind of surprise he had in store for us. Knowing the general, it must be something unusual and big. But nothing came to my mind, and as soon as we got higher up, I was breathless at the views. It was the first time I was looking at the city from such a height and greedily catching every moment. The white marble of the palace, glistening in the sunset sunlight like a huge pearl. The greenery of countless gardens and colorful flower beds. The coral roofs of houses that seem like gingerbread. When I was a kid, my dad often bought similar edible cities for me. And now it felt like I could just reach out and break off a piece. "I can't even believe it's real. How beautiful," I whispered, unable to look away. Haven was mesmerizing, but it was the sacred grove that beckoned most. Iduvere, the heart of the capital and the source of my magic. Forbidden not so long ago, but now, I had no more doubts that my uncle would keep his word. It's not just Gabriel on my side anymore. We have the Golden Emperor on our side, and Gregory will make many concessions for an alliance with his empire. "Anariel," Gabriel laughed suddenly and flapped his wings, carrying me away from the capital. "What happened?" Stunned. "Where are we going?" "It's a surprise," the dragon said evasively. "I wanted to circle over the city, but you're thinking about business again. And you don't." I grinned understandingly. "I'm curious about your gift, but there was more to discuss." "Luigi offered to help me with the heart of the earth." "I know, he spoke to me," Gabriel admitted. "He wanted my opinion, but I told him that the choice was yours." "Did you have that much faith in me?" I wondered. This was new to me. My uncle wouldn't let Luigi near me without making sure I made the decision he wanted me to make. And even my parents, they wouldn't push, but after voicing the problem, tried to persuade me to listen to their opinion. "What if I didn't do what you expected?" "I would have accepted your choice." Gabriel spoke calmly, but I could sense the storm behind the calm and how difficult it was for him to stay away. "You could have used your position and our veracity to influence." "No," the dragon said, "there are matters in which even loved ones should not interfere." "But Luigi," she faltered, realizing the main point. "The Golden Emperor spoke to me like father to daughter, but we were not related." I didn't see his words through the prism of emotion, but I recognized his experience and wisdom, and I had boundless respect for him. I accepted the truth from him that Gabriel or my parents would never have been able to tell me. It was so much easier to argue with them, and their emotions and genuine concern could only fuel the fire. And Hernani was simply offering options. Of course, he also had his own interest. The Golds do not benefit from unrest within the Allied Empire. I understood that, so I evaluated the proposal coldly and even distantly. And I made the right decision. "I trust you, Anariel. You can be as impetuous and unpredictable as the elements, or you can analyze information in a balanced way, Gabriel continued. I could only hope that you would agree to Luigi's proposal. But I wouldn't change your mind, because in the case of Array and his legacy, there is no perfect way to protect you from the consequences. I don't quite understand, she frowned. Doesn't cheating solve all our problems? It reduces their numbers, but whatever you choose, your rise as High Priestess and Mistress of the South will not be a smooth one, Gabriel said. There will be some discontents. But I will always be on your side, and I will fight for us to the last man. The important thing is that you are on my side, not the other way around, Anariel. The dragon's words made her shudder involuntarily, and she squeezed her eyes shut, hugging him even tighter. Behind me, not across from me, an ancient oath and reminder of the tradition when shamans fought alongside dragons against the creatures of the dead reflection. Men like me always stood behind, shielding the swordsmen's assault squads with their shields, with only the common enemy ahead. That phrase was higher for me than any confession, because it meant that Gabrielle saw me not just as a couple given by the gods, but accepted me as an equal. I'll always be behind you, she whispered, kissing him, and thank you for believing in me, she added, and gasped when she saw the fields of Ilingrasa below. Whoa, are we flying into the most expensive and closed horse farm in the Empire? After you borrowed the horse from my adjutant, I decided that it was the best gift, Gabriel laughed, noticing my bewilderment. Otherwise, what kind of southerner am I if my beloved doesn't have the best and rarest horse in the Empire? So you've already picked one? Clarified. No, I've got 3 choices, but if you like another, I'd be happy to give you any horse you want. Gabriel's sly smile told me that he would pay for every horse on the farm if I was satisfied. But as soon as we landed, the owner came rushing toward us, and I heard a snorting snort and the clatter of hooves behind me. And when I turned around, I was gone, drowned in a stroppy haze of violet eyes. Her, she's the only one. We're taking her, I exclaimed as if in a trance. I don't want to see any others. I didn't even doubt it, the dragon grinned. The response was an indignant roar. The pretty girl hinted that she was the one who was choosing and looking around. So we'd better hurry up and do our best if we want to make a good impression. But I knew all too well that this was pure provocation, and it was best not to approach the horse. Let him get used to my presence and the magical background. After all, this was no ordinary mare, but a rare Saviorian. I can't imagine how Gabriel got her. To get a doll like that, you have to sign up and wait in line for years, and there's no guarantee you'll be recognized. Sayworst horses do indeed choose their own masters. It was impossible to bind them by force or ride them, even with the help of magic. But they had an unmistakable sense of danger and the gift of foresight, thanks to which they could warn their master and lead him out of the danger zone long before the trouble started. That's why such horses cost a lot of money. It's scary to imagine how much the general would pay for such a gift, especially out of turn. Mr. General, lady, the man who had run up to us fell silent, not knowing how to address me. It seems the rumors weren't lying. Elengras's master really didn't follow social life, knowing only his horses and customers by name. Her ladyship, Lady Anariel de Arcana, Gabriel introduced me. And this is Mr. Morgani. A pleasure, it is an honor to receive you. The man bowed respectfully and beckoned to the assistant. He brought a basket of treats for my stubborn girl. The horse puffed up and turned away from me while the show was going on, but he still glared at me with his violet eyes. Mean and a cat's nose, but I like it. I wonder how many she's rejected. Gabriel was probably able to buy her because of her bold temperament. The horse had apparently turned down another owner, and the dragon had managed to get me in line. As if reading my thoughts, the doll raised her graceful head and began to gallop in place, teasing and showing herself off in all her glory. A graceful but sturdy croup and long legs. A luxurious mane and tail that sparkled like the most expensive silk. But most of all, the violet glow of his eyes and the marvelous luster of his fur were striking. It seemed black as a moonless night, and then flashed with amethyst highlights, shimmering in the sunlight with precious stones. She likes you, Gabriel whispered, barely a candle to the pretty girl. I hope so, I whispered, taking a large and delicious fig out of the basket. The seawolves adored it, but would only accept it from the hands of its future master, so it was a risky move. Anyone else in my place would have started from afar, but something told me that this beauty was better taken with courage and determination. After all, she was the first to smell me and approach me. If I started to hesitate, she might take offense, and then it would be very difficult to establish a relationship. Taking a few steps, she froze, letting the mare get used to herself. Saywursts could sense their master's magic and scent subtly, and could not be fooled. It's about to be resolved. A step, another step, and the beautiful cat squinted and snorted, but she didn't back down and looked at him without anger or displeasure. She seemed to have already decided everything for herself and long ago. It surprised me, but when I got close, I realized what was wrong. I had tied to her bridle the skull and flamingo scarf I'd embroidered for Gabriel. The embroidery had absorbed enough of my magic to allow the dragon to meet the horse beforehand and have a viewing without me. What a sly one! The mare snorted and glanced at the general, as if agreeing with my thoughts, and then snatched the fig. I've been recognized, Chapter 24, The Blessing of the Elements. 4 hours later, a lake near Alengrasa. The sun was long gone and Gabriel and I should have gone back to the mansion, but I couldn't part with my stubbornness and enjoyed walking around the neighborhood, admiring the scenery and enjoying Gabriel's company. As expected, I didn't get to ride today. Amethyst Evil decided that we didn't know each other well enough, but she allowed herself to be treated to figs again and agreed to accompany me. For a stubborn seawolf, it was a feat, especially since the burly beauty had rejected 15 candidates, and the owner didn't believe that we would become friends until the last moment. But Gabriel, as soon as he saw her, knew that the horse was waiting for me. And then he came up with the idea of showing her the handkerchief and letting her sniff my magic. The wayward lady appreciated the maneuver and, snorting for good measure, confiscated the handkerchief, hinting that she was ready to get to know me better. The general had calculated everything perfectly, and while we were circling over the capital, the shrew had time to get used to my magic and scent. She also smelled the competition. At the dragon's request, the master broke the rules and moved the 2 horses I had chosen into the corral, but he put magical partitions between them so they wouldn't clash. Dolly didn't like the neighbors, and she was jealous. So she proudly came out when she smelled me and Gabriel. She didn't want us to see anyone else. That's when love at first sight happened. When I saw Lady, I knew I'd only leave with her. And even now, when Gabriel had bought her back and the stubborn girl had allowed me to put my seal on her aura, I was still worried and never left her side. I kept trying to touch and stroke her, to hug her slender neck and rest my forehead against her face. The lady snorted and sighed, but she tolerated it. Sometimes she even responded to tenderness. I knew she liked me, otherwise I wouldn't have been recognized and would have been hoofed by now. However, a Saywar character can't be snacked on figs, and we had a long way to go to get closer. But right now, I felt perfectly happy. How beautifully you smile, my treasure. Gabriel, walking beside me, suddenly pulled me to him and kissed me on the lips. The lady immediately snorted jealously and galloped forward, as if waiting for a moment to scurry away. Are you sure it's a mare and not a cat? I laughed when the beauty stopped nearby, giving me an indignant look, as if asking why we weren't catching up with her. I'm not sure, the dragon echoed, hugging me tighter and sliding his hot palms down my back. But the other one wouldn't be right for you, that's for sure. By the way, Arya had a Saywurst horse too, I remembered. I know, and it sounds like a nice family tradition to me, the dragon grinned. Yeah, but no one will ever know. And Ariel, Gabriel instantly sensed my sadness. I did the right thing and I'm not going to change my mind. I shook my head, but I can't drown out my emotions so quickly. And it's not just because of the pact with Luigi. It's just that I've spent my whole life hiding my magic and my kinship with Array, and before that, my mother bore the burden of deceit. Except she didn't get the shamanic gift. I was silent, my forehead pressed against the dragon's firm chest. The words seemed superfluous, but the feelings were overwhelming, and I was belatedly hit with the backlash of recent events. Too much had happened in these days, my life would never be the same again, but the Great Spirit saw that I had no regrets. Just very tired. I haven't slept well since my uncle ordered you to bring me to the ball, she admitted, and then added, noticing the dragon's gloomy expression, no. It's not your fault, thank you so much for this wonderful outing, and for the lady. Perhaps I should have postponed the surprise. Gabriel shook his head. You need to rest. I couldn't, I interrupted him. I needed a distraction. I needed a change of scenery and to think things through. Realize. My head was dizzy with sudden weakness and my chest felt hot. I was frightened for a moment, but a rumbling growl echoed in my mind. Rumbling and surprisingly. Has my dragoness begun to awaken? Gabriel, she whispered, but he understood without words. He took me in his arms and carried me to the water. It was my element, and with it, the second form would gain strength faster. The growl was repeated. Now I heard it loud and clear. There could be no mistake. The couple's tattoo suddenly grew warm and itchy, and then I was enveloped in Gabriel's magic like a cocoon. My true one was giving off his energy, helping me focus. But why did the dragoness wake up just now when I'm weakened and so tired? There was a soft splash, and then the cool water touched his feet. Gabriel stepped into the lake with his clothes on, slowly wading into the depths. My mind cleared a little. The native element always had a healing effect on me, but as I tried to concentrate, there was a new splash and a restless snort. The lady sensed my condition and followed us. "It's okay," I smiled weakly as the horse caught up to us and nuzzled his nose into the back of my neck. I wanted to stroke the beauty, but my body felt woozy and unresponsive. I could barely move my fingers. Our family healer had warned me it would be like this. The first turn always absorbs a great deal of energy. I remembered how hard it had been for me to use the gift during the drought. I had completely drained my internal reserves to prevent hunger in my lands, and then I was left practically without magic and became very ill. I miraculously made it out and kept the gift. It was out of the question to become a full dragoness, but the healer assured me that I would be able to transform later. I need to regain enough power. Therefore, what was happening could not be explained. I had spent a huge amount of magic to rebuild the dome and create a new grove. Or is that what this is about? Did the energy of the sacred trees help me? I assumed that in my case, the turnaround would be related to shamanic magic. And Ariel, don't think about anything and concentrate on the second hypostasis. Gabriel's voice made her shudder involuntarily. The growling grew more insistent, but I couldn't concentrate. I suddenly realized I was afraid of the turn. If I don't have enough magic, the dragoness could be seriously hurt and I'll never be able to get her back. "Don't worry, I won't let you transform right now," Gabriel assured me, as if he'd read my mind. "But you need to reconnect with your other self. If I do, there'll be a turnover," she objected, looking up at the dragon. "No, I can stop him if you trust me." There was unwavering confidence in his lover's eyes. "Okay, I'll give it a try," I smiled again, feeling his determination slowly transferring to me. The fear wasn't completely gone, but now I knew I wasn't alone and breathing was easier. "Gabriel, stop, please," I asked when the water reached my chest. It was strange, standing like that in the middle of the lake with his clothes on and hearing the lady's worried snort behind him. She was worried too, but she didn't try to interfere, which meant she didn't see me in danger. That was encouraging. I closed my eyes and focused on the dragoness, trying not just to hear her, but to feel her. I tried not just to hear her, but to feel her too, to reassure her and promise her that I would turn back, but later, when I had enough power. "Come on, my soul, call me back." I mentally whispered, pulling crumbs of elemental magic from the lake. She was too little to help me with the transformation, but coupled with Gabriel's energy and the couple's tattoo, it was enough to reach the second hypostasis. RGA. The rumbling growl gave me goosebumps, and a moment later, the image of an amazingly beautiful dragoness flashed before my eyes. A graceful head and a long swan's neck. Her scales changed from blue to turquoise or emerald, and her bottomless eyes glittered with pure rubies. I can't believe this treasure belongs to me. I wanted to forget the precaution and turn around immediately, but the beauty suddenly spread her huge wings and roared. Then the vision vanished, and with it went the monstrous weakness. My body became as light as a feather, and it seemed as if wings were about to spread behind my back. The connection with the second hypostasis was coming into full force. "You did it, my soul," Gabriel's voice finally brought me back to reality, but when I opened my eyes, I couldn't help but gasp in surprise. My lover's hair became the same color as my dragoness scales. "I took advantage of our authenticity and performed a ritual to separate the magic," he explained, noticing my confusion. "Simply put, I've temporarily taken your other self under my wing. I'm not going to accidentally transform you, so you'll be able to regain your power in peace." Gabriel's answer dumbfounded him, but once he remembered his dragon phantom, everything fell into place. His gift is powerful enough to pull something like this off, but my beauty is too weak. It's best if her phantom stays with the general for a while. "Thank you," I whispered, hugging him tighter, and then I heard the lady's insistent sniffling. Sayrika sensed I was feeling better and called us back to shore. "I think someone's worried," she smiled. "You two got along quickly," Gabriel grinned. "I wish I could take her with me tonight." It was night and I was asleep on the move, so I couldn't ride back on horseback, and she wouldn't want to travel to the mansion in the dragon's claws. "I'll bring her back tomorrow," Gabriel assured me, following my gaze, "and the stable boy will have time to get her ready." "Yeah," she yawned tiredly. As soon as we were out of the water, the general dried us with magic. Then I was tired again and I fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 25, On the Eve of the Storm. 2 days later. The storm was gathering momentum, splitting the sky with lightning flashes and deafening thunderclaps, and it was raining so hard it looked like it would wash the capital into the ocean. I hadn't seen a storm like this in a long time, but I prayed it wouldn't end. After all, she was giving me back the force spent on strengthening Iduware and reinforcing the dome over the capital. "Mistress," Mora walked over to me and placed a tray on the table. Besides the sweet tea and revitalizing potion and a plate of sandwiches, there was the evening edition of the Capital Gazette. On the front page was a picture of me in my great-grandmother's necklace and the provocative headline, "The Heart of the South has found its queen." Everything was going according to plan. "Thank you," I smiled, wrapping myself more tightly in the plaid. Despite the cold wind, I sat on the windowsill by the open window, watching the streams of water flowing down the sidewalk and greedily catching flashes of elemental energy. This storm started because of me. It was because of the ritual Luigi and I had performed at dawn in the sacred grove. Despite Gabriel's help, the dragoness's awakening was difficult, and to speed up the process, I used the Golden Emperor's suggestion and his elemental healing skills. Ernani was very helpful and got me back on my feet in 2 days. I didn't dare to turn around because tomorrow was the Heavenly Patron's Festival and the day after that was the Emperor's Ball. There was no way I could miss it. "It's strange that the Escarats still haven't reacted to the news," she frowned, picking up the newspaper and taking a quick look at the article. "Gabriel and I were worried that strengthening the dome over the capital would scare Vane away, so we decided to provoke him. After Luigi had performed a ritual in Iduver and declared me the supreme guardian of the South and Haven, there was an article with information that the Emperor's niece had long ago awakened a powerful shamanic gift, and that the spirits of the Vera family had recognized her as the mistress of the heart of the earth. But for the sake of security, it was carefully concealed until I came of age." Luigi Ernani gave explanations on the subject. In conclusion, the Emperor said that our engagement would not take place because I had met the true one. He was sincerely happy for me and the general, and this event would not affect the signing of the peace treaty. My uncle hissed at me for a moment, but he confirmed it and announced that I would be attending the Heavenly Patron's feast with General Callisto, and that at the ball we would formally announce our engagement and set a date for the wedding. I had no doubt that Vane Cora would not miss the opportunity and ambush the temple, but the Escar Viper lay dormant and showed no signs of life. Moreover, it didn't even try to use the tears of the earth. It was very alarming. Gabriel and Luigi assured him that he would have to call upon the power of the amulet beforehand if the prince intended to prepare a serious trap. Alas, the general's necklace and trackers were silent. "God damn it. I hope that bastard doesn't get off." I sighed and picked up the cup from the tray, taking a few sips. The storm after Iduver recognized me as her guardian had helped bring back the force, but a little potion wouldn't hurt. There was a lot of work to be done. After the dragoness awakened, it took me over 24 hours to recover, and Gabrielle and Luigi took it upon themselves to negotiate with my uncle and prepare for the ritual in the grove. We wanted to combine my appointment as guardianess with the planting of new sacred trees. So the general ordered the chief priest to summon everyone in Iduwer who could help me with the reinforcement of the dome. I used the amulet to create new cuttings and planted them in the ground, blessing them and infusing them with a little of my magic. After that, the shamans of Iduwer took over. Together we grew 24 new trees in a couple of hours and strengthened the dome over the capital. Unfortunately, the measures we took couldn't keep us completely safe. If Vane uses the tears of the earth to its full potential, he can still summon monsters to the temple. But either way, they'll be far fewer than last time. The Eskaran can't sneak bone dragons and dead commanders into our world. We can handle the rest. A new burst of lightning split the sky and the nearby communicator buzzed. I was expecting a message from Gabriel, but it turned out to be Hayden. The prince had done his homework and was proudly reporting that he'd gotten the highest grade from Commander Jevery. Good thing I found a way to keep practicing. When the prince heard about my condition, he was going to cancel the class, but I didn't let him. As long as the little thing was eager, I had to seize the moment and keep throwing in some wood. Then the training will become a habit, and then it will go on the beaten path. So I had the servants set up a tent in the garden to be close to the lady, and arranged for Mora and Commander Jevry to fence with Hayden this week. I watched them from the marquee, and afterward we would pick apart mistakes and develop new tactics. 2 days passed without incident. The prince was worried about me, and he wanted to do something to please me. So he did some extra homework and sent 3 reports in the evening. He was the last one, and after praising the petty highness for his success and diligence, I listened to the amulet again. The heart of the earth was still silent, but Vane was definitely up to something. He couldn't just back down like that. Why aren't the trackers working? Have we been compromised? No. Gabriel said it was impossible to detect the beacons, and I believed him. Then what's the problem? She closed her eyes and wrapped her palms around the cup, savoring the invigorating warmth and remembering with pleasure the dream after the morning ritual in Iduver. She closed her eyes and clasped the cup in her palms, savoring the warmth of the cup and remembering the morning ritual at Iduwara. They looked remarkably like Gabriel and I walking near Lake Alengrasa with the lady, and I considered that a good sign. So the spirits of the ancestors blessed our union, and also did not hold a grudge against me or condemn me for choosing to keep their love and my kinship with Arya Vera a secret. I heard horses neighing and the clatter of hooves. I looked out of the window and saw the horsemen. I recognized the coat of arms of the imperial family at once, as well as the man standing at the gate. Despite the bad weather, I had received a personal invitation to the heavenly ball. "Mora, bring him here," I asked, finishing my tea leisurely. Though his uncle didn't believe the Iskaran prince was involved in the breakout, he still listened to Gabriel and increased his guard and took extra precautions. But in addition, Gregory added something of his own, ordering that invitations be made in the form of magical keys tied to the aura of the guests. You can only get them in person by activating them in front of the messenger, and it's impossible to enter the ball with someone else's key. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't understand why a ghoul would go to all this trouble. The invitees were already checked by the guards with magic, so no outsiders would get in, and the monsters of the dark reflection would not be deterred by the lack of keys. Last time, the trouble was because of the monsters, not because Vane had illegally infiltrated the summer residence. Uncle was in his repertoire, though. Although the keys turned out to be useless in terms of security, only a lazy person didn't discuss them. After all, the passes were created by the Emperor's chief jeweler. Made of solid gold, adorned with openwork wings and jewels, they looked more like works of art than ordinary invitations. The invitation was more like a work of art than an ordinary invitation card. The theme was also chosen quite aptly: celestial masquerade. Therefore, the guests' outfits should match and resemble rare magical birds. The ladies were thrilled with the opportunity to dress up in feathers and glittering gems. And the number of people who wanted to leave the mating season because of the monsters had dropped dramatically. No one believed that the disaster would happen again and did not want to lose the chance to show off in all their glory. I wasn't interested in the ball, but in tomorrow's ceremony at the temple. If Gabriel and I succeed in our plan, we can rid ourselves of the Eskar threat forever. Your Grace. A messenger entered the room. It used a weatherproof dome, and despite the downpour, it looked great. The invitations and flowers were not damaged either. "I hope you're feeling better," he asked politely, handing me the bouquet and the velvet case. "Thank you for your concern. It's all good now. The healers know what they're doing." I accepted the gift and activated the invitation key. The other debutantes got it as soon as they arrived in the capital, but mine had to be redone twice. The first time was because of the dragoness awakening and changed aura, and the second time was because Gabriel and I had dropped out of the mating season. We are now required to enter the ballroom through the sacred arch along with members of the imperial family. The arch will give me extra protection and make it harder for Wayne, so we've given it as much press coverage as possible. He won't have a chance to get to me at the ball. The necklace suddenly glowed, warning that the dusky viper had come into play. "Well, finally," she grinned mentally. I almost believed that the Eskerk had changed his mind about killing me. "Your Grace, may I take my leave?" The envoy's voice made me wince. I had completely forgotten about him. Yes, I'm done, you can go, she replied, hiding the key in the storage ring, and as soon as the man was gone, she called out to Mora, "Contact Gabriel immediately, the escarch has begun to act." "As you command, mistress." The nanny activated the telepathic link and her gaze glazed over. Now everything was going according to plan, we just had to wait for dawn. Dear readers, I am attaching a visual of Laurentia, Are and his famous stallion. Anariel's great-grandparents, Ash's Arya's stallion. Chapter 26, Temple of the Heavenly Protectors. The next morning, the carriage raced through the streets of Haven, and with each passing second, the anticipation in his chest grew stronger and stronger, and with it the desire to deal with Vane. Just as long as the escutcheon didn't slip off. She whispered, biting her lip nervously. During the night, the trackers reported Dusk's activity 3 times, but by dawn they were completely silenced, and I worried about our enemies backsliding. Unlike my uncle, I didn't consider a lean world a great achievement, especially if it was accompanied by constant sabotage of our territories. It's time to finish off Escar, and to do that, we need to kill Vane and destroy the Tears of Earth. That's why we provoked the Elder Prince, showing that there would be no second chance to attack me. The sacred groves are reviving, the heart and my magic are at full strength, and the dome is slowly stabilizing. The hour is near when monsters won't be able to penetrate our world even with the Twilight Amulet. Moreover, my uncle was going to buy all the Megilite from Leary and finish making the magical supports for the dome. If we succeed, we can give the creatures a double blow. Combined with the magic of the sacred trees, Megilite will make the veil completely impenetrable. My soul, don't worry, Gabriel grinned at the man sitting across from him. Everything is going as it should. The dragon was as unfazed and calm as the ocean in the doldrums. Vane has already summoned the magic of tears, and he can't back down. If he doesn't use it soon, Dar will burn him out with the rollback, he continued. My guards are watching the enemy, Luigi is in position and ready to activate the additional dome at the first signal. The Golden Emperor turned out to be an adventurer and gladly took part in all our schemes, including the hunt for the Escars. Luigi couldn't officially enter the Celestial Temple. Today, only dragon priests and members of the Sova dynasty were allowed in. I was accompanied by my true self, Gabriel, while the Golden Emperor dressed up as a novice and was helping the High Priest prepare for the Heavenly Blessings ritual. Ernani had changed his appearance with a special magic available only to golden dragons, and the real novice was fast asleep in Gabriel's headquarters. The boy had been braided with a sleep weave, harmless but reliable. We didn't risk changing the other priests. Vane was not an idiot and would immediately notice a trick, so the ritual had to look as authentic as possible. The plan was simple. Each dragon species had a special magic. The golden ones had unique skills in illusion and transformation. The steel ones, like Gabriel, had great endurance and could cover their bodies with impenetrable armor. The twilight ones could move with the help of shadows and merge with them, becoming invisible. This made them top-notch spies and saboteurs, but there were limitations. The twilight could not stand sunlight and were much weaker during the day. That's why Wayne made the breakout at the summer residence at night, during the fireworks. Before that, he'd been quietly watching and trying to give me a beacon gift to make it easier for the creatures to find me. This was another reason why the temple was perfect for the twilight diversion. The Heavenly Blessings ritual began an hour before dawn. At that time, Escar magic was especially strong and Vane would have no trouble penetrating the temple. The trackers are silent so far, she frowned, tapping her fingernail thoughtfully on her necklace. Anariel, you're too impatient, Gabriel snorted. We're entering the temple after Gregory, and it makes no sense for an Escaran to summon the creatures beforehand. He won't be able to control them. What if we're not the target? I'm worried. He might change his mind and put me on the throne with your own hands. The dragon arched an eyebrow ironically. If something happens to the imperial couple and the prince, I'll get the crown by right of power and blood. After all, your father would be the leading contender for the throne, and after the news of our betrothal, the council would have no trouble persuading him to relinquish power in your favor. The Shadow Emperor knows that I, unlike Gregory, will not negotiate and will immediately send all his ambassadors away. And then, joining with the diamond and gold, I will go to war against Escar. I'm convinced. It's really not in their best interest to kill Gregory, but it's vital to get rid of me and the mistress of the heart of the earth, Gabriel continued. If I die, a new civil war between the North and the South will break out, and Eskar benefits from the turmoil, because a weakened empire is easier to take over. And without me, the shamans can't create new groves, I summarized. And no matter how much Meglite my uncle gets, without the sacred trees he can't make the dome impenetrable to creatures. Exactly, Gabriel nodded. So you don't have to worry about Gregory, his family is safe. Anyway, Luigi is with them. If anything goes wrong, he can fend off the first wave and will be there to help. According to tradition, the guests gathered at the entrance to Cloud Square. All aristocrats who wished to receive blessings and offer gifts to the new gods, as well as high-ranking military and battle mages, were allowed in. So there were 2 squads of dragon guards walking around the temple now, and another one sitting in ambush in case of sabotage or Vane's attempt to escape. But if everything goes according to plan, after the mass blessing, the high priest will let the members of the imperial family into the temple, and then we will take turns walking down the heavenly corridor to the far chapel to kneel before the central altars. Gregory would be the first to enter, followed by his wife and son. My parents were supposed to follow, but they were not attending the feast, despite my uncle's displeasure. So Gabriel and I would enter the temple after the imperial family, and that's when Vane would make his move. His main advantage wasn't just monsters. As strange as it might sound, he was now also on the side of the old rules, according to which no weapons or battle artifacts were allowed into the temple. Before walking down the aisle, the men would hand over their blades in a showy fashion. It was Gabriel's business, too, but we'd made a fake weaponsmith's bracelet. He would give it to the priests, but the real one, the one the dragon used to summon his enchanted sabers, was on my hip. Luckily, the bracelet was resizable, so I hid it under my skirt. In addition, my bra contained a cherished ring that could create shields against creatures and hit them with battle weaves. The heart of the earth was considered a blessed artifact of the world, so I wouldn't have to give it up. The carriage stopped and the coachman's voice was heard. Here we are. Ready? Gabriel said with a sly smile. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation, but all I could feel was growing anxiety. I fidgeted nervously the whole way, checking to make sure my bracelet was secure and that my ring wouldn't slip during the fight. The dragon watched my maneuvers with undisguised interest and was eager to join me, but I was well aware of the consequences of checking the bindings on my thigh, so I bravely refused. "Let's go," I said firmly. "It's time to show the Eskers where the shadows die." This particular shadow will have to die under an oak tree in Ituver, but the old proverb came in handy and dispelled the last doubts. Gabriel approved of my attitude and was the first to jump out of the carriage, giving me his hand. The square was crowded, and I kept catching curious glances from the people around me. The general's new hair color and the articles in the newspapers attracted a lot of attention. I was constantly receiving letters and messages from magicians I'd only seen once in my life or knew about from the social media. They were eager to find out the details, but we kept mysteriously silent and threw in some wood, using the services of trusted reporters. "Mr. General, Your Grace." As soon as we were out of the carriage, the most curious people rushed to us, but Hayden was ahead of them. "And Ariel," the prince ducked past the mages and into my arms. The prince's antics were a gross breach of etiquette, but this wasn't a palace. Fortunately, the temple had its own rules. During the Feast of the Heavenly Patrons, it was customary to hug loved ones to give them warmth and care. "Hayden," she smiled, kissing the petite highness on the curly top of his head. "It's good to see you. And I'm glad you're feeling better," exclaimed the prince. "I wanted to share my blessing and good fortune with you, so I asked permission to enter the temple with you." "Oh no, not again." We'd grown very close over the past few days, and Hayden was as affectionate as a trusting kitten. I had responded to him with genuine concern, but now I shuddered at the thought of putting the prince in danger because of me. "Your Highness, it is good to hear how strong your ties of kinship are, but disregarding the rules will offend the priests," Gabriel replied. "I already know," the prince sighed sullenly. "The Supreme Lord refused my request. He told me to share my blessing with my mother. She really needs it now," she breathed out and stroked Hayden's hair reassuringly. "I'm fine now, don't worry," she added, leaning toward him and discreetly handing him a note from Marion. "It's from the Golden Fox," she whispered, admiring the blushing face of her relative. "She misses me very much and hopes to see me soon." "I will write a reply immediately after my visit to the temple," the prince replied barely audibly. After that duel, they never met again, but secretly exchanged letters. Hayden didn't trust spirits and pigeons as messengers, and he considered communicating with a communicator unromantic and boring. Marion was of the same opinion, so the Golden Emperor, Gabriel and I, and Commander Jeffrey acted as messengers. Later, the little ones will have to find another way, but for now, we actively helped. The little dragon's feelings were slowly growing stronger and had a good effect on both of them. The prince had matured considerably in a short time, and I hoped it was only the beginning. Gabriel and Ariel, my uncle and the smiling empress, approached us. Laura was always sentimental and enjoyed other people's happiness from the bottom of her heart. She was one of the first to congratulate me on my truth and my second identity. "How beautiful it is," the empress admired sincerely. "I am so happy for you, Anariel, to have a mate and a dragoness. What could be better?" "Only the birth of an heir," my uncle added curtly, for which he immediately received a fan on the shoulder as a joke. "Darling, you can't be in such a hurry," laughed Laura. "They're not married yet." "There's reason to hurry," Gregory said dryly. He didn't share his wife's mood. All his ingenious plans had failed the ghoul. The emperor planned to sell Gabriel and me separately for a profit, and he'd already picked out 2 princesses for the general to choose from, a ruby and an emerald. Fortunately, Gregory couldn't go against the laws of truth, so he decided to squeeze a few scales out of us and use the wedding as an excuse to invite more of the right guests and make some good deals. I dread to think how furious my uncle will be when he finds out we're getting married in the South. Secretly, without a fancy party, and inviting only family and relatives. "Anariel, dear, I hope you're on the mend." Laura continued sympathetically, blatantly ignoring her spouse's lousy mood. "We were terribly worried when we heard about your illness, but I had a hard time with my first turn, too. But after that, everything was great. I'm sure you'll do just fine." "I hope so, Your Majesty," she bowed. "You are very kind." "My child," Laura stepped forward, taking my hand and squeezing it tightly. "Mr. General," she added, turning her gaze to Gabriel, "you have inherited a true treasure. Take care of it, Your Majesty, don't hesitate. By my honor and my life, I will do everything I can to make Anariel happy with me," the dragon assured her. "That's good to hear, and congratulations again. You're very well suited for each other," she sang, clutching her husband's hand with a deadly grip. "Don't you think so, darling?" I knew that expression well. My aunt used it rarely when she was making a bold point in an important argument. It was a smile that implied that no objections were accepted, that those around her had better accept her point of view willingly. Uncle knew that too. "Really?" Gregory grunted and immediately retreated, referring to the fact that the ritual was about to begin and it was time to take their seats. "I had high hopes for Laura and she has not failed," I whispered as the emperor disappeared into the dawn mist. "The empress has a good heart," Gabriel grinned understandingly, and we headed toward one of the gazebos. They were built for special guests, and each one had a fenced bridge leading directly to the temple. We would enter the sanctuary after the service, without waiting for the others to disperse or squeezing through the crowd. As soon as they were seated, the voice of the high priest rang out. He greeted the people present, reciting blessings in a chant. I couldn't help but compare him to the priests of Iduware. I could feel the magic in the grove, powerful and ancient, perfect as the elements themselves. And now I was listening to empty speeches. I don't want to say for sure and decide for others. Maybe there was some power in this ritual, otherwise the new religion would not have been able to take hold. But it didn't resonate in my heart, and I just waited silently for it to be over. I listened attentively to the amulet and the trackers. Now I could clearly feel the Escarist's proximity. He's in the temple and he won't back down. When I caught the moment, I used my fingers to signal Gabriel. He understood me and immediately activated the magic alarm, alerting Luigi and the commanders in charge of the temple's perimeter and magical cover. They'll hide what's going on from the others and block the entrances and exits while we deal with Wayne. We were going to do it quietly, without attracting attention. The incident at the summer residence had already undermined the imperial family's authority. If it becomes known that the monsters have disrupted the feast in the temple as well, there will be a lot of panic and unrest. The necklace suddenly warmed. Vane used dark reflection magic again, but weakly so far, probably testing his monster beacons. "Gabriel," she barely audibly whispered, tapping her fingers 3 times on the railing and reporting the escargin's actions. At the same moment, the priest's blessing sounded over the square. After placing the gifts on the altar, Gregory took his wife under his arm and they went to the main cell. The young prince followed them. Fortunately, the dusky one did not react in any way. Then we are the target. As Gregory disappeared into the temple, the priest beckoned us to approach the altar. All right, here we go. It's time to give your gifts and then safely escort the escargon to the other side of the world. Chapter 27, When the Shadows Fade Away. Anariel, the dragon, gave me a hand, and we headed towards the Supreme. The eyes of those present were fixed on us again. It was expected, but still unnerving. The bridge connecting the gazebo to the first altar towered over the square, emphasizing the special position of those who walked on it. Only instead of pride, I felt vulnerable. Being in full view of the enemy in the temple was no fun. I was always afraid of provocation. If I were vain, I'd have done the simpler thing and used Megillite arrows instead of the creatures of the lower world. In its purest form, it was dangerous to such and robbed us of our connection to the second hypostasis. 2 accurate shots were enough to kill any dragon, but when I shared my concerns with Gabriel, he assured me that all the points from which such a shot could be fired were heavily guarded by the guards. That's why Wayne was slow yesterday. He was looking for workarounds until the last minute and wanted to be on the safe side. Luckily, we were quicker and more cunning. On the one hand, it was comforting, but on the other, the hunted beast is dangerous, and we need to be doubly cautious now. In the name of the great dragon and his mercy, leave your weapons, artifacts, and even thoughts of fighting outside the sacred temple. The priest chanted as we approached the entrance and placed our gifts on the altar. Now, according to tradition, we were supposed to surrender our weapons and walk down the heavenly corridor, praying for absolution and invoking the mercy of the gods. And then to bring intangible gifts to the patrons, our faith and a drop of magical energy. In the name of the great dragon and his mercy, she replied, removing the bracelet with the protective weave. I wore it on purpose to give something back. Gabriel silently removed his sword scabbard, his belt dagger, and pulled 2 knives from his boot. He seemed to be mocking the priest, but no. It's part of the tradition, too, to clearly demonstrate the status of warrior and protector. Last, the dragon handed over a fake bracelet, a replica of the one that allowed him to summon enchanted weapons. He'd never been shy with ordinary blades, but he kept most of his impressive arsenal hidden in the artifact. And it was in a safe place, which was my hip. Gabriel didn't say the ritual phrase, but I decided not to make the priests nervous and bowed my head respectfully. Some thought I wore the heart of the South to emphasize my status. Many expected a trick from me, but I had no intention of sowing discord and starting a holy war. So I showed the Supreme Lord that I wanted to be his ally, not his enemy. Judging by the meaningful smile, he appreciated it. Before he let us into the temple, he quietly told me that after the ball he wanted to meet with me to discuss a joint charity event that would unite the followers of the new and old faiths. The cunning fox Alejandro de Velasco did not fail and decided to use the revival of shamanism to strengthen his own position. I hoped for a positive outcome. I didn't want to quarrel at all. Unlike his predecessors, Alejandro had never oppressed the shamans of Iduer, though he hadn't asked the emperor to soften his policy. He had simply observed, maintaining a favorable neutrality. Now he decided it was time to move on. He'll probably offer to take us under his wing, but I already have the protection and blessing of the Golden Emperor. That means I can force cooperation on terms favorable to myself. Luigi hinted that he would support eternal peace only if Gregory stopped oppressing the shamans, and the followers of the spirit religion were given equal rights with those who practiced the new faith. Uncle had nothing to say because my marriage to the Golden Man had failed. Knowing the Emperor, we deliberately left out the fact that Prince Hayden was in contact with Marion. It's good for him to be in the dark so that he can accept Ernani's terms. And the likes of Alejandro are best kept as allies, which is why I agreed to the meeting, and we finally entered the temple. As soon as the doors closed and we were alone, I instantly felt a surge of twilight magic. The escargots were well prepared. A web of signaling nets and traps awaited us ahead. Thanks to the ring and necklace, all of Wayne's tricks were in plain sight, so I assessed the situation quickly. The first 2 alarms were almost at the entrance, but they posed no threat. The dusk was using them to watch the corridor, and he wanted to make sure that it was us without weapons who had entered the temple. Gabriel noticed the trackers too and squeezed my hand, letting me know there was nothing to worry about. The trackers are very weak and won't be able to detect the weaponsmith's bracelet. The main thing is not to take the blades out of it until we get further along. But at the end of the corridor, there was a paralyzing spider web waiting for us. Very clever and unusual. I'd never seen anything like it, and if I didn't have my amulets on me that reacted to twilight magic and the flurry of dead reflection, I never would have noticed the catch. There's no way around this trap, but we thought it would be something like this. With no way to shoot us at the entrance, it's logical to try our luck in the temple. There are no witnesses, the corridor is straight and narrow, there's nowhere to hide. If we get caught in a paralyzing web, Wayne will have a few seconds to destroy us. And then let the creatures out and run away, chalking it up to another breakthrough. There was a launching weave attached to the nets, which meant that this was exactly what the escarrots were going to do. But we also backed ourselves up, having prepared phantoms with our energy in advance. Gabriel released the phantoms as soon as we passed through the harmless alarms. A second later, the illusory copies separated from us. The phantoms were only a step ahead of us, copying our movements so that Vane wouldn't catch any extra auras or magical flashes. Once I was sure everything was going according to plan, I looked around again, but I didn't see anything else suspicious. Twilight was cautious. He knew who he was dealing with, and he didn't risk throwing his spells around. The more spells and traps, the greater the risk of detection. A measured murmur was heard up ahead. The doors leading to the main chapel and the altar were still closed, so we wouldn't disturb the imperial family. But from the sound of it, the dragons had already finished and were leaving the temple through the second corridor. It was starting to get interesting. A few more steps, Gabriel squeezed my hand again, then activated an additional illusion. When the doors to the chapel began to open, we bounced sideways, pressing against the wall. Flash. The dragon summoned his wings, covering us like a shield and reinforcing them with steel armor on the outside. I slipped the ring onto my arm to make it easier to shoot back and use magic. I couldn't see what was happening outside, oriented only by the amulet signals and the phantom's movements. They were almost to Vane's trap. It was no more than 5 steps away, and time was running out in seconds. The general's hot palm was on my thigh, sliding under the neckline of my skirt and touching my garter. If it weren't for the escarrots and their creatures lurking in the chapel, the situation might have been savory and exciting. But now the dragon was only interested in the bracelet. The ring warmed, indicating that the phantoms had reached the nets. A moment later, the flash of the most powerful paralyzing weave spilled down the corridor. I heard the deafening shrieks of terrified priests and the whistling of bolts. Wayne did exactly as we suspected. There was a thud and then another and another. A few arrows grazed Gabriel's wings, but his reinforced armor could take more than that. The first round is ours. But alas, this is not a victory, only the beginning of the battle. The bolts were followed by a flurry of dark magic, and the veil cracked at the seams. The creatures of the lower world would come pouring out of every crevice, filling the chapel. But the general's mages worked flawlessly, covering the temple with a canopy of silence, and Luigi managed to prevent panic among the priests by hastily driving them into the chapel. Gabriel, meanwhile, summoned the Golden Emperor's favorite sword and flipped his weapon with magic. Then he drew his sabers and rushed into battle, preventing the monsters rushing at us from entering the corridor. With a deft blow, he split the first spider, and I summoned ring magic, firing chain lightning at distant targets. Flash, another and another. This time I didn't get into the melee, but rather shot at the monsters and tried to locate Wayne. When he realized that the attack had failed, the cursed Escarch lay low. He was in no hurry to leave the temple, but he didn't summon any new creatures either, though his necklace burned and glowed, reacting to the enemy's magic. It spread through the temple in a suffocating haze, confusing my tracks and hiding the enemy from my amulets. I could sense the danger, but I couldn't yet see where it was going to explode. "What are you up to?" I whispered mentally. "Your monsters are about to lose. The narrow archway was our advantage. The creatures had no room to spread out. They were in each other's way, and eventually they were trapped. Gabriel cut them down mercilessly, preventing them from getting any closer, while Luigi took the monsters from the rear. Driven by my bloodlust, they didn't notice the golden dragon until it was too late. But it's all too easy. I don't believe Wayne has nothing else to say. The concentration of twilight magic was still overwhelming. Leaving the surviving creatures to the dragons, I concentrated on finding the Escars. He's around here somewhere. My heart felt the poisonous energy of the tear, but I searched the chapel several times and found nothing. If he is thrice invisible and hiding in the shadows, but if his spirit is in the upper world. Wait, what if he jumped into the reflection? At first glance, the idea seemed insane. It was almost impossible to control the creatures on the other side of the veil. Unless Vayne had merged with the amulet, absorbing its power and becoming one of the undead commanders. And judging by the fact that I still couldn't detect the Escarcer in this world, that's exactly what he'd done. It seemed like the dusky prince was transforming in a hurry now, pulling the cursed magic from the dead reflection and turning into a monster. I could feel the stormy currents of energy swirling around him. If the enemy's plan succeeded, we would be in trouble. "Help me," I turned to the ring. "I have an idea," she added, grasping the tiny tear in the veil. It passed right over a major force flow. The magic of the dead reflection was destroying the dome and poisoning our world, and I was going to return the favor. She touched the heart of the earth and summoned the tree cuttings hidden inside, turning them into a kind of throwing spears. The ring immediately realized what was going on and began to braid them with its magic. Wasting precious sprouts to kill Vayne was a pity, but there was no other option. "Come on," I commanded, releasing my spears and hitting the rift with all my might with magic. They whistled through the dark portal, reinforced by the artifact's spell, merging with the magical flow and shattering into sharp splinters, but only to sink their poison stingers into Vayne's body a moment later. The wounded creature howled in pain, losing control of the artifact. Using the aura of the sacred trees as a beacon, I hastily braided it with a magical rope and yanked it toward me with all my might. The ring helped, and the Escarrets corked out of the gap, falling right into the dragon's clutches. A moment, one heartbeat and a stroke of enchanted steel, followed by a deafening roar that spread through the temple with the roar of a magical storm. Vayne had half-turned and now bore little resemblance to a human, but the general's blades were designed to kill the creatures of the dead reflection. They were no match for the dense hide and cast scales that covered Dusk's body like knightly armor. Sharp blades tore through it like paper, leaving deep cuts and infecting the monster's blood with holy magic. I wanted to help too, but Gabriel and Luigi were moving too fast to avoid the cornered monster's blows. I didn't want to get hit, so I moved back to a safe distance and focused on the rips in the veil. If they aren't shut down immediately, the flashes of our magic will attract new creatures. The ring instantly came to the rescue, and we began patching the biggest holes, depriving Vayne of the dead reflection boost and the ability to call for reinforcements. The creature sensed something wrong and tried to rush at me, but the dragons were quicker. Gabriel's blade slid dangerously close to the prince's neck. Vayne hissed, revealing snake-like fangs, and emerald venom dripped from his mouth. There was no trace of the Escarin's perfect beauty. Now he resembled a huge, multi-armed lizard. It had a strong, flexible body covered with scales smoldering with magic, spikes on its back, and short horns on its bald head. But most frightening of all was the creepy flattened muzzle that looked like a leathery skull. A long, bifurcated tongue slipped out of its toothy mouth. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make out a dragon or a human in the horror. A monster, nasty, bloodthirsty, and overly dangerous. Even without the support of the other creatures and unable to turn around until the end, he was a monstrous threat. Gregory should have seen who he was trying to negotiate peace with. RRRRRRRGGH. The creature roared, shaking the walls with rage and anger, and then lunged at Gabriel again, trying to reach him with one of its many paws. I counted 3 pairs, creepy. A lizard spider? I didn't know there were such monsters in dead reflection. But there was no time to ponder. I went back to work and continued to repair the torn veil, while Gabriel and Luigi cut off the monster's spiked tail and 3 legs. We wanted to use Vayne to seal the tear and gain access to the Escar source of magic. So we tried to take him alive, but this crazy turnaround complicated things. Luckily, the dragons managed to corner the monster. Gabriel took a moment to strip the monster of 2 more paws with a swipe of his saber, while Luigi wove a powerful paralyzing weave around it. The creature collapsed to the floor. The general immediately contacted his mages, ordering them to prepare a portal to Ituver. These moves require a lot of energy, but we've calculated everything in advance. It was the only chance we had to hide the temple massacre from the guests and get Vayne into the grove without Gregory knowing. I didn't doubt that even if I knew the truth, my uncle would insist on a trial and try to negotiate an eternal peace treaty with the Twilight Emperor in exchange for Vayne. Or rather, what was left of him. We were not happy with this arrangement. We were not going to bargain but wanted to force Escar to make peace on our terms. "Come out," she heard Luigi's voice. he turned to the terrified priests. All this time they had been hiding in the prayer room, not even venturing out. "Don't let anyone but the dragon guards in here," the Golden Emperor commanded. "The veil is still unstable, and there is a risk of another breach." The priests nodded obediently. They tried not to look at the mangled body of the Escarin, nor at the blood of the defeated monsters spilling over the floor. "We're going through the portal now," Luigi continued. "No one can know about this except the Archmage. Warn him and tell him to find a way to conceal our disappearance. The latter is easy to do. It would not be difficult for the Supreme One to stall for time and inform him that we had decided to delay for an additional blessing. It is common before a wedding, and such a prayer service takes much longer." The priests vanished, and the general's mages opened a portal to Ituver. Gabriel pushed Vane's body through it, followed him, and then Luigi and I moved into the grove. The proven shamans were waiting for us there. All that remained was to use the magic of the heart to seal the Escargin's soul forever in the sacred grove. The roots of the tree of life would become his eternal prison and drink the tear dry, giving the priests of Iduware the ability to control the twilight source of magic. Of course, we also took precautions in case someone in the future wanted to use the grove for bad purposes. Golden made everyone who would take part in the ritual and gain access to the tree swear a sacred oath. "Anariel, are you ready?" Ituver's chief priest approached me. "Yes," I nodded, taking my place at the rune's circle. I was to play the lead in the ritual, but before we began, my gaze slid involuntarily to the bound Vane. He hadn't turned human, though the grove's magic should have dispelled his monstrous form. That's weird. At the temple, I had really wanted to know how Twilight had gotten to this point and risked merging with the amulet. But now it was alarming that he felt too confident in this body. This was clearly not his first transformation. All werewolves and animagi take a long time to get used to the other hypostasis. The first time I was a lizard, I was just lying on the floor, pawing at the floorboards, hissing hysterically. Mora was standing next to me at that moment, calming me down and explaining what to do. But Vane was perfectly at ease in the monster's guise, and even now he wasn't about to transform back. Or could he not? Either way, the sacred tree will hold the Escarin. And the darker the prince's soul, the tighter the roots of the living prison will braid the monster. Only, what is he really? "Anariel," Gabrielle came to me, "something's wrong. I can't feel Vane's human form at all, but I can clearly see two souls in his body." Possessed? Dumbfounded. This kind of thing was very rare. Ordinary monsters with the mental gift used it to lure random victims closer to the break in the veil. But especially gifted and cunning creatures could briefly inhabit the victim's body to escape from pursuit or to get closer to a more interesting target. Jumping into an alien shell took much more power than a normal magician's subjugation, so monsters rarely used this ability. Moreover, even the most powerful creatures couldn't stay in the upper world for more than a few days. The living magic corroded their aura and body. The monsters came to our world to hunt and always returned to the dead reflection afterward. They were always driven only by bloodlust and hunger. A true monster would not voluntarily go to the upper world to find and eliminate the mistress of the sacred amulet. It's too difficult for them, and Vane's no weakling. I can't imagine what kind of magical reserves a monster would have that could jump into his body and completely subjugate him. "I'm not sure," the dragon shook his head. "It doesn't look like the monster broke him. I don't see any rips in his aura or signs of a struggle. I don't see any tears in his aura or signs of a struggle. I could see now, too, that there were two black shadows attached to the monster's body. Eerie and gloomy, they seemed rotten and flaming with hatred and malice. Whatever truth the prince was hiding, his soul was little different from the phantom monster. Wouldn't that interfere with the ritual? Just in case. I can't even tell them apart. It won't hurt. The roots of the tree of life and our seals can hold a dozen of these things," Gabriel said, "but I want to try to read his memory. Can you do that?" "Of course, what do you have to do?" "Clarified. A little heart magic into my arcana. I need to mark Vane's soul with this seal," Gabriel explained, drawing a rune in the air. "And your trackers. It doesn't work when he's in this form," the dragon said. "He has one shadow for both souls, and I can't tell them apart. I can't read the older creature's memory. But if you miss, Vane's memories will be erased by the backlash." "Okay, I'll give it a try," I nodded. Gabriel immediately signaled to the others. Asking them to wait for a while for the ritual, began to create a scanning harness. The general acted quickly. In a matter of moments, he was drawing the most complicated spell with jewel-like precision. I would never have been able to do that, but this was clearly not the first time the dragon had done something like this, reading someone else's memory and breaking mental blocks. At his signal, I summoned the power of the amulet, pouring sacred magic into the harness. Moment, the creature's soul immediately reacted to the heart's energy and frantically struggled to break free of the trap and reach me. I could feel its pain and agony, and its anger was much stronger than Vane's. There's no mistaking them. I took aim and quickly activated the rune, marking the right soul. Then Gabriel was back in the fight, weaving his net around the prince's soul and tearing through his mental defenses like a husk. It took him a few seconds to pull it all off, and when the dragon summoned the recording crystal, a mirror of memories flashed over the captive monster. So far, I could only see isolated images. They were hurriedly changing each other, not allowing me to reconstruct the whole picture, but it was enough to confirm the prince's guilt. He was the one who had organized the breakthrough at the temple and the summer residence, and before that he had subdued the maid with mental magic and ordered her to steal things from me and the other girls. It turned out that my words about the incident in the women's wing had put him up to it. Vane decided that one more trouble wouldn't surprise anyone. Abyss, if I could have seen this coming. Then the memories began to shift even faster, rewinding backward, and we were in the Twilight Empire. I couldn't see anything, but later Gabriel's mages would check everything and find the information they needed, and at the same time, they'd retrieve what was connected to Escar's treacherous plans from Vane's memory. We have truly struck a gold mine. Under other circumstances, memory scanning would be undreamed of. The memories of mages of this level are always protected by self-destruct weaves. If we tried to breach the prince's defenses and get to the secret information, we would only wipe his memory clean. But these spells are bound to the human body. So the transformation into a monster was not Vane's trump card, but his vulnerability and the key to defeat. The images flashed and rushed, but when the familiar monster flashed, Gabriel slowed the flow of memories and rewinded a little, allowing him to see who was behind the scaly creature. A perfectly handsome but repulsively arrogant face and a hateful gaze. Intricate tattoos that coil around muscular arms like poisonous snakes. Ritual jewelry in his hair, emphasizing his power and special position. Era ruled out. Derek Cora exclaimed in horror. The long-dead emperor of Escar and the same traitor who broke the Eternal Pact 1,000 years ago. He tried to use the tear to control the creatures, and with their help he wanted to take over the lands of the other dragons. But the gods punished him severely, and the amulet weakened at the most inopportune moment. Derek was devoured by his own summoned creatures, but, as it turned out, the Emperor's soul survived. Luigi, we need to reinforce the seals immediately, the general commanded, and separate the souls so they can't interact. We are already working on it, the Emperor said. Alone, Vane wouldn't be able to kill himself. But two monstrous souls could eventually come into conflict. One of them would devour the other and slip out of the trap using the path of rebirth. Good thing we were properly reinsured and got to the bottom of it. The transformation merged part of Derek's memories with Wayne's. We saw the events that happened after the Emperor and Tyr were eaten by the monster. By some miracle, the soul of the former Twilight Lord managed to jump into the shadow of his killer and sat there until it had accumulated enough power to subdue the creature. The monster then wandered the lower world for a long time, devouring other monsters and trying to restore the amulet with their power. In the end, Derek finally merged with the artifact, becoming the supreme monster. He had no human form, and what Vane was trying to turn into was the Emperor's true form. It's hard to reconstruct a clear chronology from the flickering fragments. Later, the mages from the Dragon Guard would scrutinize all the memories, but we wanted to find out the main thing and make sure that the monster had no more trump cards. Gabriel carefully unraveled the tangle of memories, and finally we got close to Derek's meeting with Wayne. The dead emperor had been saving his strength for about 1,000 years, and only after subjugating most of the dead reflection did he decide to return and take over the upper world. To do so, he summoned one of his descendants through a tear in the veil. Derek was aiming for the current Twilight Emperor Wayne's father, but Ivar Cora proved too clever and cautious. He did not answer the monster's call and promises. The youngest son, Laurent, was too weak to contain the spirit of the monster. The older son was strong, vain, and blinded by his lust for power. He wanted to overthrow his father as soon as possible, so he accepted Derek's offer, but eventually fell into a trap and found himself completely at his mercy. After Vane's subjugation, the monster lived in his shadow like a parasite, feeding on the prince's power and controlling him from the lower world. He managed to hide the truth even from his father. No one knew that Vane had become a puppet of the long-dead Emperor Eskar. The stream of memories was suddenly interrupted, and the mental ties holding both souls together began to weaken. If we keep digging into the monster's memory, we might miss him. Begin the ritual. Now, the general ordered saving the recording and hiding the crystal. We'll deal with the rest later. The important thing now is to seal the souls of the traitors. The shamans immediately fussed, activating the harness prepared in advance. I had no choice but to switch to the new weave, though fragments of other people's memories were still flashing before my eyes. Greed always carries misfortune on its wings. In his desire for more, Wayne lost everything he had, and now he'll pay even more dearly. The fate that awaits him and the traitor emperor is far worse than death. They will never be reborn again and will remain eternal hostages of Ituware. I don't feel sorry for them one bit, though. They have done too much evil to expect a pardon. The monster's mangled body and both of its souls burst into flames, enveloped in streams of powerful shamanic magic. As the ancient evil, woven tightly around the roots of the Tree of Life, began to sink into the earth, I was greatly relieved. Those monsters won't hurt anyone else. Chapter 28, Captured by Magical Lights. The next day, the time to the ball flew by, and the number of events and the speed with which they were changing made my head spin. I still couldn't quite believe that we had won. After trapping Vane and Derek's souls under the Tree of Life, I had a turnaround. The dragoness, who had been sitting peacefully in Gabriel's shadow along with his native phantom, suddenly rebelled, reacting to the magic in the air. There was indeed plenty of it. The sacred tree quickly drained the reserves of both Ascarians, and then began pulling energy from the main twilight source. We weren't going to drink him dry, but we wanted to show off our strength and trapping abilities. As expected, Ivar reacted immediately. Not Gregory, but Gabriel. The Twilight Emperor immediately realized who would do such a thing. Wayne's death didn't really upset him. It seemed that their relationship had been far from good for a long time. But the news that he'd made an alliance with Derek and become his puppet, it was the Escarans' undoing. And our ultimatum and the demand to sign the eternal peace finally killed him. Ivar became enraged and broke the magical link, but we didn't expect it to be instantaneous. Twilight would need time to realize what had happened, and he would need to make sure that he could no longer cut us off from the source. Derek's soul was a true gift. Even though the former emperor had turned into a monster, he was perfect for our plan and, together with Vane, became the guarantee of an unbreakable peace. To nudge Ivar to the right decision, we drank some more magic from its source, and that was the last straw for my dragoness. She couldn't ignore that much power and started to burst out. Gabriel saw it as a great chance and offered to take advantage of the situation. With the help of Luigi and the other shamans, we were able to transform the twilight energy into elemental energy, cleansing it of its dark veil. And then I used it for the transformation, transformed right into Ituware under Gabriel's watchful eye. Surprisingly, I got it right the first time. It didn't last long, though. I didn't last a minute. I couldn't even take off. I just spread my wings and turned back into a human being. That's a shame. But Luigi and Gabriel assured me that, after what I'd been through, it was already a great result. I'd have time to train, but for now they congratulated me on my second form and went back to work. There's a lot to do before the ball, even I couldn't rest. I remembered that after the ritual at the temple, I had promised to meet Leary. It had been agreed upon long before Gabriel, and I had decided to bury Wayne under the oak tree, and I didn't change my plans now. I was too nervous and I wanted to calm down a little. When I was sure my help wasn't needed, I rushed back to the mansion and hurriedly cleaned myself up. Then I went to my friend's house. My lover couldn't accompany me personally, but he had a guard just in case. We haven't signed peace with Eskar yet, and there's no telling how Derek's minions will behave without a leader. Gabriel's dragons followed the shadows, guarding Leary and I, but they did it professionally. My friend didn't notice, and we had a wonderful time. We also stopped by my favorite dressmaker. It turned out that Lurie didn't have a ball gown, so we picked out a matching outfit and had it fitted to our friend's figure. It was gorgeous. In addition, I told her about the events at the summer residence and hinted that there were no more breakthroughs to worry about. I had to keep quiet about Derek and a lot of other things, but my friend was very surprised when she found out how I used her arrow. After the battle with the monsters at the summer residence, I took one as a keepsake. It had absorbed the reverberations of the battle and the creature's magic, so I turned it into a signal amulet and stuck it in the ground next to the Mirror of Fortune, which had been revived. The arrow became part of the new grove, and as long as any sacred tree remained in the summer residence, it would guard it, reporting the appearance of monsters or the weakening of the dome. Leary listened with interest about shamanism and my forbidden gift, and at the same time confessed that she too had undergone a mock marriage ceremony in Ituware. The blue-haired mermaid who came to the sacred fire right in front of Gabriel and me was Leary. She didn't tell me her pirate's name, but I didn't ask. She'd tell me later if she wanted to. We lost track of time and I got home late in the evening, tired but satisfied. After talking to my friend, I finally felt at peace. No one else was hiding in the shadows, threatening us or the nearby mages. There were no more enchanted arrows shooting at us or trying to summon monsters. The capital is safe. That's what we fought for. The carriage shook and I was jolted out of my memories, just in time. We were just approaching the Imperial Palace. Not that I was looking forward to the ball. I was more resigned to the fact that we'd have to attend. Fortunately, Gabriel and I are no longer part of the mating season and can dance all night with just each other. After all, tonight we will officially announce our engagement. My treasure, what are you thinking about? My beloved asked interestedly. Me, confused. It's interesting to watch your face, Gabriel explained. You looked belligerent at first, then serene, and then dark for a moment before smiling again. Oops. I remembered everything that happened to us, she said, embarrassed, and I thought I didn't really want to go to the ball. It would have been nice to get away after the engagement announcement, she added softly, and she shrugged seductively, making the scarlet feather cape slip off. That's what we'll do. My lady's wishes are law. The dragon's eyes flashed with burning sparks. I knew I looked flawless tonight and enjoyed Gabriel's reaction. But when he saw my dress for the first time, he'd overreacted, and I'd responded just as fervently. In the end, the luxurious hairdo Mora had spent nearly 2 hours working on had died a brave death, unable to withstand our passionate embrace and kisses. I had to hurriedly fix her and her makeup, and as a result, we were terribly late, so I went to the ball with my hair loose and adorned with a ruby tiara. To my rescue, the theme of the night was magical birds, and I was the phoenix. The new hairdo fit the look perfectly. Still, it's best not to tease the dragon. Not yet. Here we are, announced the coachman, and the carriage stopped. I assumed we were the last to arrive and the guests had long since gathered. But when I looked out the window, I saw my parents coming up the stairs. Mother, father, I exclaimed as Gabriel helped me out of the carriage. And Ariel. My little pearl, Mom ran downstairs and, breaking protocol, gave me a big hug. Good thing they managed to arrive on time, although they sent a message on their communicator this morning that they might be a little late. I'm so glad, I smiled, snuggling up to her. I was enjoying the warmth of my family and her favorite perfume. She smelled of southern sunshine, honey, and jasmine. Mr. General, Mom turned to Gabriel, offering her hand. Happy to see you again, especially as my favorite daughter's fiancé. We couldn't wait for you to finally make us happy and announce your relationship, grinned his father. What? I was stunned. What are you talking about? Ani, come on, said the mother. It was all clear at first sight. As soon as the general stepped over the threshold of our house to take you to the debutante ball, and you began to hiss at each other, I knew it was him, our future son-in-law. Ahem, I coughed and stared helplessly at my lover, but he only smiled disarmingly and put his arm around my shoulders. We didn't want to rush, he replied. The young are never in a hurry. Mother sighed theatrically and waved her fan. And we have to wait and suffer. Mom, it hasn't even been 2 weeks. Outraged. So, your father proposed to me the first day I met him. And then he spent a year trying to get you to accept him. Dad carefully reminded me, kissing his quiet wife on the cheek. Oh, why are we standing in the street? The mother got up, quickly changing the subject. Let's go quickly. Let's go, grinned my father. We were afraid we had missed the whole thing, but it turns out that the main celebrants are in no hurry themselves. He joked, giving us a meaningful look. And rightly so. The heroes of the night should be the last to appear, Mom winked at me. We headed for the stairs, discussing what had happened and soaking up the festive atmosphere. The palace looked as if it had come out of a crystal fairy tale. weightless and delicate jewelry made of fresh flowers and feathers, flocks of colorful butterflies, enchanting with carefree lightness and beauty, magical illusions that make the floor look like a swirling cloud. I myself didn't expect to get into this magic so quickly. SHHSHHSHHSHHSHH. There was a hiss from behind a nearby pillar, and a moment later, Hayden appeared. Mr. General, Duke of Arcana, Lady Melody, I apologize, but I need to speak to Anariel urgently, he said with an important look and ducked out onto the balcony. We won't be long, she said, smiling embarrassedly and jumping out after him. What are you up to? I asked. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to greet guests with the Emperor? Marion is here, Hayden whispered. According to etiquette, young dragonesses were invited to balls from the age of 15. The annual debutante ball was an exception to the rule. Ani, please give us the first dance, the prince asked, folding his hands on his chest in prayer. You have a unique opportunity to get the future emperor as a debtor. You've been there for a long time, she snorted, rubbing the drooping highness on the curly top of her head. But if that's what it takes. Very much, Hayden glared at me, hugging me tightly. Ani, I'm sorry. I know the first dance is important, and I'm sure you've been looking forward to it, but you and the general are together, and I need to get my footing and make an impression before Marion leaves. You're only 11. I want her to remember me and wait for me to finish my studies, the prince replied with an important look. Hayden, you're going to college, not going off to war, I reminded her. What does it matter if we can't see each other anyway? Whispered the young groom in despair. Holy spirits, what a drama. You'll be able to go out on vacation, she assured him, barely containing a smile, but the first dance is yours. Go for it, thank you, I'll never forget it. Hayden flew away on wings of happiness, and we walked leisurely toward the ballroom. But as soon as the master of ceremonies announced our arrival, the calm atmosphere changed to one of general excitement. The guests buzzed like an alarmed beehive, and the curious eyes of those present turned toward Gabriel and me. Some were genuinely happy that I was out of the race and no longer a candidate for other suitors. Some were jealous, and some just wanted to know the details. The emperor took the floor, congratulating us and praising the peace treaty with the gold and diamond dragons, and even mentioned the revival of shamanism. The latter surprised me, but I noticed Alejandro de Velasco and Luigi standing nearby. The high priest of the new gods smiled meaningfully at me. He had already been told that the shamans of Dalmark were under Ernani's protection, and what had happened in the temple of the heavenly patrons had opened his eyes to many things. Applause erupted from all sides. As I thought about it, I didn't notice that my uncle had finished his speech. It was time for the ball to open, but when Hayden was announced, there was silence. The prince had surprised everyone. Lady Marion, the little dragon, approached the princess and bowed. Do me the honor and give me a dance. A wave of cheers and sighs washed over the ballroom. The golden vixen blushed to the tips of her ears and looked away embarrassed, but she agreed, and in a moment they were waltzing. A handsome couple. Their sincere, childlike feelings resonated in my heart with tenderness and warmth. I couldn't look away, admiring them and wishing them happiness. I had no doubt that Hayden and Marion would one day be worthy rulers. Then everything went on as usual, and other couples joined the little highnesses. Gabriel and I also had time to dance, but mostly we accepted congratulations and smiled at the guests. The Diamond Emperor also approached us. Bone's father apologized for his son's unworthy behavior. Then he congratulated us on our truthfulness and the upcoming wedding. As expected, my uncle was going to play it big. We were planning to run away after the ball and get married in the south. I whispered it to my parents, and my mother promised to talk to my brother with Laura's support. There was no doubt of her victory, and leaving the guests to their parents, Gabriel and I slipped away into the garden. I can't believe we fought back, laughed, left alone, and happily strolling under my arm through the moonlit alleys. These congratulations seemed endless. We haven't heard half of it yet, Gabriel grinned. Yeah, I was surprised. That's fine. Let them congratulate Uncle. It's a great option, approved my favorite, but we have more important things to do. How interesting. Which one is it? I asked. Instead of answering, Gabriel suddenly dropped to one knee, summoning a luxurious bouquet of amethyst peonies and a velvet box containing an engagement ring. We're about to get married for the second time, I reminded her in a sneaky way, and there hasn't been a proposal. How so? I exclaimed with feigned indignation. Who proposed to you on the bridge at Ituver? This is a very serious step, just like the bouquet of fly agaric under my nightstand. The dragon replied with a smile. Anoriel, he continued, becoming serious at once, I love you, and I want you to be my wife, again. Gabriel, she whispered, unable to hold back her tears, I love you too, and I am ready to marry you again and again, even every Eltein. Epilogue 1. 2 weeks later, the enchanting scent of peonies turned my head, filling my heart with tingling joy and anticipation. I couldn't believe that this day had come and everything would happen just as I had dreamed. On the ocean, surrounded by my nearest and dearest, no noise, no fuss, no crowds of unfamiliar aristocrats. No haggling, no negotiations, just Gabriel and me and a southern sunset that spreads an amber glow across the sky. We escaped from Haven a week after the ball, as soon as we had finished our business. Gregory tried to hold us back, but Laura and my mother stepped in. Together, they quickly cooled the restless uncle's fervor, and he concentrated on buying megilite from Leary and creating additional magical supports for the dome. They decided to use every opportunity to finally separate our world from the dead reflection. By the way, we've reached an agreement with the Twilight too, or rather, forced them into an eternal peace. Ivara was slow, so Gabriel and I kept pulling magic from the Eskar source. I was happy to spend it on rebuilding the dome and creating new groves. When the Dusk Emperor contacted us and agreed to make peace, I was a little disappointed that he'd retreated so quickly. I'd planned to build 2 more groves with his magic, but what could I do? We'd already made a good profit. My little Pearl, you are magnificent. My mother admired me as I spun around in front of the mirror again. The most beautiful bride, I was embarrassed, but I didn't argue. The image really was incredible. Delicate, airy, and romantic. We deliberately avoided an uncomfortable corset and a skirt that was too bouffant, favoring soft lines and flowing silk. I don't know how the modiste coped with the order, but in a short period of time she created a masterpiece, and now I was once again looking with pleasure at the finest lace, enveloping me in the lightest cloud and marvelous embroidery, shimmering in the light with mother of pearl and liquid silver. She kept the family diamonds, the rings Gabriel had given her, and her grandmother's necklace. She'd been wearing it lately without taking it off. Before I left the capital, I took a bouquet of amethyst peonies to Laurentia's grave, and 2 days before the wedding, Gabriel and I visited Ares' crypt. Then I prayed for a long time and talked a lot, looking at the marble copies of my ancestors, told about what had happened, thanked them for invisibly helping and protecting me. Later, they came to me again in a dream, blessing my marriage to Gabriel. And now, every time I touched the amethyst necklace, I remembered my great-grandmother's happy smile and Aray's proud gaze. Anariel. There was a knock on the door, and her father entered the room. Everyone was already gathered. Coming, she smiled, picking up the bouquet. You're so beautiful. My father came closer, kissing me on the forehead. The general got a real treasure. He knows that and appreciates it, I replied embarrassed, and then we headed toward the archway on the shore. They were waiting for us. True and his parents, who received me with warmth and sincere love. Mora and her son, Hayden, who had persuaded his father to let him come to our wedding. Gregory couldn't come because of Laura, who was due any day now, and the healers had forbidden her to travel. But Luigi and Marion are here to congratulate us. And of course, Leary. My friend didn't come alone, she had found her pirate after all. When I heard his name, I was surprised. He was my cousin Conrad. There was a snort and an impatient clatter of hooves nearby. The lady had come to congratulate us, too, and was circling nearby with Gabriel's stallion. They were fast friends, and the willful beauty didn't even snort at him. A happy smile bloomed on my lips. My true self stood at the archway, staring at me in love. Extraordinarily handsome, in a white general's uniform, marvelously matching his swarthy skin and tarry hair. After my turnover, they returned to their original color, but sometimes I jokingly shared magic with Gabriel, again, recoloring them to emerald. It brought back memories of Ituver. A step, another, and I headed for the archway, and then it was like a dream. The measured voice of Luigi, today's high priest. Gabriel and I swore our vows, the whisper of the surf and the gentle kiss that sealed our promises, the congratulations of our loved ones, and the traditional tossing of the bride's bouquet. Of course, it was Leary who caught him. Now it's your turn, girlfriend. Epilogue 2. 10 years later, the Devour Military Academy. The noise of the stands was deafening, and my heart was pounding in a crazy rhythm, pumping excitement and anticipation through my blood. The spectators were chanting the names of the finalists as if in a trance. They were eager to find out who would win the annual night tournament and become the owner of the Ruby Rose. Haydn, Haydn. Rothger, Gabriel and I's son, was shouting at the top of his lungs. He was echoed by a charming little girl, with the appearance of a celestial creature and the character of a matronly brigand. Evelyn, the daughter of Leary and Conrad, took after her mother. A friend told me that she had been such a troublemaker herself as a child, and at first she was terribly worried that her precious daughter would shock my son with her behavior. She doesn't know Roger very well. The son was serious beyond his years. He wanted to follow in his father's footsteps, and at 7 he was actively practicing magic and swordsmanship. I was so proud of him. But his seemingly calm character didn't stop him from having adventures in the middle of nowhere. Fortunately, the children had taken an instant liking to each other, and now Evelyn was chanting Haydn's name and waving a flag with his coat of arms. She loved Devour and the tournament itself, but even more so the huge fair held on the island in honor of the significant event. We came here a week ago to rest, attend all the fights, and support the prince. In 10 years, Haydn has grown and matured a lot, and he has also surpassed me in sword skills. I couldn't call him Petty Highness anymore, and I could barely reach his curly head. The prince is much taller now. But what a handsome man he's become. His youthful charm had been tempered by the fires of harsh training, and his soft features had taken on a sharp edge. The prince had many admirers at the academy, but his heart still belonged to Marion. My gaze slipped to my adorable roommate in the bleachers. The Golden Vixen, of course, had come to support her lover. Luigi and the girl's parents had arrived with her. Haydn. The tribunes roared again, and when the prince appeared in the arena, the audience's ears were filled with rapturous cries. In a week of fights, the dragon has become a crowd favorite and has shown incredible skill. Now I could take fencing lessons from him myself. I planned to practice with him later as a remembrance of the old days, but the healer forbade it for now. I was expecting my second child, a girl this time. When I heard about it, I thanked the heavens. It was rare for dragons to have children, and 2 children was considered a miracle. I was very worried, and in order not to harm the baby, even temporarily withdrew from the business, shifting the management of the temple and the affairs of the Circle of Elements to the assistants. Over the years, with Luigi's support, shamanism had fully recovered its position, and thanks to Alejandro's efforts, it coexisted perfectly with the new faith. Of course, at first there were many opponents, but gradually we sorted things out, and at the same time we brought order to the border with Escar. As Gabriel had suggested, we were initially harassed by small flying bands of mercenaries who could fight without magic, but we were prepared for that and quickly destroyed them. At last, the long-awaited peace reigned in the Empire. The prince's opponent, the young Duke of Alenger, appeared in the arena. He too received a warm welcome. He made an excellent showing, but I bet 100 gold pieces on Haydn and believed he would win. As did Gregory. The emperor and his wife and daughter Taliana had come to support his son and were now sitting on the podium with us. The announcer announced the start of the fight, and a tense silence hung over the arena. The spectators seemed to have forgotten how to breathe as they watched the fighters circling the sand. Their movements were polished, perfectly calibrated, and sparkled with the strokes of steel. My heart sank with every step and swing of my blade, and when the prince deftly evaded another lunge and touched my opponent's thigh with the tip of his sword, I breathed a sigh of relief. And then the grandstands erupted in deafening applause. Haydn won a beautiful and well-deserved victory, earning the status of First Knight of Devour and the Ruby Rose, a luxurious pure gold flower adorned with scarlet gems and diamond dew. The flower was traditionally given to the winner, and he gave it to the most beautiful guest of the tournament. I had no doubt who would get the rose. The prince's eyes were fixed only on Marion, and he went to all the fights with her ribbon on his shoulder. The same one given to him 10 years ago when the vixen had called the dragon his knight and protector. Lady Marion, walking up to the stands, the prince knelt down on one knee, holding out a rose to the embarrassed vixen. Please accept this gift as a token of my devotion and love, and I ask you to become my wife. He added, pulling out a pre-prepared ring. The stands buzzed again, but through the noise and excited cheers, I still heard a quiet but filled with sincere happiness, yes. The Golden Princess has found her knight.